Oh man, it's going down. We about to watch this. No, I was just getting some good coverage from who? Forbes breaking news. All right, it's going down. We gotta see what's going on. I got to play this live. Where'd it go? They had some good covers, but I'm gonna just try to find covers so we can talk about this. Oh, here it go. I don't want ABC. I don't want no American sources. They're not gonna show you Israel getting messed up. Yeah, let's go to Sky News or something. Where that's at? I want something different, man. Let's try this. Iran. Nope. Somebody was right there where the bombs was just blowing up. What's this doing?
Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. Remember, Hezbollah has longer range rockets and longer range missiles, even a ballistic missile, including one that was fired after Hassan Nasrallah was neutralized, and that was aimed at the Mossad headquarters. Of course, that was neutralized. But there you see, these are again live images that we are getting to you. More projectiles, more
live
rockets
images,
fired,
baby.
By the Hezbollah.
Look, now I don't see nothing knocking them out the air.
Projectiles. The moment they are coming in,
where the Iron Dome at?
That's the time you know it's an incoming. The moment you see the projectile rising to counter it, that's the missile defense shield that's getting activated.
All right,
so the situation extremely tense, extremely grim. The projectile
who's going down? I hope they hit them boys where it hurt.
Dome system that gets activated, and these are located all around Tel Aviv.
I know y'all seen them bombs
these
just
are
hit.
aimed in such a way that
I'm laughing. Y'all want to be starting war? I'm getting my popcorn.
The moment it is fired, and then it takes down the threat as far away from a residential area or any area where people are living as possible. I once again want to bring in Ashraf Vani, who's reporting from southern Lebanon, a very dangerous battle zone as we speak. Ashraf, I believe the Hezbollah has also been firing some projectiles, rockets and missiles towards Israel, as is Iran. Iran seems to have fired a ballistic missile that America warned about, and IDF has just confirmed it's been fired, and you hear these air raid sirens almost all across Jerusalem and Tel Aviv right now.
Gaurav, this is a joint attack on the Israel. What we are getting from the sources here in the Lebanon, Hezbollah is also carrying out its rockets, not only the small rockets but mid-range rockets which could reach up to the Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Then also Houthis may launch rockets in the meanwhile, and Iran has already launched a ballistic missile, what the IDF has confirmed. So this was a strategy which was being planned for last many months since the assassination of Ismail Hania. Now the top leader, another Hassan Nasrallah, has been killed by the IDF. So this is a joint attack on the Israel from all its, whether it is Hamas will be trying also on it. In fact, those shooters who are roaming or some maybe have been killed in the Israel, maybe from the Hamas or some other group. So this is.
Somebody got the whole stream. I was watching on my phone, it was going down. They just showing the skyline. So you can see something live. I want to see what already happened. Man, forget the White House briefing. They make me sick. Do not listen to the White House briefing.
And I think any mother around the world feels empathy towards another mother that is worried about their children in war. It's not right. But with the same breath, I will say that this situation is unbearable. Again, no country can deal with what we have been dealing with for a year. No country. And the unprovoked attack of October 7th, the ongoing attacks from Hezbollah for a year, the attacks from Iran, the attacks from Yemen, who's like a country where basically they have hunger issues, and they've been sending rockets and not rockets, missiles and drones to Israel. It's an insane situation, and it's intolerable, and I don't think any country can continue with this. So I am, yes, to answer your question, yes, I'm terribly concerned about a larger conflict, but at the same time, something has to be done for this to stop, for these threats to be over. And I don't know, a ceasefire, if it's going to bring an end to just threats, yes, I'm all for it. But if it's just to put on pause and allow this terrorist organization to rearm and to reorganize themselves, then no, we have to end this.
Man, don't let the U.S. try to get in bullying nobody.
Giordana, what do you tell your children, especially when the sirens go off and you have to go into a bunker?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me, Giordana?
Yeah, sorry, we've been disconnected.
Look, they hitting on Israel all up. They be acting like they never land
we can still hear you. I was just asking what you tell your children when the sirens go off and you have to move them into a bunker, especially after tonight.
So again, it's not something new. We've been having rockets for a year, not daily, not in this scale, but our kids are... and
you can see them things hitting the ground, bro.
To do. They hear a siren, they go to a shelter. If they're in school, they go to a shelter, and if they're in the middle of the road on a bus, they know they need to get off and find.
Hold on, we're gonna find somebody who over dramatizing it, somebody who's screaming and stuff. Nah, we don't want to see them either. This is going down right now, bro. I'm looking at every report. American reporting,
including targeted strikes,
propaganda. Everything they say gonna be pro-Israel. Let's listen.
Even today, several of them earlier this evening in the Dahia district of southern Beirut, where they have targeted other key members, they say, of Hezbollah. But we've also seen them carry out strikes outside of that area. And it all speaks to really the volatile nature of the situation and how this is still far from over and no one knows what's going to happen next. And in the midst of that, Kira, you have tens of thousands of people who have been displaced from their homes, many of them who have watched this event unfold tonight, unsure of what they will be doing with their lives in the hours and days ahead. Kira.
Yeah, Israel has the upper hand and is in full control at this moment, but all the innocent bystanders, whether it's in Beirut or Tel Aviv or Jerusalem.
I should know Israel got the upper hand and is in full control at this moment. Shut up with that fake propaganda. Give me a news source, man. I'm going back to the Indians. Is that a neutral source from the other side of the world? Man, there's fire in the sky right now. Look. Imagine hearing all them sirens in your city. Oh, I did see those bullets get intercepted, but the other ones just got through. It was about to hit the ground. See the fire come off the ground? Come on, man. Some of them is getting taken out, but the other ones is getting through. Look, watch it hit the ground. Bow, hit the ground. Oh, Don't let them lie to you on the American news. Look, oh, there y'all go, digger your iron. Oh, digger your Iron Dome. Let's get the popcorn out, man. Look, boo. I'm over here cheese boxing every time I see something hit the ground because the American news gonna lie to you. Watch this. Boom! Boom! Now, please, you don't be seeing them fools on YouTube. That burst in the whole entire world. They be cheering people getting their heads blown off. I'm just going boom every time I see a missile hit the ground. Because people be lying saying they can't get no missiles through there. So I'm going to go boom! I just sat here and watched about 15 of them hit the ground. Maybe I'm wrong. Man, them things coming looking like biblical, huh? Fire in the sky, bruh. Let's see what these hit. The war ain't what we think, man. We just spectators. We in America right now. I'm in America right now, and I'm looking at this horrible situation, but I don't got no mandate to act all holier than thou. I'm just me. I'm watching war on TV. It's just like the people who even doing the killing, some of them are doing it like they playing a video game. Now, war is never a good thing, but after seeing people put genocide on somebody's head for hella long, you finally want to just look at this on the news. Ooh, now they lie. So if they tell you that nothing hit nothing, just look at this. Yeah, they shooting missiles. These ain't rockets. Them missiles. Them ain't rockets. Them ain't no little Johnny go bottle rockets. Now, you're not going to hear none of them fake-ass politically correct statements on my show. I don't got to act like y'all corny-ass suckers. I'm watching this shit with popcorn. Don't you know when they used to hang black people, the whole city would come out chilling in the middle of the city? So don't talk to me. I'm kicking back watching TV. I wouldn't mind seeing that nice stadium go kabooey. Just because I'm watching TV. But it don't look like nobody running around the city frantic. Oh, I do see people running around frantic. Everybody getting underground. Man, they can hit my cell phone right now while I'm streaming. Boof! All I gotta say is this: I never, ever, ever want to be on the ground where they having some war at. And you started it? Hey, whoever feel like buying me lunch, buy me lunch right now. I'm about to order my DoorDash. Here, I'm gonna help you. Buy my lunch, there you go. Oh, sorry we couldn't see that bomb hit. There y'all go. You could get the coffee, you could get whatever. Keep the show going, but we're going to keep watching this. I need to let y'all see these bombs hit. Hold on. Bow, right there. You don't want to be involved. You don't want to be around this. Nah, Magi Warrior is Scholastic, B. I mean, I got my Archer. What my bow and arrow gonna do right now? I got an AR-15, an SKS, and an HK-40. Shotguns and stuff is gone. I can make it down the street. I don't know if I'm gonna make it that far though. The first thing you ain't thinking about is yourself. You think about your family. And as a man, you don't got no answer of how to protect your family against atrocities like this. Oh, they got it. Taryn Jones with the contribution. Shout out for, oh, he said, I got your lunch. He said, I got your lunch. Shout out to Taryn Jones for the contribution. Appreciate that. Man, this war is real and ain't nothing politically correct. I'm not about to be sitting here like I'm praying for the people. No, hell no. It's just life. You just let things do. You just gotta watch it and see what it's doing. Because this is why I'm so concerned. The way they disregard the Palestinian people. You know, black people low on the. Basically they be testing out what they gonna do on them. Again, we're going to thank Taryn Jones for the wonderful contribution to the channel. We looking live at footage straight from Tel Aviv of the Iron Dome just simply not working. I can't front. If you follow the missiles, it do look like half of them getting shot out the air. Like, let's follow these missiles. See, that one got shot out the air. Follow the missiles. They're going to get shot out the air. A lot of them are. Dang, they was hitting the ground. Old school. Now, so what you think gonna happen? America not getting into this.
What the fuck?
I mean, we might do some airstrikes or something. Uh-oh, dang, it's coming straight forward. All right, man, look. In all honesty, the way that I imagine the world, none of this stuff happened. So don't be acting like I'm responsible for what's going on just because I'm watching and I'm looking. Now we watched enough of this. Let's get some details. I want to hear what Iran shot. Because they'll tell you what they shot. Let's hear what they shot. Like, we want to know what type of missile. Oh, is this it? Oh, that's going down.
Get these lower thirds updated here for you, but again, get these lower thirds updated here for you, but again, we can now tell you that the IDF is reporting.
You're not about to tank me with that point of view. You know, nothing's really happened. Israel's really tough. I want to hear what they shot. Oh, you know what we can do? Iran news. Let's go hear the Iranian news. So we got to find an Iranian news source on YouTube. If I knew the language, I think that's Israeli. Indian news. We're going to watch India today. The way we could get a non-biased perspective.
The past half hour, I've heard multiple interceptions above. We know that that is the Iron Dome missile defense system and potentially the David Sling missile interceptor. We don't know what kinds of weapons just yet are being launched. We assume they are ballistic missiles, but we are hearing them explode above central Tel Aviv. I was a video from a friend of a journalist who was living in another part of Tel Aviv of, similar to what you're seeing on this. Oh, it might actually be that video.
Some stuff hitting the ground, but ain't exploding. He said go to first post. I hope this ain't American. Woo! Is that thing about to get knocked out the sky? I ain't seen nothing hypersonic yet. When they whip out the hypersonic toys, it's gonna get ugly. Oh, it's about to be ugly in the world today. Man, check this out. If America had to go to war, don't you know I'll be a soldier? Y'all tripping. So somebody coming on our soil, please, you get hands. Yeah, because you just say, okay, you fighting with the black people, but we all fighting for the same thing. Oh, this is Indian news. Thank you, James. So just because you unpatriotic and America be dogging you out, if we had a foreign threat, you ain't trying to put hands? Let me hear the people who not gonna fight if we had a foreign threat that's in the chat, so I can get you out my chat. I'm just playing. You don't have to fight. Everybody don't have to fight. He say he don't see Iran doing too much damage. Well, if these explosions, see, look, this is what you got to see. There's missiles going up trying to stop the missiles coming down, and they're not really stopping them. So live, we're not going to see the damage, but in a day or two, they might show the damage. I don't know. I don't think we're going to be able to see the damage on this show. He said they don't show the black Palestinians. Are there black Palestinians? Are there black Israelites? Won't those two weigh each other out? Aren't there black Israelis? Aren't all the brothers from Dimona, the Israelites who, is this about to hit the ground? Boom! Oh, no, they hitting significant stuff now, bro. Well, let me tell you, what happened was, I heard an explosion. It hit close to them. What happened was Netanyahu went on the news talking crazy, and he threw a subliminal at Iran. He threw a subtweet at Iran, and Iran said, let's just launch off. Because he basically said it won't be long before we have a regime change in Iran. But he just killed up all of the Hezbollah commanders. So that's like an insult. That's like a joke. Imagine if you just killed all of some drug dealers, top officials, and then you say to the other drug dealers, yeah, it won't be long before y'all be changing y'all top officials too. They said, what? Now it's funny. No, it's not funny. None of this is funny, right? It's a war. It's dire situations on both sides. But to me, I'm like, dang. I I'm not involved in this at all. The U.S. is making you be involved in this, and then there's certain people who involved into the setting up this colonial state, so they act like you gotta have an emotion similar to or that reflects theirs or whatever. But nope, I ain't doing that highly impressionable shit. Like I'm acting like I feel how you feel. I just think that murder is bad, war is bad, it needs to stop. I'm not taking nobody's side. You got me messed up. But I'm taking the side of those being treated unjustly. I'll take that back. Boom. Now this is what they doing. It looked like to me this is a punk ass attack. Because everything I see hitting, it always hit in a dark area, y'all. Tell the truth. So they trying to fire stuff to not look weak, but it seems like they put all their targets on the countryside or the hillside, and it's just passing over Tel Aviv. Look, every place the bombs hit is in some dark area that is like the hillside. Look. And maybe that's militarily strategic good thing to do. If Iran don't really want a war, they like, we about to fire hella missiles, but we only gonna make them hit the hills. I would never do that. That's retarded. But hey, maybe I'm not a general. They are, and they know what they're doing. Tell the truth. Every place you see an explosion on the ground, it ain't like a building or nothing. It's just a dark patch that lights up. Let's follow these missiles to the dark patches of nothing that they're about to hit. Look, there it go again. Told you. Uh-oh. Ooh, that one looked like it hit somewhere. But y'all feel me? They hitting dark patches of nothing on purpose. You could be right, Chloe, Dior. Did I say Chloe? I hope I said that right. But you could be right. I'm only assuming that not seeing no big explosions in just the city after they flattened out all of Gaza. I don't know. This looked like a warning almost. Not a warning, but a big threatening warning. Until you see one of these buildings go kaboom. Yeah, they're not trying to attack civilians. That's a very good observation. So they probably hitting military targets that are in those dark areas. But I do notice every time I see something hit the ground, it ain't our bunkers. Good point. So here goes what's hella funny. Now, I've been seeing black people poking their nose into this. We all got a right. This is the war. If you want to stand up against what you consider is injustice, then do it. But I done seen some silly stuff. Like people fighting, black quote-unquote Israelites fighting Palestinian protesters. That's ridiculous. Someone said debris from the bombs being intercepted by Israel Defense Dome. Philo, it seems as if we can see when that happens. But if you watch the missiles, some of them explode in the air, and some of them are still under the charge of whatever is shooting them that direction. Like none of the ones we just seen got shot down. Let's watch this group. One or two will get shot down and the other ones is getting through. Like you can see it happen. But yeah, it could be a lot of debris. See, that one got shot down. Here go another one about to get shot down. Nope. Only one of those got shot down, family. So like this look like it's all they bombing the forest. But I think they starting to repeat clips. So maybe we could go to a news channel and see if somebody reporting and telling us something live. I want to hear other than the Americans talk about it. I mean, we saw on Israel nuts. I don't even know. Like, I don't even like America being looking second fiddle like that. Let's try the Associated Press. Why they showing us? Oh, this Jerusalem skies. I thought that was the damn capital in America. All right, I'm not gonna cover this for too long, but just be knowing that it's going down out here. The type of sources that I like to see. Let's see if Al Jazeera is saying something about it. Al Jazeera, right.
Of this shooting. But let's just draw some parallels from what we saw back in April, the last time Iran had sent over hundreds of missiles to Israel. We saw a reaction that was very similar. Air defenses that went off, sirens all over the country, an attack that was really spread throughout the entire country. And we also know that the Americans had assisted in air defenses.
Tell Takim I said, what's up? Thanks for the contribution.
Israel has said
Tell Takim I said, what's up, man?
They'll continue to use them in the face of any sort of threat.
Hamda, do we know what was the target? Because we are hearing from Iranian sources that they were targeting 3 military sites.
Right. According to Israeli officials who were given information by the Americans, there were 3 specific targets, all of which were in and around Tel Aviv. The first was the intelligence agency Mossad. Their headquarters
Hamda,
is
apologies,
actually
I'm just
right
going
in the
to
center
jump in
of
there
Tel Aviv,
because
but
we
that
are
building
about to hear
had been largely
from
evacuated.
the White House, a press conference there at the
Do y'all? I don't want to hear from the White House. Do y'all? All right, let's see what they got to say.
This attack as it was unfolding, as well as our response. As the president has made clear, our support for Israel's security is ironclad. We will continue to stand with the people of Israel at this critical moment. With that, Matt.
Thanks. So I think this probably goes without saying, but just to make sure. So in terms of what happened in Israel, no damage any U.S. facilities.
No, we don't want to hear this nonsense. I don't care. We know what the U.S. gonna do. They gonna back Israel. All right, well, it's Bombs Over Baghdad. Now let me play the song Bombs Over Baghdad so y'all can see just how appropriate this be. And I'm going to play it while we're looking at the clip. Y'all ain't keeping up with all this madness.
2 a.m. in...
We don't want the whole thing. We just want a little piece. War in the Sudan, war in the Middle East. It's the same war since the Moors was in Italy. Military tours, we endured them for centuries, yo. The people start to feel exasperated when it's peace talks, but your dignitary get assassinated. Sexual war violence got them emasculated, and they don't think that shit's foul, they think it's fascinating. Is it Zionism or Frankism? They fondling the daughters of fathers who bank with them. You line with them with my wisdom, I find rhythm and disseminate the truth to heal blind victims. Bombs over Gaza, bombs over Gaza. They're done with Baghdad, now it's bombs over Gaza. Bombs over Gaza, bombs over Gaza. They're done with Baghdad, now it's bombs over Gaza. They're sending bombs at civilians and killing children. And the government turn around and send their ass $20 billion. It's facts, dummy, it's whack, that's tax money. Democrats offer blacks access, then act funny. Fake righteousness, where's the law? That's why they got Hamas and Hezbollah, because blockades and sanctions are starving you. And it's massacres in Africa's and Sudan, what you saying? Even Haiti got barbecue. You live that easy life, wait till it get hard for you. What you accept, well that's what they gonna start to do when it's time to square off with you. Check it out now. Bombs over Gaza, bombs over Gaza. You're done with Baghdad, now it's bombs over Gaza. Bombs over Gaza, bombs over Gaza. You're done with Baghdad, now
over the last couple of hours that included the Israeli prime minister, his security cabinet, and then other security and defense officials. The army says that First, they launched these what they call targeted and precise raids based on intelligence, and that they are going to launch this offensive on the ground in order to achieve their goals of restoring the balance of power along the border, as well as returning those evacuated Israelis back to those towns and settlements that have been evacuated since the cross-border fire began. The Israeli army has said that they are looking to target Hezbollah posts and other military infrastructure in the border area. It does not say how deep they plan to.
So they still targeting Hezbollah when Iran just fired on them? It's about to go, man, it's really about to be World War III, and we're going to be sitting here. So look, the U.S. got our hand all in that Ukraine thing, and we hoping Russia and them ain't got nothing to be tossing. Because they like, okay, well, we going to start, I don't even know. They out of this completely. But I can't see this not turning out to no World War III. At least, I don't want to see Iran and the U.S. at no war over Israel and Palestine. Like, how does that make sense? Man, this is retarded.
To push into Lebanese territory.
Golly. We're going to see some more bombs over Baghdad real quick. I don't want to hear Fox.
اگر جنگ زمینی رو شروع کند این مطلوب حزب الله است. شکستی بزرگ که همه عالم خواهند فهمید این شکست رو.
شک نداریم که این دست و پا زدن‌های آخر رژیم صهیونیستی است. رژیم صهیونیستی چون در میدان نبرد و مبارزه تن به تن با مبارزین رزمندگان مقاومت شکست.
All right, I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna let you host, James, because I want to get a burger real quick. If some people come in, hopefully we get a nice show going. I'll show y'all Palestine in the Medu Neter. And tell me that Palestine didn't exist when I show you it in the Medu Neter. And then you're going to show me that fake Israel that ain't real. Let me see.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Invite. Let's talk about it, and we're going to keep on looking at this good war video. I need to know y'all stance on it. Don't say this ain't one of your issues. I know it ain't one of our issues, but now I was being kind of juvenile as I was watching, but in all seriousness, on some Martin Luther King, injustice anywhere, right? Injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere, or however said it. And you can't let no people just be bullied just because you comfortable. That's like being at high school and letting somebody bully a person and you letting it happen just because you ain't being bullied. So I just shared the link and I'm going to keep on watching the footage.
این جنایت ها رو انجام میده.
Yeah, because if we just say it don't got nothing to do with us, then when something happened to us, it don't got nothing to do with nobody else either. Peace, Brother James.
Peace. What's happening, Smash? Yeah. This we was talking about last night.
And I was telling you they're not weak. It's military strategy. They got to show restraint, and they got to show that the U.S. really shouldn't. The way they got to do it, they can't really open up the door for the U.S. to just be able to say, okay, we on your head.
Right. Well, like I was saying last night about that Suez Canal after we got off, man, I did an in-depth reading on that, bro. I was exactly correct. Exactly. That's why they have unwavering support because
I'm not mad at you.
They have to. They have
you
to
just
have
was messing it up, though. You was right, but when you said it, you messed it up because you said they built the canal. You didn't just say
no. I never. No, I said the canal was built. But I said that they put them there to protect it.
That's right. If you would have said to control it, and then,
because what happened was Nasser he nationalized it, and then they went to war. It was a 6-day war. He nationalized it, and then now they back under control of it, and that's why they do the thing that they made a deal with Egypt, and that's why Egypt gets all the military support that they get as well. So this is wild because they paying these people to put these people here. So they get so much money out that Suez Canal that, they don't want to attack Israel, even though they know they're a historical enemy to them. So this is interesting that this popped out the next day because I was kind of confused as to why they did not retaliate after killing every leader that they had seemingly from the Hamas and Hezbollah side. So this is crazy. And yo, just a minute ago, man, a fighter jet just flew over my house.
What?
A fighter jet just flew over my house.
What that mean?
Man, you don't hear that type of stuff every day. This is crazy. Okay, this happened, and then a fighter jet just flew over my house with a sonic boom type sound. It was crazy. I was like, damn. Because, I've been living in my house for 24 years, bro. You don't hear a fighter jet that low flying over your house every day. You could hear it.
So you sure it was a fighter jet?
It was a fighter jet. I mean, you know the difference between a fighter jet and a commercial airline. Yeah, they flew past my house within the last 5 minutes. So I don't know what's going on, but I thought that was strange. I'm just
you have a military base close by your house by chance? Since you're in Texas?
No, not by my house, but it's somewhere. It's one somewhere around. I live close to Fort Worth, and that's a fort. So I assume that's some type of military. It used to be a military base, but they moved it. But to hear a fighter jet that low to the ground on this day.
Where they going, though? Where they going is the question.
I don't know what's going on. I'm just telling. I mean, I found that to be a hell of a
coincidence. They just flying out from nowhere?
I don't know where it's going, bro. I'm just saying that I found that to be a hell of a coincidence that the fighter jet flew over my house today, right now, as this is.
I mean, what you think that coincidence means?
Seems like they might be trying to get something together. I mean, that's what it seemed like to me.
No, we already got aircraft carriers out there.
Aircraft carriers? No.
They didn't even say this. Look, listen to this, bro.
Okay.
I didn't hear this. Listen.
Military, in those anxious hours before the Israeli military, after the Israeli military spokesman told the public here that an attack was imminent, and before the attack actually got underway, there was a shooting in the Jaffa area that's south of downtown Tel Aviv. And Israeli police are saying at least 4 civilians were killed by at least 2 gunmen who appear to have opened fire on the light rail in southern Tel Aviv. Now, U.S. officials are saying the overall death toll may be higher still.
Trust me, it's higher, bro. They always do this. They tell you 8, and then in a week it's going to be 20. Then you're going to find out them dudes knocked off 50 people in the railway right before the bombings happened.
Closer to 8 or 9.
They say 8 killed in Tel Aviv shooting.
Yeah.
It appears, according to the Israeli military, that no one was killed as a result of these Iranian missile attacks. It appears that there are at least 4 people killed in this shooting attack. It looks, according to
Al Jazeera, is reporting 35.
Yeah, they try to see. That's what I'm saying. It depends.
NBC
gonna say nothing. It's just NBC gonna just give us what Israel say. That's why I don't like watching them. I'm gonna go to Al Jazeera.
You know they're trying to shut all these other medias down. They did that to Africa.
They just did that to Africa Screen.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? Imagine they doing that to Africa first. Why?
They gonna do that to? I mean, we all.
I know. I'm just saying, but why Africa first? See.
Because they're talking the truth that people don't want to hear. That's what it's about.
Yeah, they don't want us to know what's going on in Africa. So they did. I found that was strange, not strange, but
look,
peculiar that they did that to Africa
monitoring
first.
This for a
Cutting
while.
Man, because they realize now that the Africans are waking up, and you know they're trying to make it look like these people are lawless, but they have to do for a reason.
So at least the U.S. said we support Israel's right to defend itself. So what that mean to you? We ain't getting in it. I think that means we gonna give y'all some more bombs, but we still ain't getting in it, bro.
That is it. He's giving them these damn bombs at $1 billion each, or how many $1 billion is. They can't fight without the bombs we giving them. Those are the bombs that we're supplying Israel.
Yeah, I know.
But hold on.
Right, but I'm just saying that they ain't putting U.S. troops in.
Hold on, Smash. They just sent some troops last week.
Oh, man. Tell me somebody said they put 5,000 troops.
Yeah, they just sent some troops last week.
So we about to fight this war.
No, I think they're going to support Israel militarily at all costs because, like I said, that Suez Canal is so strategic to military movement throughout the world that they have to do this. So that's when we sitting up here wondering why they are supporting these people unconditionally. There's your answer. They have to support them unconditionally, and they know that. Without that Suez Canal, things will go awry. You think things are bad now. If they don't have control over that Suez, things will be prices and everything. It'll go back, it'll go into a real war. So that's what they're doing. I mean, on the under.
But why all of a sudden now it become we and not them? How are we as Black people involved in the war?
I'm not on the we. I'm just telling you what's happening.
Smash just said we.
We are America.
No, we are Black people in America. It's a big difference.
Bruh.
A very big difference.
Well, hold on. Black people in America don't even have a voice when it comes to international war and stuff like that. So if somebody bombed America, who gonna fight back? Black people in America?
Well, wait a minute.
Or the military?
There's a difference between we and them because we have never been treated the same as anybody else in the country.
Well, that's a point that you're making. That's a given. That's a given point, but that don't negate the question I just asked you. If America gets bombed, who's going to respond? American Black people?
We have
everybody?
The military.
Thank you. So stop with the fake shit. That's we. You gonna be we when we get bombed and your ass looking for a shelter, or you want somebody to shoot a missile back at whoever bombed the American ghettos? Say the American ghettos got bombed. Who is gonna respond? Okay. It's gonna be the military. So stop the fake shit.
It depends on who did it. It depends on who did it, Smash.
But
that's the question.
If we bomb it, if it's domestic, then it won't be the military. If it's an international bombing and they bombs hit the hood, you saying Black people gonna respond? You sound crazy.
No, but what I'm saying is this: when you talk about bombing the hood, the only people who have ever bombed the hood is us.
No, but now you
changing. Now you go with us,
and you changing the point with us because you said you didn't like we. But now, when you want to talk bad about the hood being bombed, you're gonna use a us.
I'm just using.
So you won't use a we.
Your word.
Real quick, but you won't use a we to include internationally with the power of America. I'm talking about war. I'm not talking about domestic affairs. I think we see eye to eye. All of us know America treat Black people like shit. None of us have to be convinced about that.
I'm using your word, Smash.
Because my word, we're talking about international affairs. We talking about a war and Black. First of all, I asked a simple question: if they bomb the hood, who's going to retaliate? Some white people going to retaliate, whether you like it or not.
Oh.
So go ahead, Alan Flag. Go right ahead, Brother Flag. Tell me how I'm telling the lie.
I'm not calling you a liar, Smash. I'm not saying that. But I'm just saying that we need to get some cool heads here for a second. Because, first of all, I'm African. That's number one. I'm African, and I live in America. And I'm an armed forces veteran. Okay? And as an African in America, we are in every aspect of this country. whether it's positive, whether it's negative. And we, up until recently, was disproportionately represented in the military. And because we were disproportionately represented in the military for economic reasons, for to a large extent, we had influence. We had so much influence on the battlefield, in the operationals, were officers, and at home. That's how we got to Vietnam. That's how we got out of Vietnam.
But I'm with you, Flag. So if you're thinking my state, I'm saying that, I'm not speaking against that.
I'm saying that to say this, that we exercise influence here as citizens, as African in America citizens. We can apply pressure through our, through our governmental agencies, through demonstrations, and just by what you're doing right now, having these discussions where we can get some things cleared out and we can get a focus. That's all I'm
with
saying.
You, Brother Flag. We gotta stay on point though, because what we was addressing is my willingness to include myself in a we with the American government only when addressing international affairs like war. And ain't no we domestically. They treat us like stuff different. But again, when America comes under attack, I know we are down. We willing to be on the front line to defend our own inside of America. But nevertheless, we can't act like we got missiles and bombs to be able to address the threat appropriately. And so, yeah, if the hoods got bombed, just like if Pearl Harbor chose the hoods, it still would have been the same war. They just chose Hawaii. But if they chose the hoods of L.A. and said we're going to bomb the hoods of L.A., it would have still been the same war over that.
I want to put it back on the international level, Smash, because I agree with you. Where we fail to but realize at times is that even our so-called Black political representatives in positions of power influence in the government are forced to sign letters of allegiance to Israel. They have to do that. That's why I'm with you when you say it's not a we, it's not a us, it's the United States government, and when we operate with on an international level, to just get in there and work at that level, to have insights, to know what's going on, you have to loyalty oath. They have these loyalty oaths that our Congress people have to sign to say they won't slander Israel and they're going to support Israel. That's part of the play. So we got to make these distinctions when we're looking out there. So you and I can say what we want about that war and which side, but our representatives, they have to go along with what they're told, because they have to sign these allegiance, or they won't be in those positions. But yes, there's I agree with the brother talking about the canal, but also the diamonds, the raw materials that come out of Africa. They go from South Africa into Israel. So that's another component of the pull and the influence they have as a country, as small as it is, with its population as small as it is. They have control on these economic factors that affect the whole globe.
But it's always been that way, even before they cut that canal. That gateway into Africa was the route that they were taking. They had an opposition to even building that canal. They wanted to build the railway system. The British, because the British had maritime control over the seas, and they didn't want to see that canal because they thought that they would lose power. So we got to really just be historically on point as far as what's going on and why, because we confused as to why they have, unlimited support, right? Like, what the hell is going on? But now when you put that canal into play, then you understand.
Israel is a proxy for the United States.
Correct.
In that region.
The West.
Israel, there's no difference between the Israels interest and the United States interest in that region. So when you poking at Israel, anybody around that area is poking at Israel, you're poking at the United States.
But let's slow down real quick. And you make a very good point, Brother Flag. I just want to slow us down to state for the people, what are those interests? I mean, because we know that Israel wasn't there before World War I and stuff, and you know what I'm saying, we survived for a long time without Israel carrying out or being there for American interests. So if anybody can say, what are American interests in the Middle East?
Well, yeah, but you have to remember, after World War II is when the British and all of these people put these people into Palestine and split it in half and say this is the half of the country because they were being oppressed.
I'm right. That's not answering the question. That's just gonna take us off on the. I just simply asked
what I'm saying is how they got it. No, but how they got there was the U.S. and Britain and all these other countries were supporting them being there.
No, I didn't ask how they got there. I asked what are Americans' interest? What is America's interest in the Middle East?
America's interest in the Middle East.
What it always is.
I mean,
power and oil. That's what it's for. They want it. It's all about oil. When they went into Iraq, they said Iraq is the third largest producer of oil in the world.
So, okay, real quick, you cited oil. I'm with you. Now, can someone else cite another American interest in the Middle East? And let's just see how this pans out.
A strategic military outpost.
Against who?
Everybody over there. Where we talk.
But real talk. But really,
wait. Whether you're talking about the Arabs, their culture, and their political agendas, whether you're talking about to the north of that, whether you're talking about India, whether you're talking about, you know better than I do, Smash, because you're more, you're more capable of talking about all the different countries and cultures in that region.
But we're not disagreeing. I was just about to ask you.
I'm just pointing out that the United States, just like, okay, let me put it like this: when they were doing the westward movement, and they had a frontier, and behind the frontier was the United States. In front of the frontier was the indigenous people that was here. So what did they do? They sent out outposts. They put out forts out there in the middle of those territories so they could know what's going on out there, and so they could regulate what was going out there militarily. What for me, in my mind's eye, Israel is a similar as being a fort out there in that region, because you got the Muslim culture and empires, or former empires and countries, and they have different different interests than the United States.
I think we've just been sold that. Like, I don't disagree, but I just think we've been sold that a lot. I think it boils down to dominating the Islamic world. And I never heard nobody just say it so frank like that. The interest that they are tied to as Christians in a Jewish nation is to make sure they prevail in all world occurrences over Muslim and Islamic nations.
I agree.
African nations.
Yeah, but you could be Muslim or Christian and be African. So you know what I mean? Like, you're right. You're right, James. But still, it will fall under the Muslim line, because the Christian nations, they're gonna try to say
that's just the indoctrination. But like I said, Smash, you got to look at the chronology of this whole situation. That Balfour Agreement, followed by the building of that Suez Canal, and then followed by the need to protect it once they built it, because the French and the Great British, they funded it. Matter of fact, once Nasser, once he winded up trying to take it back, they threatened to cut the funding on the Aswan Dam, because that was another project that they were helping them build, and then Russia had to come in and help them finish building that dam, because they did that with the Suez. They can't trust them. You see what I'm saying? They know that they're not the same people. They Arabs. So anytime we just think about how much money they getting coming through that Suez. This ain't just religious. They use that as a reasoning why they put them there. But this is really political, geopolitical, and economical as well. I think that that's more so what the reason is why they placed them there. You got to look at that, man. I'm telling you, that's exactly the reason. If you just want to simplify this, just look at that Suez Canal and why they got placed.
They speak the claims to that land that don't even got nothing to do with no canals. When Netanyahu was speaking, he be talking about Joshua murdering.
Yeah, that's just what they use.
I'm saying, so if they are citing that themselves, then you can't just throw it out like they do.
Well, I mean, you can't throw it out but we know. I'm just talking about what we know. We know that that's not really a real thing. So we know that it is.
They believe in that.
Yeah,
they're not just saying that. Oh. They're serious about that. They're not joking.
So you think that they don't know real history? Hold up, slow down.
Nah, they don't, bro.
You think that they really believe that? They don't know real. So y'all think that we the only ones that know real history?
Not only us, but listen, all these fools believe the Bible. Even people watching this show. People watching this show think we crazy right now for saying like the Bible ain't real.
But I ain't talking about just the regular lay person. I'm talking about these people that's higher up in real power.
They believe that.
No, they believe it. They were raised on it the same way we was raised on things that we believe. They definitely believe it. You don't think they believe that?
I don't think Netanyahu believed none of that. What he talking about?
Oh, you don't think that he believed God got them entitled to that land?
I don't believe that. I don't believe Netanyahu believed none of that.
Man, he does believe that.
And I'll tell you why.
Wait. Before you tell us why, what was your answer? Yes or no?
I said no, they don't.
I couldn't hear you. I couldn't. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, they not only do they don't believe it, they know better. They know better. Because you got to think back. Just think back before they established Israel. After World War II, where they were saying they needed a homeland, because these people have been dispersed for a long time. And they barely connected. The only thing they basically connected, some of them, is the religion. But they were dispersed all over the place. So one of the places they were talking about making a homeland was where?
Uganda.
Thank you. So if they say God gave them Israel, what the hell are they talking about?
No, y'all not being fair. Why did they settle on Palestine? See, other nations, real quick, though, why I can't get a word out? Look, nations offered them other places to go, but they wanted Palestine. They offered them place in Uganda. They said, we don't want that. We want Palestine.
Okay. It's fine. These people know that they got a made up fairy tale that they can use for the common folk, the unsophisticated thinking folk. And like you said, that who want to hold on to these religious ideals. That's fine.
I can agree with that.
Those people go wherever their leaders tell them to go. But there was a break within the Jewish hierarchy before World War II broke out. And I forgot, you're gonna maybe have to go bring up this research for you guys about these guys. You heard about the programs and all of that, right? Where they would run them out of different countries and have these discriminatory practices against these people. And so at a certain point, one of the guys said, listen, the dude that came up with the Zionist movement. So you got a Zionist movement. They're going to say, God gave us this and he's moving from that. And that's how he sways his people. Then there's the other guys that were just the actual political people was trying to get a place where they could defend and develop without get run out of places every couple of 100 years. And so that's why they were looking at in Uganda and other places. But the reason why they got settled in Israel is because they had the backing of the West to go in there. And the only reason they were able to do that is because of what they had done to the Arabs prior to the ending of the war. Before that, they couldn't they couldn't do that because those Muslims, they was in control of that whole thing, that whole area that we're discussing now. So what I'm saying
is the Ottomans. The Ottomans was
the Ottoman Empire.
So what they made with that Balfour Agreement, what they did was they made a deal with the king, with the chiefdoms of the territories. You know,
yes.
like, and then what they did, they helped them get the Ottomans up out of there, and they promised them that land, and they backdoored them and gave it to the the so-called Israelis so that they could protect that. I don't understand what's going on.
Well, they gotta have, because they knew they were looking to the future. They knew that they were gonna. The countries the West had been industrialized, and they knew those resources that they needed to continue with that development. They didn't have it anywhere.
But in the Balfour Declaration, they state specifically that they looking for a land for the Jews.
Well, they put that in there. That's for the popular, uneducated, salt of the earth people. That's for the grassroots. But that's not what's going on with the leadership and the powers that be. These international powers, these historical powers. You know, it's funny, you know, you're talking about Christianity a minute ago. You know that most Christians don't realize that there was more than one Christianity, that they had the Ethiopian Christianity, they had the Italian Christianity, and they had the Ottoman Christianity, and they still exist.
But what you would like me to believe is that either of the sects that you mentioned don't believe what they believe is really true. And you know Christians right here in the black community believe that Jesus gonna part the skies, bro. Not only, like, they think he gonna part the clouds and come back. So not only the terrestrial things about a land being yours, they believe the more super things, like God coming back on a horse and stuff.
Yes.
Listen, them Hebrew Israelites say Jesus gonna come back with 250 million, pardon my language, niggas to rescue us. I heard Captain Safari say that. I swear, Brother Brad. He said that. They asked him that. He said yes. He said that.
So I feel you. Those who don't believe it knows that it is a useful ruse or whatever that they can pull over and stand behind that. And there's a lot of people probably doing that. But to discount the people who actually believe it, when we all possibly have family members in our lineage that believed that Jesus was going to save their life.
I'm not arguing that. I wouldn't argue that with you.
Okay, now, but we know that that's just for the regular population of the people that they indoctrinate to keep them in control. But we know that the people that's mostly in charge, these people are Freemasons. They know real history.
No, you assume a conspiracy of, you know, higher knowledge at higher ranks, especially when it comes to like something theological. We know that conspiracy often to be true, but you can't just assume it and place it like, okay, any preacher who got high up into the ranks of preaching, now he don't believe it no more. Now he is high up, so he know the secrets. That's kind of like...
No, I'm not talking about a preacher. I'm talking about people that's higher people that's not in some type of orthodoxy or something like that. I'm talking about like people that's in military generals, people that's presidents, stuff like that.
Well, real quick, the difference between Israel and America in regard to your comment is that church and state is not separated in Israel. So you could be a rabbi general. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that has to be, like, they teach you Joshua in school. They teach Israelite children that how Joshua killed up all the people at about 5 when they singing Father Abraham to us, you know what I'm saying? And so
that's true.
If it's all connected over there, it's kind of hard to separate it. You could be a pastor and wind up to be a military general.
Yeah, but you know, like I said, it's the indoctrination, and I wouldn't, you know, we can't deny the indoctrination that was done to us. But at some point in time, you have to think that these people knew, like, they just wasn't building Washington monuments and didn't know nothing. You know what I'm saying? They know. You know what I'm saying? I'm just
so, but what you're saying, James, is this. We all agree that when there is the knowledgeable is always the least, not the masses.
Mm-hmm.
The masses ain't the knowledgeable. It's these few people who really know the truth. But we can't assume that those are always the ones in power. You know what I'm saying? Like the one in power could be dumb as bricks like Trump. Like, you know what I'm saying? We can't assume that Trump know all the arcane stuff
right.
know.
Yeah. I definitely wouldn't put him in that category.
But they got their own Trumps. Netanyahu was one of their Trumps. You know what I'm saying? To where, okay, he in power, but he probably do and he probably don't know. And he probably really think he fighting for some shit. For real.
Right. So you saying these people that they put, these are just basically figureheads and puppets is what you're saying. That's what I think as well too. But
I could
like somebody like a Trump, like somebody that whoever's backing him, funding these people, these are the people that's really in power.
Well, I wasn't really saying that, but I agree with you, James, that some of them might just be tokens. But we don't know how corruption works in Israel, how the inner workings of their government work as opposed to ours. They say, hasn't he been like ruling for hella long? What they do, dictators or some shit? Like, I don't know what they even do over there. Do they do elections?
They supposedly do. I think it's every 6 years though. It's not every 4.
I like to make a contribution on this.
Go right ahead.
Yeah. A narrative, a story is the easiest way to gather people and to move them in any particular direction once they grab a hold of that narrative, that story, and identify with it. Because the main function of the majority of the population on the earth, regardless of where it is food, clothing, and shelter. I think everybody can agree on that. Now, once you get those things secure, and there are families and groups of people that have that stuff well beyond established, they're the elites. Those people are always jockeying for power. Power. And power is the ability, like Wade Noble say, is to define reality and have other people operate as if it's their own. Okay? So you said the people believe that God's cracking the earth and they gave them that land. That's fine. Somebody gave them that story. And that story has worked well for those people for some time. And it got adjusted, it got changed a little bit, and that's where the Christianity come from. And then they use that to do what? To move the masses of people. And that story has even overtaken the traditional historic stories that we had of our own on the continent, the motherland, till this day. And the biggest problem you're going to have in organizing the people is not because of the borders or the languages, it's because they have moved away from their traditional orientations towards the divine that was African, and they picked up this same story, this Christian story that's based on this Israeli story, and the people on the top don't believe none of it. All they're trying to do is create power, maintain power, and get more power.
Can I really back up what you were saying just now, Brother Flack?
You got the floor.
I want to ask you this question for the whole panel. We make it seem as if, as a traditional African people, we have to give up our spirituality to be something else. And there's nothing in our spirituality that says we cannot be traditional and respect Islam or Christianity or anything else. So why are we thinking we have to drop our tradition in order to be Christian when our tradition doesn't tell us that we have to?
I think it's other traditions that we come into that tell us we have to drop our old tradition. Like you.
But ours doesn't tell us that.
Yeah, I know. But if you're coming into something new and it's telling you get rid of that old thing, if you're going the direction of the new thing, you're going to adhere to what it says. Like Christianity tell people don't deal with no pagan religions. And so if they're striving to be a good Christian, then they might try to follow the rules of Christianity. That's all I can say for that. I don't know. You know,
man, you hit that.
But how new is
that was a Hank Aaron answer. Straight home run and knocked it right out the parks, man. Yeah, that's what I would have said. Yeah, just think about this, Joy. Who closed down the Egyptian temples? Why would they close down? Who did that?
Well, these radical pagan cultist Christians who were not well established at the time as a religion. Christianity was a cult too, and people need to recognize that. It wasn't always what it is now. They was fighting amongst themselves to figure it out, so they were still a cult when they were doing it. They weren't established.
Well, you're saying that, but they didn't all. First of all, everybody was pagan before the Hebrews and the Christians. Everybody was pagan, and on the globe,
Christians were pagan too.
We should.
Okay. So that includes everybody,
yeah,
right?
Brother Flag is right. We shouldn't even deal with things as pagan because that's coming from a Eurocentric perspective. It only meant the people who didn't get, the people who lived in the countryside who didn't get to learn what they were worshiping in the inner city, basically.
Yeah, and so everybody had their deities, and everybody respected everybody else's deities, and to a certain point in history. You're talking about who tore down the temples and defaced the temples. Nobody did until after the Ptolemaic period, because what happened when the Greeks, or you help me here, Smash, because when the Greeks and the Romans took over, they saw the superiority of that civilization. So what did they do? They integrated themselves in it. They became the Pharaoh, correct? It wasn't until the Muslims and the Christians came and said, we have to tear this stuff down because it's an offense to our deity. But prior to that time, nobody did that shit. Am I right or wrong?
You're right.
That's true.
Okay, so I'm just trying to help us get a broader reference when we're looking at this stuff that's happening right now. Why is it always happening right there, right there? Why is the focus always there? They told us the most evil man in the history of the world is Adolf Hitler. He killed 2 million white people. 2 million white people. Leopold in the Congo killed 20 million Africans. And then we don't even know, our people don't even know his name or what he did. Why is that? Because that's power. That's power. They to focus our attention and gave us this colonized history and their picture of what reality is, what history is. And that's why I'm so grateful to have found Smash in this page, because it just enlivens my heart. The teaching I was watching you guys this morning, man, and I'm learning. And you said something very important, Smash, that I've been saying for over 25 years. That one of the main things that for Africans to get out of this mess that we're in, we have to go back to the basics. And the basic is learning how to read and write. Read and write what? Read and write Medu Neter, the divine writings of our ancestors that lasted for 3,000 years. Nobody can touch that. And until we realize that and see the value in that, we're going to sit here and have these conversations and look at this shit and decide and wonder if somebody's going to get drafted and have to go over there and be a part of that, or lose a friend or relative over there, or the shit gets closer over here. Because the shit, until we get it in our heads and in our hearts and we connect those two things, that's the only way we're going to get back where we belong, at the head of the table of humanity as the elders on the planet. And we don't use that. And we're not going to get there by bombing people and killing people. We're going to get there through intelligence and a spiritual connected with what has been and shall be again.
What the hell's on fire? That's crazy.
I ain't got much time, man. I ain't got much time to be here. And I don't
feel you, Brother Flag. They don't be understanding that time is valuable. You know what I'm saying? And I feel your energy on that.
Yeah, man.
I'm trying to be plain.
I almost said, the man almost made me say amen and hallelujah just now, you know.
You can say, that's fine.
Yeah, Brother Flag, I swear.
Thank you. But see, I need it because sometimes I
feel,
you know,
boom.
Man, come
all
on.
I was missing was a moon. Do a raw. That's all you have to say. And then just tap that off.
Yeah, I wonder, Samir, I wonder how long it's gonna take us to get more information on this situation.
By tonight, we're gonna hear.
I want to know what they projecting that they was shooting, what was hit. This is happening at nighttime. So when is daytime gonna happen? You know what I'm saying?
By tonight, by tonight it's gonna be their daytime.
Yeah, we need to see what's really happening.
And you know what the cold-blooded state.
It don't look like nothing stopping them either from what I just said.
It's only 1 or 2 getting hit. It'd be like every 5 get through.
They shooting at some fields or something like that.
Yeah, they shooting at
why they ain't hitting none of this stuff over in
military strategic targets. They're not trying to kill civilians. They're not.
Okay, word.
They're not trying to be like the devil.
Yeah, they ain't trying to be like them. Okay, I feel.
Look at all them missiles.
You know what I'm saying? I'm confused. Though.
Look, one of them about to get taken out. One just got taken out. You can see it. 2 got taken out. You can see when they get taken out. The other one's still coming, man. That's still coming, bro.
You know, these people got an endless supply of missiles then.
You know, there was a World War II general, Smedley, and he said, war is a racket. He said, war is a racket. And I'm like, what? And I'm looking at it right now. See every one of those dots in the sky? How much do each one of them things cost? I don't know what the number
5,000,
100,000, whatever it costs. Where did they come from? Somebody made them, and somebody sold them to somebody. And they want those things to be what? Exploded. So they have to get some more. So we can make what? Some more money. It's a racket. It's a racket.
And see what's crazy about that type of thinking and talking? Like, if we were smart, we would be investing off in something militarily.
I mean,
see what I'm saying?
So
what does that make you when you invest off in a Halliburton or something like that? You know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute. It's too many folds to that conversation. To go back to what Joey was talking about, I presume your we is black people, correct? Or incorrect?
Or what?
When you said we, James, need to be invested in the military or something, you was talking about black people?
Yeah, I'm talking about anybody that has money. Like, I mean, we, as in me, you, Brother Flag, if we was messed up in the head, we would go invest our money off into these military companies that's making money.
Well, what do you mean if we was messed up in the head? You mean like average American?
Anybody. I don't think that.
Oh, so you mean investing on the stock market?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that morally I could do that. If I know that that's what they're going to do.
I'm just trying to get clear what you putting out there. I wanted to get it clear. You mean invest on the stock market?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. If we was, we was messed up in the head, we would go invest in the stock market.
Well, why you gotta be messed up in the head, though?
Because
I think
what they're doing with this is immoral.
So what? What Brother Flag just said is true. The majority of shit in capitalism is immoral. Interest is immoral.
Yes. They don't charge themselves interest.
And it's unbiblical.
But they charge us interest.
Yeah, I know.
It's un-Jewish. But they still do.
So that's what I'm saying. You just have to do morally conscious and good things for your level of consciousness to make yourself feel good, right? But ultimately, a person who don't feel the same way as you ain't necessarily, because if you don't got the same convictions you got, basically good and evil is relative. Israel think they good, and Palestine and Hamas think they good. They both think they fighting for good. And so, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to just be rambling on.
Are they wrong?
Rambling? No,
are they wrong though?
You get into a good point right there. He brought it to the point, and you expanded on it there, Smash. You said the good and the evil of it, and I need you to help me out here, Smash, because in my reading of the Meta-Netres and I understand that in Kemetic culture there is no good and evil as such.
Mm-hmm.
There's only appropriate and inappropriate actions in relationship to the development of the whole.
Well,
would you agree or disagree? Can you help me with
our
that?
best reflections of good and evil in that sense would be it's just what's in my head. It would be order and chaos.
Yes. But chaos cannot be related as evil or referred to as evil, because out of chaos comes what?
Well,
order.
That's certain people.
Out of chaos comes order.
That wasn't the ancient Egyptians who said that, though.
Okay.
That was like some Greeks, some Romans who said that.
Indians, the Hindus.
Or whoever, yeah. I mean, because you can look at that statement negatively, like out of chaos comes order, like as they want to spawn chaos so that they can set up their own orders. I mean, but not to go too far off on a tangent on that, you're correct that it's not appropriate to call Isfet evil, and so the best way they defined it is as chaos. Chaos ain't necessarily evil, but no one seems to need chaos in their life in order to live a peaceful life. Or, so.
Okay. Well, you said you don't want to go no further, but I have one more
question. Go right ahead. I just didn't want to mess it up. Yeah, I didn't want to mess it up. But go ahead.
Because I'm thinking about the principles of duality. So in order to have order, you have to have Isfet. In order to have up, you have to have down, right, left, etc., etc., etc. So it's just a makeup of the principles of the universe.
They're like night and day.
Yes.
So about the
I'm asking you from the Kemetic cosmological, theological, historiological, whatever logical answer you can come up with.
I wouldn't say that I heard anything incorrect. The closest thing that we found to a translation, even though it don't fit, it's just the closest thing we could find to evil. I would say no, they did not have the concept, as we call it, of good and evil. Because if we go through the stories of all of the Netrons, they don't only do benevolent things that would be considered good. They also do some messed up stuff that you'd be like, what's that all about? I don't know if I'm answering the question correctly, but that's about what I have to give on it.
Yeah. Well, thank you, man, because it's not often I have an opportunity to talk to anyone on the subject that has the level of acumen in regards to the subject as yourself and this panel. So I'm really grateful.
About that part, people know a lot. I mean, there are some who study that part a lot more than me, and I might come up short with some of my replies, but I don't think we was intended to say Isfet is good now. Somebody asked that in the chat, but we was trying to say that it's not a direct correlation to evil. Just like a Netra isn't a direct correlation to a god. You know what I'm saying? It's one of the closest things we could find to it, but saying that it's good and evil is Isfet and Ma'at. Nah, because Ma'at have to kill. Ma'at make men have to kill. Now, is that good or bad?
That's justice.
Was balance.
That's interesting.
That's justice. That's how you
look. I said that's interesting. That's the answer.
Balance. You can't.
It depends on what you're killing for.
See, there we go with the relativity of good and evil. Yeah. What you killing for is simply your definition of what justifies you saying it's good to you or bad.
Well, I think they have parameters in the laws of Ma'at that let you know when is justified.
So let me pose a question to the panel since we understand. Right?
I mean, Smash, you know better than
Ma'at is contradictory, and I don't want people to take that as a negative statement. Ma'at, you're supposed to confess that you have not killed anyone, but you need to kill certain things in order to maintain Ma'at.
Killing and murder. Killing and murder, two different things.
Yeah, there you go. There you go, Brother Flag. Give us that wisdom. You feel me? To kill and to murder is two different things.
So let me pose a question to the panel. We know that in our estimation, war is not a good thing, right? We would all say that in modern terms. So why is it that the ancient Semitic people decided it was necessary to have war? What was their motivation for having war?
I just told you, putting down, instilling ma'at, making sure ma'at prevails throughout the land. Ma'at being truth, order, reciprocity, and all of these things. And then let's just focus on order in this regard to make sure that it was order in the land. Yes. And so go ahead.
But does that sound like a religiously fanatical kind of statement as opposed to just simply saying, I mean, does that sound too religious?
Well, it was definitely religious because just like we speak about Israel, church and state wasn't separated. So in order to get the order of their nation, they still relied on religious principles like ma'at. If they would have separated it, then they just would have been like, it's the Pharaoh's job to do the law and maintain order. Nevertheless, the goal that they wanted to accomplish was the same.
Yes, it's just a civilization. It's just all of the things you need to have a civilization.
But back on war. See, there's wars and then there's wars. You know, my studies of African culture in different places and different time periods, there are different ways that they wage wars. For example, prior to the advent of the European, there was never no genocides going on. There was never no battles where tens of thousands of people were murdered or slaughtered. But they did have wars when your clan would come up on one side of the hill and my clan would come up on the other side of the hill, and we sit up there and shake our fingers and at each other. And then at a certain point we say, okay, well, we're going to fight. And who fought? Your hero, your champion. I sent my champion down, you send your champion down. And then we watch them battle it out. And that's what's one level of war. And that's the kind of war that civilized human beings aspiring to be divine conducted themselves. It was not necessary to have these wars that we're familiar with and have been indoctrinated with through media and through this educational system as such. So when we talk about conscious raising, and the brother said it was somebody's mind is messed up or whatever, right. When your mind is not aligned with eternity, past and future, you'll be discombobulated and do all kind of insane behaviors. And that's what war is. It's insane behaviors conducted by the powerful as a racket to maintain control and generate more material wealth for themselves.
Well, that's crazy, Brother Flag, because you know that in Egyptian history, they was cutting off hands and thousands of them.
Right. That's not true. That's not true.
Well, what do you mean it's not true?
Africans would never mutilate bodies. They don't believe in that.
After war, they did cut off what was they cutting off? An ear? They was cutting off something? What do you mean?
No. You see?
Did they do that while they were alive, or did they do it after
they killed them?
They didn't do that.
Okay,
they didn't do that.
Wait, well, how you going to prove your count of your body count? You got to bring something back.
But that's savage.
He said they didn't do it.
Africans don't believe in mutilating a body.
You're out of control.
What y'all talking about? I missed it.
What we're talking about is in war, we seen the Egyptian steles and stuff like that, where they were actually killing people, right?
Hell yeah.
And then after they killed them, they would cut off a hand or something to count the spoils of war. That's what they did, didn't it?
Yeah, they definitely did. That's I can show you that easy. I read that with
They would cut off hands?
Of course. Like, I don't know. We be having this romanticism.
Are you serious?
Yes.
I want to see that in the text.
All right, you know how to read the glyphs? I don't know if you're gonna be able to read this. It's above your level. But I'm gonna pull it up.
You You could read it. So I
no,
just
but you could begin to try. The only way you're gonna learn is if you start, and then what I show you is gonna make you be able to be on that level. But I wouldn't have said it if I didn't know it to be true. So when I put this text up, you're gonna see
I
what
just thought that to be metaphorical.
You're gonna see what I mean. Yeah, it don't mean that you can't. It's just like you doing hella good, but you wouldn't know some of these terms.
That's crazy.
So, well, what was the point?
I think that we have to. I'm sorry for interrupting.
Go ahead.
I think it does a disservice to African culture and spirituality to over romanticize. Not saying that that's what you're doing, but it kind of sort of sounds like it. Because if you just look at West and Central African spirituality, or the Orisha, such as like Ogun, he was described as violent. In many ways, the Netters and even the Orisha, or anywhere you look in the cosmogram across the entire continent of Africa, one thing you'll notice that they have in common is that they're very human. They have human emotions, they do human things, and they don't purport to be anything other. A lot of them being based off of people that may or may not have lived, like Shango, who's purported to be extremely violent and possibly killed 3 of his own brothers to ascend the throne. If the story is interpreted many ways and is open to interpretation, but that was my interpretation of the story of him burning his 3 brothers. Africans are humans just like everybody else, and humans are always going to do things that humans do for power, especially when it revolves around resources. But it doesn't make them any less divine or any less great. It's just humans.
I agree with you when you said, with everything you said, except the point when you said Africans are human just like anybody else. Africans are what human is, and everybody else is aspiring to that or not aspiring to that, or trying to drag the African back down into something less than.
But I don't, that's just I'm not trying to minimalize anything you're saying. I want to address it appropriately. That seems to be a personal philosophy.
Absolutely it is.
Oh, that's fine then. Like,
is it all right if I share it?
Yeah, heck yeah. Okay. I ain't mad at that. Yeah.
Well, let me say this from the onset. I'm a race first man. I'm Garveyite. I'm African 100%. I'm anti-American, even though I'm a citizen, a landlord, a veteran, and all of that shit. But I'm a revolutionary. I'm a revolutionary, and I would die a revolutionary because of what I've experienced and what I study and what I know. And I know sometimes I don't do a good job at articulating it in a manner in which some people can filter through they say that I'm an emotional person. Absolutely, I'm an emotional person.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, well, people don't like emotional people too much because you spark somebody else's emotion, and then we're not sophisticated enough to deal with that a lot of times. It's only that's why we have to have certain groups to do that. But
what I'm listening to, you don't seem emotional. You seem passionate, and even though passion is an emotion, I think that we take the two things and we kind of conflate the two sometimes.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then I know, and I'm very keenly aware, and more, is that my language, my understanding of language, when I'm reading in the news on these news streams, and I'm seeing that these people, they don't even edit and do the spelling, and I'm seeing it everywhere how the language is being is going down instead of going up, and because that's another way they keep people in confusion or keep information.
Social media,
and
social media is doing that,
just intergenerationally. Trying to talk to my kids sometimes. Well, I don't have kids, but when I like if I try to pick up one of your phrases and I say, well, pause, and they go, hey, look at daddy, because I use it incorrectly as far as their uses. I'll just now pause means stop.
You don't even know how to use it, but don't even do that, Brother Flag. I mean, let's stick to our era of vocabulary. We'll be okay. Sometimes they laugh at the old things that we say too. You know what I'm saying? They like, what does that mean? I find that's funny too. You know what I mean?
I just wanted to put that out there and let you guys know, man, because I really appreciate you guys and putting in the time that you're doing, because man, there's just so many other distractions out there. to stop to having conversations like this or looking at this thing, even though we looked at it and the discussion, we keep it we keep it at a level where we're all learning something. We're all getting nourished. We're getting intellectual insights and knowledge is uplifting, and it's so rare. And so I just can't praise it enough.
I wonder what we're gonna do about this project 2025. Like when is somebody gonna delve into that?
Man, we gonna do that next. But Trump, Trump won on my page last night when I put up a poll, man.
I'm disappointed. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't, man, hold up. The proof is in the pudding. We're going to see what's going to happen in November. So, but I mean, I understand your concern, but to me, based on, like Brother Flag said, like once you get to learning this type of history that we kind of delved into, it's like I understand that we don't have a fight in the, a horse in the race. And I understand that we haven't done anything that's on our own agenda that we need to be doing. When we gonna start doing the things that was left on our plate? Because the OAAU is still things that we haven't even accomplished yet. And nobody even knows about it, talks about it, or even understand what we need to do. Until we get that step taken care of, we're not going nowhere.
Nah, I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm doing something with the the Organization for African Unity currency.
Yeah, the groundwork.
But when you keep no. But when we and that's what we speak too often. We say we're not doing this and we're not doing that. No, don't say that. Say I don't know of, or does
it's not in the public enough. Excuse me, Brother Flag. Right. We haven't pushed it in a public spirit enough for us to even be aware of it. When we keep it on the back burner.
What is it? I don't even know what it is.
See what I'm saying? Like I said, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Elder Brother Flag. We don't even know that it was an agenda already put out there that one of our greatest got killed for.
Yeah. Well, we're still fighting. I'm still fighting the fight to get
Man, y'all must think I'm like a coon or something.
Nah, no, Smash. That ain't what we saying, bro. We just having a conversation about stuff that we looking at this.
No, I know y'all don't think that, but what if I don't agree with that type of stuff?
Don't agree. Let's hear come on.
Now wait. So you saying that you don't agree that you want your people to be not?
No, I'm not saying I don't agree with a plan that I've never heard. Okay. What I'm saying is the majority of quote unquote plans that were laid out specifically and only for one people inside of America, I ain't never seen no evidence, particularly for us, of it. Besides civil rights and the ones that was done the way that you supposed to do it, I ain't seen none of them work.
Well, when you kill the leader of the plan, that killed the whole thing that was supposed to happen.
Nah, plans ain't supposed to work like that. See,
I know, and that's what I'm talking about.
You could kill Steve Jobs and Apple keep running, right?
Okay, and that's what Dr. Clark is quoted as saying. When you write down a plan, if the leader dies on page 12, you pick up the plan on page 13. We haven't done that.
Yes, we have.
Okay, so what schools do we have that we teaching this type of information that we have right now? Identify like something like that on a national scale.
We got the association.
That's a good question.
We got the Association for the Study of Classical African Civilizations.
Where's it located at?
It's global. We have.
You're talking about ASCAP, right?
Yes. We have.
Okay, but is it a school that can teach us from pre-K to 12th grade a curriculum independent of what we've been indoctrinated with?
Well,
we know math and reading, math and English reading is universal, so we can get that out the way.
That's part of the charge of what ASCAC does. We have curriculum. We've established over in the last 25 years.
Hold on, I got it.
Many community college, community, they're not called colleges. Suzette, I gotta call my wife in here. Schools, man, and develop curriculums for over the last 25 years. One of the most famous ones and had the largest impact was the that it was used in Oregon, and it's called the Portland Baseline Essays. And then this was a curriculum developed by a group of professors and doctors. One was Asian, one was Mexican. I think they had 2 black and white, and then so they came up with a whole revolutionary idea, way of teaching those subjects. And they, for example, history. They would take a time period, say 1492. And then they would say, okay, in 1492, what happened? Okay, Columbus sailed the ocean blue. So now we know about that. So how did what he did affect the people that he came in contact? So yes, you have the person from the Mexicans or the indigenous people here talk about how it affected them. Then you have the Africans say how that had affected the relationship with Africa, with Europe, and then so that thing, and they got it. They had it. There, Google it, the Portland Baseline Essay. That's just one example. But yes, we're continually doing that. But what you forget about is we're in a war. We're in a war with the system of white supremacy, racism. And it's like the board. Anytime you get a victory or make an impression over here, it comes around and it redevelops it and it goes on. So it never stops. And that's what happened to us, my generation. When it took them, we wasn't even allowed to schools in 1954, right? And they want to desegregate the schools. When did the schools get desegregated? They ain't desegregated yet. But we used that movement to kick down some doors at the colleges. We got in African studies, Africana studies, Black studies, and other kinds of studies in these colleges, and we got affirmative action. Affirmative action was even 6 months old before some fool came in there, Bach, whatever that dude's name is, and sued and stopped and slowed down the movement of that thing that we had created through struggle. So we're continually doing, but just because we get these victories don't mean these people are not making adjustments to kind of act our victory. So when you come along 2 generations later, you look at it and say, what y'all been doing? Besides low riding and riding Harley Davidsons and partying, because that's what it looks like on the surface. But it's not until you get in. But you still have Black people in socialist organizations. You have Black people in communist organizations. You have people in revolutionary organizations, and they're interacting in the U.S. and on the continent for sure. For sure. These things are going on. And what you're doing is no small thing. I'm always bringing what I learned from you guys and telling them about you guys to the other people I'm in association with. So they don't say all our young people are lost and our young people won't listen. And I'm saying, no, don't say that. It's not true. Well, they say that because why? They're not able to spend time with you guys like I am. You're saying that because you're not coming to the meetings. You're not supporting these because, like Smash said, you don't even know they exist. But they're out there and they're going to continue to be out there. Because we're going to fight, we're going to win. We're going to win this thing. It's in the stars. It's written in the stars.
Charles, can I ask you a question, Brother Flag?
Go ahead.
What can you define what winning this thing looks like?
What winning this thing looks like?
It's a great question.
It's when my people, first and foremost, and then however it affects the rest of people, but my people, African people, Africans born in Africa, Africans born in the Americas and all over the globe, recognize who their ancestors were, what contributions they made to the development of world civilizations, and those shortfalls as well, so we don't repeat them. And we honored them with monuments, with revisiting the things that they taught, and building upon those and reorientating ourselves towards what they orientated themselves towards, which was the cosmos. Why is South and Kemet up? Why? Then you tell me. See, that's proper orientation. That's what I know we're winning. When we get back in our right mind, we get back in the correct orientation based on scientific analysis and support.
Excuse me, y'all. How y'all doing, though, by the way? How's everybody doing?
What's up, Logic?
I'm chilling, man. So Mr. Flag, you said when you're saying like all black people globally are like have a Egyptian centric ideology? Is that's because it's not everything else that you said, it sounds like we're able to kind of do that already. But what did you say about Kemet?
I'm saying first, one of the first things that's going to have to be done is Kemet has to be set back where it belongs. And that's our compass, our model. That's where we get our directions and our orientation from as Africa, as ascendants from Africa. Until we do that, we're going to be bouncing off the walls. I didn't say Egypt. I said Kemet.
So why would it need to be Kemet?
Because Kemet is the first, highest, and longest continuous civilization that existed in the history of humankind.
I mean, does that mean it's the best?
You tell me. You tell me.
I think those are two different conversations. I'm trying to. So what I'm honestly trying to get to, right? Like, so what are you saying that Kemet could possibly offer us that West Africa couldn't offer us? When you're talking about an African, I guess, centric worldview. I don't have a better word that I could use there. I'm not, and I really don't even want to use that one. But as far as developing an idea or an ideology for Black people to see the world through, why would you say, what could we get out of Kemet that we couldn't get from other areas in Africa?
I couldn't answer that question.
Well, hold on. Let me answer. Hold on.
You couldn't answer that?
I'll answer.
I don't. And the reason why I say I couldn't answer that question, because I'm not a well enough verse on all of what the rest of the continent has to offer, because it offered many things. I consider Ghana my home. West Africa, Ghana. I love Ghana. When I first got there and I saw people, I saw, damn, I thought that was my father right there. Ghana. So on that level, but you has to be about what it would look like for us to be at the head of the human family again. What would that look like? And I said, when everybody started focusing on what only the elites, the Washington, D.C. was laid out as a copy of what?
It's a copy of Greece and Rome.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there's no democracy in Kemet. Kemet isn't a democracy. We're a democracy.
Slow down. Washington, D.C. If you can Google or get the book, Washington on the Potomac by Tony Browder, or you can even just go on the internet or go on YouTube and look at it. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, there ain't no such thing as Greek and Roman democracy. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. It don't exist. It never has. Okay. So does that help you?
I mean, then why does academia say it was born in Rome?
Academia said that we was 3/5 of a human being. So what?
You mean like 50 years ago?
How old am I? How old are you?
No, academia doesn't say that we were 3/5 of a human being. What they were doing. What they were doing is that
the scientific, what is that? Eugenics said we were less than human beings. That was a scientific. Okay. That's a scientific. They studied in the academy to keep us ignorant.
I got you. I don't want to get hung up on that particular point.
We kind of say the 3/5 thing, and we don't really use it in the tribal context. It wasn't saying that we were 3/5 of a person. What What it is that when you elected officials are determined by population, how many you can have representing a state or area or region. So what happened was when the South had the slaves, the South wanted to count the slaves as a population to have more elected officials like on Congress or maybe House. I'm not sure specifically which one. I'd have to go back and look. And then, so the compromise, the 3/5 compromise was that, okay, out of 3 out of every 5 slaves, we can count that as a person that you can have as a representative, either on Congress or the House of Representatives. It's not saying you're specifically 3/5 of a person.
So when Smash asked you that great question about what does a win look like, right? Everything that you described sounds like stuff that we actually could do right now with no problem, other than have the entire Black, population across the world have an Egypt-centered worldview, right? So what would an Egypt-centered worldview give us today that we don't currently have access to?
I've told you before, I wasn't speaking on an Egyptian-centered anything.
Kemet-centered. Excuse me.
And then if you don't know the distinction that I'm making here, then I probably can't give you a good answer to your question. And as far as the brother, I want to thank you for sharing about the 3/5. You're right. That's a political term that I interjected there, but I thought I could get away with it because the point I was trying to make, because I couldn't pull it out of my head at that particular moment. But the eugenics and the foundation of when they dig up shit over there, when they digging up our ancestors, archaeology, the foundation of all of that was built on Africans, me, you, my ancestors being less than, and they put it in their academics, they put it in their religion, they put it in their politics, and worst of all, they put it in our goddamn hearts. And so that shit gotta go.
I think he's asking why specifically Kemet though.
Kemet, because,
and I think you're saying that because it's the flower of African civilization.
It's much more than that. It's much more than that. It is the crown of human accomplishment on this planet that can be documented. You don't have to go into no trances. You don't have to go to no oracles. You can go and do like this man has been doing, Smash Casual Rockwell has been doing, and others. You can go and get in where you fit in and start picking it up. Let me ask you this. Which way is up? When you're on a globe, how do you determine which way is up? Anybody?
Depends on where you are.
I think it's subjective.
Depends on your orientation. I get what you're saying.
So you're telling me that up is relative to you, correct?
Of course.
Correct.
Okay. Well, let's start with that. I'm an African. Okay? And the oldest history, documentation, and orientation that I know that African had is that South was up. Why? How did they come to that conclusion? Why did they do that? They did that arbitrarily.
By following the mouth of, I think they might have, and this is just pure speculation. They were very logical people. I think they were following the mouth of the river. I mean, they were following the path of the river. So if it leads out into the ocean, that's where the river would end, and that would be south.
No.
Versus, I'm just guessing.
Got it. No, you're on the right track because you're using a logical, scientific approach. And that's what our ancestors did, and it's documented. It's documented in their cosmology. And that's why I have to go bring Smash back here. But
also by that logic, if somebody else's river flowed in a different direction, they may have thought that was north or south. That's just something that's just subjective.
So one thing that we keep confusing is north with up. Apparently, as we see in the illustration that we putting out, north is not always up. And since that it was the Lake Victoria, it comes from a mountain range, the water. So if you look, now think about it. If we thinking in 2D, then you're going to be stuck with cardinal points to answer what is up. But actually up is above your head. And above your head is not north. So think about it. What the ancient Egyptians had a concept of the head, which extended to the cap, which extended to being up. even the head of a university or the head of an organization, it all comes from this same ancient thought. And so then correct, just like all of us, I think, said, the bottom was, but I think you said it invertly, Brandon, because, no, you said it right. You said the mouth was the beginning, but you did not point out how the delta was the bottom. So in a sense of the ancient Egyptian, they thought of it, it would help us to understand it as they thought of the head of their civilization to be south, and again,
No, I think you're right. I think I did say it backwards. I think the mouth actually might be the delta, and then
see, but the delta isn't the mouth though. The delta is the outlet. The mouth normally is where at the beginning, if you think about it, yeah. And then the delta.
What about a high-low perspective, man? What about high-low?
Before we go too far off, what I was trying to get to is that the Nile runs from south to north. And part of it, that's because the highlands are in the south. But on top of that, the globe, the earth is the globe. And where we are, as human beings, we identify with the earth and the water, right? So on a globe that's spinning in space, where would the top of it be? Well, the top is where the land mass is, Antarctica. That's the land.
Good brother.
Yes, sir.
There can't be a top of a sphere unless we just define it as that.
Well, you have a top of a sphere when it's in rotation. You have a top and a bottom.
Okay, so I'm saying that's just because.
Okay, so the Earth is spinning on its axis, and it has a north and a south. The north is where the south is where the land is on that globe. Okay, and on the north of the United States, North Pole, there's only water there. The ice on the top of the Antarctica, there's earth ground from there. There's there. So the Kemet 2 wrote that who was the deity, who was the nature that said, when I emerged from the noon, consciousness became conscious. I am consciousness, and I'm turning up, but I know you know what I'm talking about, Smash. That when I became conscious, consciousness itself became conscious, and I stood on the land, and Ma'at was there. So at the beginning of creation, this deity, consciousness, came out of the noon, out of the water, and stood on the land. And when it did that,
hold up, brother.
Wait a minute, wait. And when it did that,
hold up, man. I can't let you keep going on, though, brother. You done threw us all the way into fiction, though.
You know what I'm talking about, Smash? Yes or no?
I was laughing because of the way James was about to cite it. I wasn't laughing for any other reason. I just want people to know that. Now, let me address that. I've heard that cited by secondary sources, but I have not seen a statement like that in the Metal Nature.
Well, I will bring it. I will go find it and bring it on my next visit to your platform. Go ahead, fellas. Thank you for indulging me. And,
I'm just trying to help, brother.
No, I appreciate it too. I mean, I think, like, man, I look at stuff like the Egyptian caste system, and I see, like, you know, there's large amounts of illiteracy. Like, most of the people really can't read and write, and there's a big gap in the wealth gap between people who actually have money and people who actually don't.
Are you talking about ancient Egypt?
Mm-hmm.
Well, ain't nobody, like, why would you? But I'm just saying, even just give us the benefit of the doubt. No one's striving towards illiteracy in this conversation, right? So even
I said that to try to get what he means by let's return to Kemet.
Well, he's not incorrect with what he's saying. If you want to, we just are in a video where Israel is getting struck by Iran. Both of those nations are going off ancient principles, believe it or not. Iran going off what they believe to be ancient Muslim principles. I don't know if you want to call it ancient. and Israel is going off some ancient principles of Judaism, they think. They spoke. Am I incorrect, at least in saying that?
I agree.
I follow you.
So then,
follow
what
you.
would now, believe it or not, you can convert to Judaism. You could have been from West Africa and say you a Jew, and you could be in Israel right down with this war that they're doing. So essentially, they have a concept and an ideology based on something ancient that they're using in the modern day to establish a nation and to establish power all over the world. Now, there's nothing to say that that could not be done with black people in Kemetology.
But you know,
why specifically
let me ask logical question.
And what would the benefit of that be? Like,
So
I'm trying
yeah,
to figure that out.
We'll
But
answer
okay.
both. We'll try to address both questions how they came in
I don't
order.
want to feel like I'm taking over the mic.
No, you're not.
Go
But
ahead.
Brandon got one in really quick and eloquently. He said, "Why Kemet though?" And specifically Kemet. So if we're talking about referencing back to something ancient, right, and great that black people brought forward, we have the most records, the most abundance in records to even form it into a study. For instance, ancient West Africa has not even been formed into a study in any institution because there's not too much body of work for you to be able to peruse for a whole semester, or even for 4 years to get a degree in that. And now I could have misspoken, and y'all could correct me and say, yes, there is, but I'm only making an example. Y'all get what I mean. The abundance of resource material as it pertains to literate Africans, we find the most abundant in Egypt. And I didn't even go on to say that this is one of the only standing wonders of the world, and it is still in Africa. All of the other wonders of the world could just be hoaxed because we got no evidence of them. But the one that remains is a result of the product of African people, and so that would make it, just like I pointed out, and then I'll surrender the floor, that you can convert to Judaism. You had not really had to have no ties to the area or to Solomon's temple or anything. Well, likewise, even if you say that that ain't us or whatever, well, let's just say some of us converted to Kemetism, right? Because it is it doesn't seem like a bad thing to do, if for the lack of better words.
Can I add on to what you're saying there?
Productive thing to do, though. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Well, I illustrated all the ways I thought it to be productive before I said that. But go right ahead, Alan. Or Brother Flag.
Please call me Brother Flag. Let me get that Alan off of there. I hate that name.
I just looked at the screen.
Call me Baba Triple OG. They call me Elder. They call me Brother Flag. Please, I'll get that Alan out of there.
My bad, but you got the floor.
Okay. No, but what you're saying, these people, even when they came up with their creation myth, the creation of them as a people, where did they center it? Where does it begin, young man?
Doesn't it begin in Ur with Abraham?
Anybody else?
The Noon.
Anybody else?
Which creation myth?
The Jews, the Hebrews.
Oh, you said the Garden of Eden?
Egypt.
Well,
Egypt.
I don't know, but yeah.
How do you come to that conclusion, though, Brother Flag?
I don't know about that one.
I'm out there on left field, huh?
Nah. The Garden of Eden wasn't in Egypt, Brother Flag.
I didn't say the Garden of Eden was in Egypt.
Well, you said their creation story, right? What's their creation story? It's Adam and Eve.
That's the prelim. But when they start talking about what happening, when they became a people, yeah, they talk about making the deal with that deity, Yahweh, Jehovah, whichever one they want to call it. But when they talk of themselves as a people, they're talking about them going into Egypt 400 years, getting civilized or coming out rich. coming out rich. But why is it Egypt? This is my question.
No.
Why is it Egypt? Because even back in that time, when they came up to, when they centered this story, Egypt was still the epitome, the height of human achievement.
They didn't come out rich though.
Oh yes, it did.
This is our fiction, though. Hold on, let me.
No. According to the story.
Yeah, we going according to the fictional story, James.
Yes.
Yeah, but hold on. I want to ask.
They came out and wandered. You got to remember, they wandered for all that time, 40 years. They was broke in the wilderness. They wasn't rich.
No. They came out of Egypt loaded down with gold and jewelry.
No, you want to know how much? You want to know how that's not true? Because when they made the golden calf, they had to go get everybody little earrings, and the amount of the whole nation's earrings was this small ass calf. Now, if they had hella gold, then it would have been a big ass calf. I'm just saying though.
But how big was it though?
Hey, I got 5 Bibles right behind me. I'll go pull up the African Heritage Study Bible. And
you're right. I ain't gonna fight on the Bible. You're right.
Let me see if I can answer.
But no, they can't. Okay. But the point,
if I can answer Logic's question, so I guess because I don't think he's satisfied with the answers he's been getting. Right?
But why Egypt?
Yeah, why do we adhere to trying to make Egypt a standard of our historical model? So, first of all, you'd have to ask, like, who is the smartest or who was the brightest of your people as far as historians? Who do you look to in your people as far as honesty and being historians of your people? Who would you name, Logic, as far as the great historians of Africa or any type of history? Before I'm talking about your people, I'm not talking about just anybody. Who do you identify?
Thurgood Marshall.
Oh, that's wild.
As a historian, bro.
I mean, he wanted to know who the best and the brightest white think is.
Did you hear me? I said historian.
I ain't hear historian part. No,
okay, yeah. So let's deal with this historian.
I don't know.
Okay, so that means okay, so bam, so that's where therein lies the problem, right?
Why would it be a problem?
Because you don't even know who the greatest African historians who may have went and looked up did vigorous studies to find out where Africans should start their history at.
Yeah, I happen to think that since that you would choose a historian over Thurgood Marshall to be a problem to me.
Yeah, because we're talking about history right now.
Yeah, we're talking.
Go ahead, finish what you're saying. You're trying to like stage it. You're trying to like stage it and just ask the question.
Because I want to know where you at, right?
Right, and I told you I would prefer Thurgood Marshall over historian. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, but see, we're talking about history. You asking us why are we looking to Egypt to start our history, and I'm asking you, who do you even know why we looking at Egypt in the first place? So you don't even know why.
Tell me,
because I'm telling you, because I don't even know where you at, but you just told me you don't even know. So based on what we are looking at, we're looking at African historians that have already delved through history for us, and we do, and not just going on their word. They ask us to look behind their work and look at the history and look for ourselves. But based on what they found, Egypt was the oldest African civilization that we could adhere to, which predates the indoctrination of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam.
Well, let's stop right there. Can anybody disagree with that real quick? That Egypt is the oldest African civilization that we could refer to predating the history of Christianity and Islam?
I would like to preface it by saying that we know of so far. I think that the overemphasis of Kemet and Egypt is due to proximity to Greece and Rome. And
it's based on text.
Over fascination with it.
It's based on writing.
And I feel like that's also the reason why West and Central Africa, or even South Africa for that matter, is to study the same capacity. You could also make the argument because they have the monument sitting there, but we can't act like the walls of Benin wasn't knocked down maybe 200 years ago. And they said that was larger than the Great Wall of China. So it's I don't know, man. I think that you can't miss anywhere you throw the dart on the African continent. I kind of can understand or live with the statement that maybe the flower or crown jewel of African civilization, or what we might think of as the pinnacle, but we don't know enough about the other civilizations to fully make that statement, because what they left behind isn't fully found, or they're not even fully known. So
Yeah, but
know.
you are making a point, but just for the sense of this conversation, that means that we can. It's better that we go off what we do have than what we don't have. We know that in the future we may find other more prevalent civilizations, but right now, after they've done the digging, and obviously they put their researchers in certain areas, like you said, but the most abundant things that we do have to research about our ancestry, our past, is in Egypt. Black people, whatever category of black people you so-called prescribe to. And I'm going to just end by saying we don't got writings from these other areas.
And whatever comes before writing is called prehistory. Exactly. So I just wanted, just what you said, Smash, I want to make it so this brother can't wiggle out of it again. Kemet is the longest continuous documented high culture in human history. Can you agree with that, my dear brother?
I do agree with that.
Thank you. So that's why I put it as primary. I put it as central. And that's how I answered Smash and said, what would it look like for me to know that the Africans were coming back to their place, their proper place at the head of the human family? Because we have that documentation to pull from. Now, if we find something more, that's fantastic. Because in the writings of the Kemetu, it says in the teachings of Ptahhotep, the limits of knowledge are never obtained. And that's why we should talk to what? The ignorant and the wise. And we should always be humble with the knowledge that we do have. So if you want to go and look in Benin, if you want to go to Mali and West Africa, I encourage it, outstanding. But I also need you to help us in our defense of Kemet as an African culture. It must be defended and heralded as an African, as a, dare I say, black.
Now, with that being said, I'm under the impression that on a larger stage, like, you know, when people, you know, we're talking about people who are more educated on the subjects than I am, I feel like they do that. They do say it is an African civilization. They may not go as far as to call it a black civilization for other reasons, you know, that they will consider problematic, but they do agree that it's an African civilization. That they do defend its Africanness.
That's not always true.
For the most part, and you can't discount the fact that it's been a struggle to get there.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not like it's just
it has been a struggle to get there. I'm not discounting that.
Let me finish. It's also not like it's just there, and those intentions of people who might have not have been so truthful or you know, honest in their approach. That doesn't mean that they just disappear, right? And also, who's saying that people should adopt Kemet at the expense of any other part of Africa? I don't think anybody that pointed us in that direction towards Kemet ever said that, yeah, you need to take up Kemet and, you know, don't study Ghana and don't study, you know, Senegal or anywhere else. On the contrary, a lot of these places have traditions which go way back, and my bad.
You're right. You go ahead.
You know, which go way back and speak to Kemet. So you know, I think that validates our position.
Not only that, let me just add real quick, Elijah. Not only that, but if you look over the African continent from south to east to west to north, and you pick out the finest African scholars who rest in Gambia and Senegal and what have you, they will tell you to focus on Kemet. Sheikh Anta Diop was from West Africa. What don't you know about that? Sheikh Anta Diop was from West Africa. Senegalese.
I happen.
The man
I guess I'm under the impression that
the
there's.
man is talking about Thurgood Marshall right now.
But that's okay. Thurgood Marshall was a historian. He was the master of law, and all law is based on what? On precedent. What is precedent? The thing that came before. That's history.
But we're not.
I kind of feel like there's no such thing as no head of the human family, and I think you can learn from a lot of different situations. But that's
hold on, y'all don't want to hear this. Y'all don't want to hear this. Do y'all see it? Do y'all see it or not? I don't know if y'all see it. Y'all don't see it.
No, we don't see nothing.
Hold on, I'm gonna show y'all. I think he bumping his gums right now. We need to see what he said. Hold on.
Today, more than ever, the forces of light in the world must unite and act together against the dark regime of Ayatollahs, which is the source of terror and evil in our region. They must stand with Israel. The choice has never been clearer between tyranny and freedom, between a blessing and a curse. And now, at the eve of the Jewish New Year, I say to you, citizens of Israel, Israel is on a momentum, and the axis of evil is regressing. We will do everything we can in order to continue this trend to achieve all the goals of the war. First and foremost, to bring back all of our hostages and ensure our existence in the future. A safe and happy New Year.
How that's gonna bring back the hostages? Get rid of him. All right, I had to stop because that was breaking news.
What he just said was an appeal to emotion. Like he used phrases like
light and dark,
of evil,
and light and dark.
Yeah, but even just using the phrase axis of evil would make someone go back to Nazi Germany and the axis of evil between Germany, Italy, Japan. That's weird to use that comment. I'm just not weird as propaganda.
Yeah, they be using that term a lot, or that phrase a lot, talking about between Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, and Iran, that's an axis of evil. But I don't like none of that propaganda terminology, bro.
But they're relating it to their own history. That's why they use that terminology. But would you ask his brother? I want the brother to say he don't believe that there's a head of the human family. I'd like to hear him speak on that a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I'm coming from a place, not even a place, right? I absolutely had the mind frame, and I still have the mind frame. I had the mind frame of I would call it a black supremacist. I still have the mind frame of I believe in, empowering the black community. And I feel like this is a good space where people are also interested in it too. So I said that before I give you my my answer to that question, because I think it's important. But I think that they've already solved that puzzle, or at least put a barrier out there for no particular group of people to claim some sort of genetic superiority. I don't think that that's a concept that you can get very far with, right? In reality, I don't think that there's any real basis for it. Or
not talking about superiority. We didn't say superior. Said
how else would you become head of the human family without being superior?
By being first. My father is the head of my family because he came before me. He's first. He gets primacy. That don't mean he's smarter than me, stronger than me, wiser than me, or anything than me. He's just before me because he came first.
So it also doesn't mean he's better either, right? Just to clarify.
Would you agree that I made a rational, logical statement?
When
you did.
Okay, I want to apply
that.
Hold on.
I want to apply that. I think what you said was kind of like slick a little bit, because what you said was get back to being the divine. You use the phrase divine specifically, and then you later on use the term head. Yeah, then you use the term head of the human family.
Yeah.
I kind of understand what the other guy's saying about, because I think when it comes to ancient Africa, we had time and environment on our side to be able to do the things that we did. Because if you just follow like a genome map and see how other can't think of the phrase right now, but how other genetic groups came to be and how they, I guess, mutated, we just had time on our side. That doesn't necessarily just mean that we were just better or more divine or anything.
You make my point. We had the time because what? Because we're here first. as human beings.
Yeah, no, but that doesn't make
That's
you
my
like
point.
that wouldn't make us the head or more
You
divine
said
or
I
anything
got
like that.
slick. You
But
said
that does mean that there's significant models in that history, though. And just
No,
because
it doesn't.
we're in.
Things get better over time.
But that doesn't mean that everything is
That's
better
a
over
faulty
time.
premise
It doesn't
to
mean
try to build off of it,
but
though.
you're assuming that everything about modernity is positive, and that's not the case.
I didn't say that either.
No, that's not assuming that everything. Wait, no, that's not assuming that. That's almost what he alluded to a little bit, because people
No,
later on
I'm
invented
not. I'm not
gunpowder
saying.
and
I'm
other
not
things.
saying. Yeah, I'm not saying everything is better, but
He's saying that there's nothing useful in the past, pretty much.
Who said that?
I didn't say that either.
Who said
I'm not
that?
making those sweeping statements.
So what are you saying then?
I'm saying that you
What
can
are
learn
you
from
saying?
all of it, yo. I'm saying it's all useful. I'm not. Look, you're trying to
So we agree
pin
then.
me into an argument.
No.
Right? Whereas,
You are the one that came out and said that Kemet as a historical reference, or people should only be focused on Ghana or something like that. Isn't that what
no,
you?
I didn't say that either.
No. Nobody said. Me and him both asked the question, why specifically choose Kemet? And I only just asked just out of curiosity.
Okay, so now let me jump in. So
because I'll tell you my area of interest.
Hold on, Brandon. Based on my answer of trying to get a understanding. Okay, so I asked Logic that question, and he said that when I asked Logic the question about going back through people that came before us, that's the brightest as far as like going back and finding history for African people, who would he identify? He said Thurgood Marshall. So let me ask you the same question. If you were to, if you're kind of like somebody that's really trying to look for your history, what references would you use as far as an African historian that you think that may have done a sufficient job?
I mean, why so much? Why so much
Hold up,
on
I'm
this
not talking to you.
African historian?
Hold up, Logic. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Brendan right now, because both of you had the question. So let me see what he.
Honestly.
So who do you adhere to as far as like maybe somebody that you can trust the way maybe was trying to get the corrective history for African people?
I think it's the challenge is that when you focus on Kemet, you have to look. You're going to look towards more African-centered or African scholars.
So okay, so
but
a person
outside of
correct. Hold up, someone that has the correct history is African-centered.
No, I'm not saying that they necessarily have a correct history, but that would be someone that you would assume or hope is being unbiased. Mm-hmm. I understand the historical racism when it comes to the African continent, but when I want to learn about Kemet, I come to Smash's channel.
Well, no, I'm not talking about Smash right now. Hold on, Brendan. I'm asking you, outside of Smash, who do you look to to understand African history? Do you have anybody that you could name?
I mean, you can go to Shankat the Joke, Theophile Banga. There's a lot of them that you can go to. Some of the people that Smash with, I cannot remember the lady's name. Hold on, it's slipping my tongue.
Okay, so now, if you know of these people, where do they start their history at? What are they advising, or what are they adhere to starting their history at? Check out the Diop and Theophilo Bank.
Ancient Kemet?
But they had a specific reason why they were fighting that fight, though.
No.
I'm not saying that we all should
did that for no reason, basically.
No. I said a specific reason.
Okay,
because they were battling archaeological and historic racism that was completely removing us from having any type of significant achievements towards the advancement of humanity.
Okay, yeah, they were. Okay. So before they did that, hold on. Before they did that, who was claiming that Egypt was theirs?
Arab
folks. White folks.
See, hold on. Let's just walk them through this. So, because they act like they don't know. So before Sheikh Diop came into the picture, Europeans and Arabs or whatever, non-Africans was claiming that as theirs. Then Diop come in, they looked over European textbooks, yes. Dr. Clark, Dr. Ben, these are people that's older than, that's what they did. Yes. When we got out of slavery, when they wouldn't let us read a book, these people were looking for our history before we even got on the planet. They looked and they already did a lot of research. Yes, we can refine what they found and maybe find something new based on genetics. But for the most part, the groundwork on the history of civilization has been rewritten through African lenses because it was the corrective history. Not because that's what they wanted to do. They looked at what Europeans were saying. They said, hold on, this is in Africa. Hold on, the pictures on the wall look like black people. Hold on, there's no way in the world the Europeans could have been in Africa at 5000 BCE. None of this makes sense.
The cold-blooded,
right? In the African origins of civilization exhibit.
Why are y'all fighting corrective when Africans come in to correct the racism that's been on? If y'all are African people.
So, but I'm saying if they corrected it, what y'all fighting for? Yeah, what are y'all fighting for if they already corrected it?
We're fighting for the corrective history to be known throughout our people and the masses instead of.
But I thought you just said they corrected it already.
No, okay. So what is your
grandma?
Just like I said
earlier.
Do your grandmama go to church?
It's conflated in academia, but I think what Smash does helps the layman like myself understand. I think there's a difference between the two. And I think what Smash is doing is very important to what y'all are doing. Like me personally, my area of interest is African American history as well as West and Central African history. At the moment, I'm currently primarily focusing on Central African history. But like I said, when I want to learn Kemetic history, or I come to Smash it.
Now, hold up, Brandon.
On my
Why
own,
can't all of that be encompassed together? But you have to do it from a chronological perspective. What is the oldest, and then you walk what? Because West Africa don't have no history that we can date before Kemet. So you do your history in a chronological order. You can't start from Africa. You can start from Africa, but it should end you up in Kemet. You understand that? Either you
I agree with
forward,
that, but this is the problem that I have.
Back, but it's still going to lead you there, right?
The problem that I have, I think that we should go back. I think the average person should go backwards. I have relatives that can tell. Hold on, wait. I have relatives that, no matter how surface level they are about the Bible, they can tell me about the Bible. There's people in our community that can tell us about Kemet, but most of us don't know anything about the last 400 years we spent in this country, or 500 years we spent in this country. And even less of us know what we did before we got off those slave ships. But a lot of us can reference Kemet. And that's not a bad thing at all. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that there's some space and room for all of it.
It's a great
That's why,
point,
again, my area of focus is West and Central Africa, specifically Central Africa at the moment.
Yeah, I have a question for Brandon. I guess the brother's name is Logic. And then I'll have a follow-up question. My first question is, do you identify as an African man?
Yeah, of course. I'm African.
Yeah, not of course, because I had questions from your questions. I had questions. Because some people said, I hear people lately give you a whole lot of things, and then the most popular thing I'm hearing lately, I'm American. I was like, okay, fine. So I'm asking you the same thing, Logic. You identify as an African man?
I don't.
Thank you. So that helps a little bit. So let me just say this. I was born in 1951. I'm going to try to make this short as condensed as I can. And I was raised in a Christian household. And everybody around is in the whole community. Everybody's Christian of different sorts. We're holiness. Okay. So the civil rights struggle was going on. And on the news every night was them dogs and them water hoses and these racists and governors and talking about But all the time, my family was teaching me, boy, don't worry about that. Get your education. That's something a white man can't take from you. So to work on that, and and God's going to make the way. Right. So Martin Luther King said, by the time I got to high school, stayed out of trouble, fighting everybody because I was moving to all these new neighborhoods all the time. I'm always a new guy. Okay. But then in the 10th or 11th grade, I got introduced to 100 years of lynching before the Mayflower and a peculiar institution. Up until that time, there were no classes in the Los Angeles Unified School District that taught Black, colored, Negro, or African history of any kind. Are you following me? So these are my formative years I'm trying to be good. But now remember, at the same time, we got the emergence of the Black Panther Party. We got the US organization. We got the Community Alert Patrol and Watts to stop the police from beating on everybody. Okay, we got these things happening. And then who are the foot soldiers they trying to bring in? High school and college students. And so I got confronted. I said, I'm an individual. I can't get caught up in that stuff. I'm trying to go to college. And the sister told me, she said, Alan, when those redneck Peckerwood crackers come and want to burn up this bus that we're on, like they did to the Freedom Riders, do you think that they're going to say, hold up, let Alan, that good Negro, get off the bus while we get the rest of them? That was my changing of my orientation. And I realized that I can no longer identify as an individual only or a Christian only, that I was Black. And the shit was happening, the Black people in Mississippi and had been happening before, is going to be happening and it's going to happen to me. So I got to do so with the rest of the brothers, all right? So I had to study, and I studied those 3 books. But for one, so don't say that nobody studied what happened within the last 400 years, because I have. I'm one that has. And I know
I didn't say no one. I said I said
okay, brother. Okay, you didn't say no one, but you made this
Yeah.
statement. You know what I'm talking about. We don't have to do that. Okay?
Yeah. No, a majority of us don't know what
Oh
happened the
my
last
God.
400 years.
Have you taken the
That's-
survey? Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
If you ask the majority of kids, adults, about any African American history, what they're going to tell you is what he just said: Thurgood Marshall, Martin Luther King,
I'm gonna let you be the
Malcolm
authority.
X,
I'm gonna
Rosa Parks.
I'm gonna let you to be the authority on that. And I'm gonna continue with your story because it
I
has
remember I have a daughter that's 10 years old. I remember when she was in the 2nd grade, they were teaching about Lewis and Clark. And and this was during the pandemic, so I kind of hijacked her class and the teacher got mad at me for it. And I introduced the brother that went along with them that had it not been for them, they would have died. And the only mention that you normally get is a Sacagawea, and his name escapes my mind at the moment. And even after he helped them survive and he swam from island to island when they got to a certain area, his master Clark wouldn't free him. This is just things that aren't taught in school. Like, no one knows. There's a statue of this man in Kentucky. I have to Google him. I can't think of his name off the top of my head. But the average person don't know. When you ask them, they're going to say Martin Luther King, what he just said, Thurgood Marshall, Rosa Parks, and you might get Harriet Tubman. The average person doesn't know.
And
No more than the average.
Okay, let me
and
say.
there's a reason for that.
Yeah,
There's
but we
a
already know about.
There's a reason why they don't know, Brandon, and it's called
Because the average person-
warfare. It's called
Because the average person doesn't have.
My dear
because
brother.
the average person, I think, because the average person doesn't have an interest in it, and so you have to find more intriguing
But
ways
you're
to make that person.
socialized not to have an interest in it, my dear brother.
Yeah, that's part of it because you need finances to do a lot of stuff.
No,
Well, you know, here in America, we can actually go to the people who control our curriculum if that's what the specific thing that we're having an issue with, right? If it's the curriculum, there's a governing body that's responsible for it. It's not the school board necessarily.
In fact, there were votes.
I'm not saying
They're trying to take certain parts of African American history out of the school books now in certain states. So
correct.
So we gotta be.
Okay.
We can't play
So
ourselves.
do you know which politician is responsible for the ability to press the button?
For the one in my
Well,
state,
then it's usually somebody that's been.
in. He voted to keep it out. So
It's usually
when it comes
somebody
to
that
just
was voted
walking
in
up
by
to
the
them and trying to vote, that's not the case. But the real
Right, so
issue is
if you
this.
elect a mayor,
Hold up.
okay, I thought you was
because
finished.
the real issue is this. When it comes to African history, most of the newer children, this is why Martin Luther King told you, I fear I've integrated my people into a burning house, is because you be thinking that other cultures are your friend. And right now, they're really not. And so right now you're experiencing things like people getting shot by the police officer And y'all still over there. Oh no, see, it's not everybody. No, there's a problem culturally because cultures have chosen to identify themselves as cultures instead of just human beings all around. Now, if you have an issue with African culture on East, West, North, or South, you need to fix yourself because you're broken. These are the things that we had to experience in the 90s. Our brother had to experience later, and things you guys did not have to experience as you get older when it comes to discrimination, when it comes to who you are. Do you not realize there's a whole Arab culture right now mad at you just for saying that we're the ancient Egyptians, where you could pull up afros in their actual
Wait, hold on, wait. You're not talking to me, are you?
You're painting a narrative, bro.
I agree with y'all.
There is no weapon of fight discrimination.
Curiosity.
If not, it's not for you. But if
you
you
can't
feel this way on any
discrimination.
topic, this is the case. When it comes to ancient Congo, and we talk about Mpungu, and so our brother is studying Central Africa. That's okay if he studies Central Africa. We want him to. But if anybody, while you running around talking about I'm a Hebrew out of Africa, you running around talking about Muslim out of Africa, you running around talking about I'm a Christian out of Africa, and you're not looking at one of your natural spiritual systems, or you're not looking at the world as an African through African eyes, then you're probably selling out, or you probably have an issue with your culture, and you need to check yourself and fix yourself.
Right. See, that's where I get to thinking that y'all talking outside of reality right there, right? Because none of them African cultures got us off that. No amount of African spirituality gonna end
Didn't they just
racism.
have 3 of the highest IQs in Africa?
You are not about to end racism with African spirituality, bro.
We're not trying to
You
end
just can't
racism.
tell me
We
that.
need you
We was just talking about discrimination. You are not about to fix the curriculum with African spirituality. I'll let you finish talking, bro.
Didn't he just tell us to go to
Are you making it chaotic? I'll let you finish talking.
Put it in. Didn't he just tell us that? Go ahead.
Hold on, one at a time.
Where's the monitor? The brother was talking about how to get the curriculum changed. Do you realize that the books in all of I know in the Western region of the United States are dictated about what they do in Texas? Do you understand the effect that has on our educational system?
I'm not neglecting the fact that they have problems in society.
No, that's not
I'm
my
suggesting
question.
that African spirituality
brother,
is not the solution.
I asked you a question and then you go to that. But answer the question first. Do you understand?
I am aware. Yes, I actually do know that. Yep, I do.
That they determine what books goes into our school system, right? Are you there?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think. Go ahead. Finish.
So ergo. So my question is, yes, we have to put in all this extra effort to get what everybody gets. That what the people in power make sure we don't get. We have to fight for that, and so that has you questioning the rationality of all of these brothers here who have put in time and energy trying to Sankofa, trying to reach back and fetch that, not something magical or mystical, but something that is documented and can be questioned and examined by any and everybody. And you being well, you said you weren't
irrational.
That's what he said. You know what you said, brother?
I say irrational.
What did I say?
He said we wasn't dealing with reality. That's what the man said.
No, I'm saying his statement wasn't dealing with reality because he mentioned something about discrimination, and then he mentioned something about spirituality as if it were the solution to discrimination.
That's how you know he messed that up, because I didn't mention spirituality as the issue for discrimination. I said you're being discriminated against. You need to get involved with your own. And so you messed that up so bad, you thought I was saying spirituality will fix this. No, other people have different ethics and they look at you differently. We don't have to run around as racist, but we need to be racially involved with who we are as a culture, or you won't economically climb, You won't mentally succeed, and you will be spiritually debunked, and you will be scientifically behind because you'll be dictated to. So when you say that, I mean, your statement was the only thing that kind of left reality, because it sounds dumb that you wouldn't be involved in these things knowing that there's a war on your culture and you just because of your color. So you sound weird if you tell me.
That sound weird to you, like you sound weird to me.
No, but you sound
I know,
weird to
because
me
one of
as
us
well.
is sold out and one of us is with the culture. So you need to know the difference.
What I sell out on? Egypt? Nigga, I sell out on Egypt 10 times out of 10, bro. Guaranteed.
Egypt, you could be Congo, you could be North,
yeah,
South,
I'll sell out
West
on Egypt.
African,
If that
all
make
of
me
them.
a sellout, I'm a sellout, bro.
But
Well,
what
you're
you're talking
sellout.
about is
End of
Hebrew.
story. Let's
And
move
Hebrew
on.
is involved with the war right now, and you ain't over there fighting for it, but that's supposedly your land and your people. Why you ain't over there fighting for Hebrews right now? He gonna tell me because they Russian Ashkenazi and that's not him. And so this is why we think you a sellout. You
Wait,
mixed
who's
up.
Hebrew? I think I'm missing something.
You mixed up. Like Logic, you've been like this for years. And we've had these
I
conversations.
have never claimed to be a Hebrew, and he calling me the one that's mixed up.
You ain't never claimed to be
Crazy.
a Hebrew?
Never.
You know I still got some of them hangout conversations, right?
Never. I was never
Logic,
on
I got a
Hangout.
question.
I ain't
I got
even
a
been
question
around
for
that
you.
long. You got me confused with somebody.
Yeah, it might be another
What makes you
Logic.
think? What makes you think that the whole point of this is to end racism?
Exactly.
Why did he mention discrimination?
I don't know
Why
why he mentioned it.
why does white supremacy?
You have to ask
Hold
him
up,
that.
let me answer the question. Why does white
You need to
supremacy
get
and
in-
revolutionaryism come up in the conversation?
Because you need to get involved with your culture
in a
in order to
war,
make yourself
if we're
succeed.
in a war and in a fight against what?
You're fighting
If not racism and discrimination.
You're fighting against cultural discrimination.
as
Didn't I
revolutionary
just
as
say
it can
it's a
be,
whole
I
Arab
doubt that.
culture mad at you for saying you a black Egyptian? Why are they mad at you for saying that, knowing that they go to those walls every day? I just came back. They was like, you look just like the originals, but they mad because somebody made a statement saying that the ancient Egyptians were black. What they mad about?
Well, the first people want to know what we're fighting against. And we're fighting against the system of white supremacy racism. And it's a system that operates in every area of human activity. And it's contaminated our ability to think as rational people and connect culturally and mentally to our ancestors and the land of the birth of our ancestors in the way that the rest of humanity does. So it makes us sound crazy and attach ourselves to shit that they
think the
got
rest of
nothing to
humanity
do with
doesn't
us.
either.
Right. So I understand what you're saying, Brother Flags. That's what you asked to be called. But the real question is, so how does this African spirituality, African centeredness, how does that help us fight systemic racism? Is the question.
Brother,
That's been the second question that I asked the very first time.
Go ahead, finish.
We're religious leaders, brother.
I did not
let him finish.
Spirituality. I did not mention spirituality. Don't mix the stuff up and then bring it back as if that's what I said. That's not what I said. That's not what most of the
conversation. But I remember you saying that.
He's still talking about my statement. But
hold on, let me say something. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. So we got 11 people on the panel, so it's a lot of people. So we may talk over each other. So let's try to at least keep one at a time speaking. So at least it'll be the audio won't be so messed up.
I just want to say one thing real quick. 80% of the civil, and this is not a real number, but I'm saying a large majority of the leaders of the civil rights movement were religious leaders. And I don't think most of the people who are talking about Kemet, at least on this panel, are talking about it even from a religious standpoint. They might be talking about it from a cultural standpoint. Yes. And even if they are, how is that an impairment to combating racism for you, Logic? And
I didn't.
I'm still not understanding why.
You done? I'll answer you if you finish.
Man.
Yeah. So I never called it an impediment. I'm just simply asking how. I feel like their cultural circumstances are far different from our social circumstances, and I don't see necessarily where the two mesh as far as a a solution for a large group of people who also have complex social problems. So that's what I'm saying. I never said it was an issue. I never said it was something bad. I just keep asking, how does it help?
Well, let me
I
ask
mean,
you this.
obviously, it's organizing people. It's organizing people right now in real time. You've been on this panel several times before.
Let me
look, everybody keeps talking over and over.
Let me just say something real quick. From my experience, I've seen this tradition unify people over several continents, over several different traditions coming from Africa itself. So I don't see how it would be an impediment.
And then that's a good statement. And now let me add to that.
Go ahead.
Let me add to that statement. I want to say, for the brothers on the panel, just take 1 second in your mind and remember, we went through so many years, hundreds of years of cultural
terrorism.
No, not terrorism. Actual deprivation, where we could even speak words like unkulu, pikati, Zulu, bonga, things from the African. We didn't went through so much trauma and generations of people that can't even say the word creator in their indigenous tongue. They can say it in everybody outside of African tongue, Allah, Jehovah, but they can't even say one word in their mother tongue. So keep all that tragic psychological impact, psychological meaning your breathing apparatus, for when you even make a statement from your breath. Because you sound dumb when you can't even say your African word.
I think it's a little more nuanced. I think it's a little nuanced than that. Because by your logic, people in Mexico aren't speaking their native tongue either.
Yes, they are. I've been locked up with so many. All they do is read in the Waffle.
A lot of them speak.
You must be on the West Coast.
No, they definitely
I'm in LA.
On the East and
that's
West.
on the West Coast.
A lot of them speak Spanish.
I saw how they were trying to demonize them for doing that. I thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, you already know. Yeah,
but I don't like the concept. But I think it's a little more nuanced what happened to us than we just weren't allowed to do it, because we had to be. You have multiple ethnic groups being enslaved together that couldn't communicate. Yeah, we weren't to a degree.
They would actually beat you over that, and they would also kill you over that. Remember, African religions were banned from America for a while. It took a while for you to be able to worship the way that you want to worship.
That's right.
And ours in particular had a law. No, ours in particular had a law against it. So you couldn't even be that. You had to be Christian only, or there was going to be a problem. So if you look to those who were in the Book of Negroes, for instance, those who, like when Garvey moved over to England for religious freedoms and what have you, this is the reasons why. The other thing is that our brother keeps asking, why? What does it do? What does it do? Economically, it's going to empower you. How do you think Mexico is getting so strong when they come over here? Chicano dollars is soaring right now. Why? Because they're doing business here and they're doing business at home. Cartels are washing money through the trucking business. Different stuff is happening. Think if you did business with Africa, where over there you're a millionaire, you're dollar strong, and you brought that over here. You do production over there, you get it done over here. It'd be no different than Alibaba. You need Ali Africa, but you're not thinking like that.
There's nothing stopping you from doing business with Africa right now.
I do it now, and that's why
you. So I mean, there's nothing stopping you from doing it. That's what I'm saying.
Slow down. What you don't understand?
So why would you ask that question, Logic, if you knew the answer?
Actually, I would say that business
because you don't need African
is
logic
very
to do business
difficult
with Africa.
compared to doing business in Europe, and for the same historical reasons, that is just as hard to get some of the history in the schools that we want them to get in, because we have to contend with racism. We have to contend with the remnants of the slave trade, and that's all over the Black world.
Hold on, watch this. How many of us on the panel know about what I just put on the screen?
Oh yeah.
How many of y'all know about this? Let me see. Logic,
and I know Elder Flag though.
Yeah, hold on. Let me ask Logic, does he know about this? And Brendan?
Oh, you.
Do you know about it?
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yes.
Yeah, I learned about it. I actually learned about it from you posting it last time on the channel.
Wow.
Yeah.
And that's connected to the OAU.
Yes. So this is the agenda that for African people. Like, we are really doing a disservice to what's already the foundational things that's been laid that we need to address, right? So let's look through what the basic unity program was, and let's just go through these 5 basic things, and I want y'all to read this and tell me how many of these have we accomplished.
Oh, that's what we just mentioned.
That's good, smart. That's very
how many of these, just 5 little things have we accomplished right now? You don't even know about it. That's one problem.
Yeah, read it.
Wait. So I think y'all are me. So Logic is asking y'all how, and all I asked y'all was why. I agree with y'all basically on everything. I just wanted to know why specifically Kemet.
Okay, now this
not specifically.
Kemet is simply part of African tradition, bro.
And you notice whatever you put on screen, you don't say Kemet. But let's go. I'm listening.
Let me
He would ask you this: why would you specifically say Israel?
Matter about Africans.
Let me answer the question. Okay, Brendan, like, basically,
I'm not a Hebrew.
You know about the misinformation that's been provided to our people. Most of our people are indoctrinated with a history that does not start with Kemet. Would you agree? Where does the history that they indoctrinated our people with, where does it start at?
The history that they indoctrinated our people with?
Most of our people believe that it starts with the Adam and Eve concept, and then it starts out with Christianity. Would you agree?
Middle Eastern, yeah.
What is the percentage of African Americans?
That's not unique. That's not unique to us, though. That's a global.
So what? But hold on.
He keeps doing that.
Hold on. But no. We don't care. We don't care.
He does that every time. I've been
beginning
to think that this brother's not here for the elevation of the conversation. He's here to be a disruptor. I'm hip to these type of people. I've experienced.
I'm not here to be.
Well, why do you keep doing it? Why do you keep
exposing them, Elder Flag?
You keep coming back with the but
that's the first time
you keep doing that. Stop doing that, brother, so we can continue to feed one another. Stop it.
Wait, hold on, whoa. That's the first time I said that.
Oh my God.
Let it be
That's
the last.
The first time I've said that.
Let's move past that.
We on the same side of the argument. I just want to know why.
Okay, Brendan. So now,
James, start reading them. I want to hear.
Let's move past that. Okay. So what we're gonna do, we just look at these 5 points and let's see what have we accomplished within this particular time frame. Now, this was created by my brother Malcolm X and a conglomerate of our people that's not just entertainers dealing with the religious aspect. This is Malcolm, after he gets kicked out of or gets expelled or leaves the Nation of Islam, and he gets his influence from others outside of that.
Dr. John Henry Clark and
Dr. Clark, yeah.
But hold up, please, James, 1 second. Let me ask you the personal question so that the panel can hear it. We always hear the Arabic El Hajj Malik. We hear Malcolm. What was his Niger Pan Omo? What was it?
I don't know his.
And that's bad for all of us. That's
Omo
Wale. Yes, sir.
So
go ahead, James.
So now we have to understand this from a historical context. When Malcolm is murdered, he's only 39 years old.
Yep.
Right. So let's just let that sink in. But at the time that after he leaves, he gets in contact with Dr. Clark, and we all know, based on what we know of Dr. Clark, and it'd be great if Brother Reggie would join as well, that Dr. Clark was a great friend of his, and you know what Dr. Clark is telling, right? So we could just only imagine what the conversations were. You can listen to A Great and Mighty Walk to listen to Dr. Clark.
Can I add to that right there? Go
ahead.
Dr. Clark said that Malcolm had a cabinet of non-Nation of Islam scholars and associates that always plied him with information when he was going to these universities to do these lectures and these debates and these television shows. He said, so yes, he had a whole brain trust sitting with him who were not Muslim at all, but they were supporting the brother in the struggle because he was doing such an excellent job, and they wanted to make sure that he had all the ammunition. He said, Dr. Clark said Malcolm X would go in there to a debate. He said, "I've watched." I'm trying to quote it. He said, "I watched Malcolm go into the university and sit before one of those scholars, one of those PhDs, and rip him to shreds after only doing a purview over the notes that we gave him on the way over there." That's
yeah. So these are the type of people that should be inspiring to people that's of African American descent, especially African men, right? Yep. These are the warriors from an intellectual standpoint that figured out that we're going to have to reorientate ourselves from a mental state to even be able to begin to fight. So let's just read. I'm going to read this real quick so we can get past this. But this is the Organization of Afro-American Unity, which we can change it to African American, because that's the term that we use today. And linguistics evolution always happens. So either which way. So let's just use this. So the Organization of Afro-American Unity, the OAAU, was a Pan-Africanist organization, right? Founded by Malcolm X in 1964. The OAAU was modeled on the Organization of African Unity, which had impressed Malcolm X during his visit to Africa in April and May of 1964. The purpose of the OAAU was to fight for the human rights of African Americans and promote corporations among Africans, cooperation amongst Africans and people of African descent. So let me stop right there. See what I'm saying? This is all Dr. Clarke hipping this young brother on to what's really going on. You are only as strong as you are connected to your nation. You only 40 million here in this country. If you go connect with the people that's a billion, then you got 140 billion on your side. You never disconnect from your homeland. Only an idiot would do that.
Yep.
You understand?
You see how you bring out all the big words and shit when you think you're saying something.
Don't forget the
about an hour ago.
I'm using big words.
I'm calling them big words because it make me want to say some big words too. When you say people idiots, it make me want to use big words too.
I'm just saying. I'm not talking to you.
Be more respectful. Let's be more.
So really about an hour ago when Smash said, man, the country don't do that. They don't make policies for one specific group of people. You ain't call him an idiot, but you just make this wide sweeping statement that would encompass.
Hold up, let me mute you. I'm gonna either have to kick you off the panel.
Kick me out, bro. You do it all the time,
because I'm not even talking to you. So what? Hit dogs holler. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to anyone that would disassociate. If they Chinese, Asian, Europeans don't do it. You don't disassociate yourself from your homeland. I'm saying that anybody that does that would be a fool, not you. Do you understand what I'm saying?
And just to silver back on what James said, it's another 80 million under us in South America, Brazil. So 80 and 40 is 120 on this side.
See what I'm saying? So we're looking at this.
People don't vote up here.
We talking about Africans. You need to break out. We're talking about being Africans right now. You ain't computing what we're talking about right now. Okay, let me excuse me.
Please. I'm gonna have to be with the brother on this one and ask that you nuance, use more nuanced language, because in 1964 I was 13 and I was a Negro. I was a Negro because that was on my birth certificate, and that's what our community identified as. And you're right, we were sick. We were sick in the head. And that's why you have Afro up there, because that's the closest we could, that's as far as they could move the needle at that time. We couldn't get African in there just yet. But so it's an evolution of consciousness, of education, of understanding, desire, and a desire to not be nobody's lapdog, to never be second, for to put down, to stand up and be a man. And so
Brother Flag. Okay.
And so don't call the people that's not on the same level or it's easy to do that. But
oh yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, you know, if you're saying I need to tone it down, Brother Flag, let me.
You got goddamn.
I just don't understand. You know, it's kind of. Let me. I mean, you have to. I mean,
an idiot. That's a psychological medical designation, and you're not qualified to do that.
Okay, my bad. Okay, let me.
Hey, hold up, James. Let me ask Brother Flag a question. Brother Flag, so you remember what's so trip is that things come back full circle. So Brother Jonathan had said on a previous panel that the first people to arrive was Christian and African. Now it turned all the way back around. We Africans again. We went through the colored, the black, the Afro, all that. Now they want to call us African American.
And that's why in Ghana, and one of the first symbols that we could latch on to and get to the masses in the 90s was the Sankofa bird that says, what? You got to look back to move forward.
Yep.
And a Ghanaian child, a young lady with a newspaper, radio person that came up to me and she said, yes, I don't understand. How can you say that? She's Ghanaian and she's interviewing us. And she says, I don't understand how you look back to move forward. And I had to think. And I asked her, I said, you're a Christian? She said, yes, I'm a Christian. I said, did you know your grandparents? Yes. Are they alive? No. Do you? So they died. Yes, they died when? In the past. Do you look forward to seeing them? Yes. Where? In the future. In the future. But if you don't know, like me, I never met my grandparents. They're mystical. You know, their notion in my head and my heart. But I still have a hope to interact with their essence at some point in my existence.
Oh, that's deep. I like that.
And so that's what I'm saying. This is they put this shit on us, man. You have no idea until you start actually confronting it and doing it. So when I studied the Bible, I went in deep. I was so deep that I became a fucking missionary. Do you understand what I'm saying? That I had to, but I studied. I did what it said do. That's why I was a missionary. He said, go spread the word. But it also says, study to show yourself approved unto God, a workman who need not be ashamed, being able to rightly divide the word. That means there's a wrong way to divide it. And that's all they fed us, the wrong way. And so I will study my way right out of that shit. And now I go to the motherland and I find this goddamn, they so infected over there that
I hold on, Brother Flag. You done told me to chill. Now you done win
it. Brother Flag, let me ask you a question that will reflect on what's going on now. Because this is what you're seeing right now.
Okay, excuse me. The Queen has something to say to you guys.
Oh,
come on, go ahead, baby. You got.
Which one of y'all got my husband so upset?
Y'all better break bread.
All the way. How y'all doing?
Yeah,
How you doing, man?
I have my hair on my arm.
Just having a healthy conversation.
But I love you guys, man.
Big brother Flag and Elder Flag's sister. Real quick, let me ask you.
Let the Queen speak real quick.
So yeah, he thought you was my sister.
Let me. No, I call her my sister. You know, you're my big brother and sister. Let me ask y'all real quick. With everybody saying I'm American, which is okay, whatever, that's fine. Even though they didn't want you here initially, and it took us difficulty to become a citizen. When you hear these younger Africans or younger African Americans saying, they basically sound like they're saying, let's study what's here only. Let's start Black history in America. How does that sound to you?
It's painful, man.
Yeah.
Logical.
Painful.
Shameful.
Painful.
And remember what they used to say about trying to starting Black history off the slave boat? Doesn't it sound like they've embraced that?
Let me explain why to me it sounds logical.
Hold on, let the elder speak
in a real way, because
hold on, brother Kimway, let the elder speak real quick. Then come in with your response to what they say. Let's hear what they say. Then come with your response.
It's very painful, and you know, but there's one thing that's even more painful than that. The thing that's more painful than that is when I realized how many years I went thinking, because I learned something and came to a higher level of consciousness, that once I could just share with my brothers and sisters, they would accept it and we would all elevate. But as I got older, I found out that is not the way the world works. Matter of fact, it's a saying, and it says that the roots of the tree of freedom must be watered with the blood of every new generation. So I gotta leave some weaponry, some books on how to, some manuals on how to do guerrilla warfare and whatever, the mistakes. And I gotta be honest. I gotta show you how I went completely wrong, so that when it's your turn, that you don't have to step in on those landmines that we did. But the thing that would kill me faster than arsenic, if I hang around and sit down and listen to these young people that tell me they're Moors, they're Hebrew Israel, they're everything but an African. And so that's why I have to be selective here and, let the ancestors lead me.
I'll invite you to a perspective. I think it's a reaction. It's a reaction to what's happening.
Hold on, let it
right now, Pan-Africanism is on the rise. Kemet is on the rise. It's just a reaction.
Okay, so sorry, I was gonna say, like Sarnetta, the greatest debate I would love to see with the elders is Elder Flag versus Elder what's his name over there? He always be Apostle. Oh, I'd love to see that one.
Yeah, that would be.
I need that. I gotta.
We gotta do that. You gotta suggest that. We gotta put that.
You got to understand, an actual elder, and there's stages of it. When you're an actual, you not on you don't argue with the other elders in front of family. You don't argue because that gives them license.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
that's wisdom.
So can I go ahead and answer that question?
Thank you. I see that as a compliment, that you would think that I could have
Brother Flag, we already know what happened.
We already know what the.
I gotta get out of here, but I want to real quickly answer that question. I think that's an important one, right? Because I would say that I would put the emphasis that it seems most of you guys put the emphasis on Africa and African history, on America and American history, because I consider our condition here in America unique. I consider our problems to have been formed in the modern times, which are going to require modern solutions. Our relationship with our government is far different from the relationship of other people who've been oppressed in the past to their government. We are living in an imperfect world. There is no society that you're going to point to where this thing is perfect, that thing's perfect. So when I'm overemphasizing this African history, I'm doing that on the premises of Africa being perfect, as if they don't still have some forms of slavery or oppression or caste system or these other social issues that we're trying to solve here in our country, right? Those people over there don't have the ability to come over here vote. They don't have the ability to come over here wage war. They don't have the ability to enforce any opinions that they may have from their country in our country. So that's why I would say we should emphasize an American solution to actually what we're saying. It can be as African American or as Black American as absolutely possible. But to say that we now need to involve an African type of solution when we're looking for just trying to solve an American problem, to me, it's logical that we do it with American resources, American dollars, and American minds. And if we can get some African minds to contribute to that, I certainly wouldn't oppose.
Hold on.
You have been identified.
Hold on. Y'all, everybody been talking this shit. Logic. I'm sorry, bro, but everything you just said was terribly wrong. Illogical. No. It's just terribly wrong, because you can't start that history just from the slave ship.
He didn't say that.
There are things in the culture that you have. Hold on, let me finish.
The African perspective has not solved all African problems. So how they gonna solve all of America?
You're mixing things
But
up.
go
You're
ahead.
mixing things up. You're mixing things up. Let me finish, and then you can go. First of all, you cannot separate that history. Our history might be unique, but we are not an island, right?
Yep.
The culture that we have does not only start here in the United States. It is also a remnant of our experience in Africa, right? So only natural for us to look there to understand parts of ourselves. Nobody is saying that we should just, you keep saying overemphasizing Africa. Nobody is doing that. Nobody is doing that.
Okay, well, hold
And
on,
you also said something about voting. You also said something about voting. There are millions of people here, thousands of people here who are naturalized citizens from different countries. And they vote in the direction that their cultural demographic votes in, right? So instead of trying to sever your bonds with everyone else, why not use that as a strategic asset?
Yeah, so hold on. Let me say something real quick. I want to finish reading this because this really speaks to what Logic is talking about as far as dealing with the African American situation. See, because I started up here talking about it was based off of Africa has a plan for itself here, but this was the plan for us here. And how much of this has been accomplished in that you would agree, and I'm pretty sure you wouldn't have any opposition to what they're talking about here, Logic. So what I'm saying is we already have a mission, and why haven't we finished? So let me read this next paragraph here. So it says Malcolm X announced the establishment of the OAA. You said these big words, but he established the of the OAAU at the public meeting at the New York's Audubon Ballroom on June 28, 1964. He had written the group's charter with Dr. John Henry Clark, Albert Cleage, Jesse Gray, and Gloria Richardson, among others. In the memo dated July the 2nd, 1964, FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover described the nuance of the OAAU as a threat. Excuse me? A nuisance. A nuisance.
No, the nonsense.
The nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, whatever that word. The nonsense of the OAAU as a threat to the national security of the United States of America. So they saying him formulating this is a national threat to the United States of America, right? He was dead probably 6 months after this, but either way, let's keep going. It says Malcolm X, along with Dr. John Henry Clark, wrote the following of the Organization of African Community, OAAU, Basic Unity Program. Now let's just stop. We're gonna go one by one here.
Restoration in order to release ourselves from the oppression of our enslavers. Then it is absolutely necessary for the Afro-American to restore communication with Africa. Number 2, reorientation. We can learn much about Africa by reading informative books and by listening to the experiences of those who have traveled there. 3, education. The Organization of Afro-American Unity will devise original education methods and procedures which will liberate the minds of our children. We will encourage qualified African Americans to write and publish the textbooks needed to liberate our minds, educating them, our children, at home. Number 4, economic security. After the Emancipation Proclamation, it was realized that the Afro-American constituted the largest homogeneous ethnic group with a common origin and common group experience in the United States, and if allowed to exercise economic or political freedoms, would in a short period of time own this country. We must establish a technician bank. We must do this so that the newly independent nations of Africa can turn to us, who are their brothers, for the technicians they will need now and in the future.
Read that statement about owning this country again.
Wait a minute.
That sounds like waging war.
No.
Right there.
Let's
No,
go.
he
Let's
waking
go.
up. Let him wake up to
We got
it.
one more to
Hold
go.
on. Let him wake up to it. Hold on. If he liked what he heard, let's go back. It said, if allowed to exercise economic or political freedom within a short period of time, own this country. Who are the biggest spenders in America?
Hey, man, read number 5, please.
Yes. Self-defense. In order to enslave a people and keep them subjugated, their right to self-defense must be denied. We encourage the Afro-Americans to defend themselves against the wanton attacks of the racist aggressors whose sole aim is to deny us the guarantee of the United Nations Charter of Human Rights and of the Constitution of the United States.
No, we can go back to number 4. Let's go back and talk about number 4 for a second, if we could, please.
I wanted to speak on what's going on, y'all. I wanted to speak on what we were talking about. What's going on? Who that?
You know my name, keep going.
Yeah, that's Sheffrin.
Oh, that's Asar. Asar, what
yeah,
up,
that's me.
Asar?
What's up?
Okay, what's up, Chef?
What's going on? All right, so yeah, what's up, James? All right, so I think, you know, I think I agree with both sides, right? And the reason why I say that is I think we shouldn't just fight against what logic is saying, because we are Americans and our history is directly tied to America. So I think we should rewind the clock back. But when you rewind the clock back, you start from where you're at, right? So where we're at right now, we are Americans. Do y'all agree?
Not really, because
We're African.
Hold
up, we're African.
dominant society doesn't necessarily start where they're at. The dominant society
we're African American.
Starts in antiquity.
So it starts with the
at the
African
beginning
first.
of humanity. They themselves started Africa.
The African in the African American is describing the American.
No,
He is
it's
an
describing
African.
the African first. Just
No,
like
it's
you
not.
got a just like
Oh,
you got
no, it's
Italian.
not.
Hold up, you got Italian Americans.
I
You got British
apologize
Americans. Hold
for
on,
asking
you
the
got
question,
British
y'all, in the
Americans.
middle
You
of my
got
statement.
Latin Americans. They always everybody
I
always
forgot
put their
that we couldn't
nationality
stay
before
on
the
track,
country.
yo.
Cut it out.
Thank you. So
Ask it again.
Let's Chef finish. Let's
I'm
Chef
gonna
finish.
pause right there where he's talking about, because where it says Afro-Americans. I just want to put a quick little thing in there. It was a very serious problem with bringing this word into the popular use among the Negroes of the time, the less progressive people. And then so it got settled on Afro-American. Dr. Clark was extremely adamant that was not to be used that way, but he used it here for political reasons. But he said, anytime somebody calls you a name that doesn't connect you with land, language, and culture, they have called you out of your name. I'm saying that because this brother over here, who's an American, I want to remind him that even though I'm a veteran, okay, and a citizen and a landowner, okay, I am still a kidnapped victim, a victim of kidnapping and slavery, enslavement. And until that has been settled to my satisfaction, I'm not going to stand up and say, we're just going to start with where we at, because that's nonsense. That is the thinking and the speech of someone who is suffering from post-traumatic slavery syndrome, a medical syndrome that had been identified to have an effect on us. And that's why when we said right here on number 4, scroll that down a little bit, because the brother, scroll it down just a little bit. He said economic security after it was realized that the Afro-American constituted the largest homogeneous ethnic group. And he said homogeneous because the largest population group of us was still in the South, identified with a certain way of life, had connections to some of the history. Okay, but as at the turn of the 20th century, when they were talking about the Negro problem, my dear brother, these were Americans talking about the Negro problem, who had to elevate out of Negrohood, become somewhat conscious of what they were again, because we knew from all the way back, they go from Afro-Americans to African-Americans, and finally, Dr. Asa Hilliard said, to be African or not to be. So you cannot think that however you elevate yourself in this country, economically, politically, or socially, that you ever going to be on the standing of equality. And I'll end with this. It's going before your very eyes today. When you look at the music industry, when we were pushing for our rights, we had music that inspired us. Keep on pushing, moving on up. We're a winner. When they put them drugs in there and they let the gangsters get in control of the music business through the money they got with the drugs, what do you get? You get all this nonsense. And then the person who elevated himself the highest, he got so big that he thought he was part of them, and he bit their hand to feed him. And you're going to see the fallout for that for the next 24 to 36 months. I'm done.
So I actually like a lot of stuff that we read, and even some of the stuff that you said just now. But one word stuck out to me a lot is when you said equality, right? See, like that brings me back to what's actually trying to be accomplished. And equality isn't in Africa either, and it's certainly not in Egypt. You might even go as far as say Egypt might be like the direct opposite of equality.
That's not
right?
true.
Like,
that's not true. That's not true. And
let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying before you go ahead and disagree, because I'm almost done, right? So if we're trying to talk about equality, right, and so then the question has to remain of what means are we talking about becoming equality? What are we trying to be equal on? Are we trying to say that are we trying to say we need to have just as much money, just as much power? Because if we're talking
there's
about
different kinds of
you also can get to the extreme and say military might, right? Are we trying to be equal in military to the United States? Like what do you mean when you say equality?
Logic, I'm gonna say this, dog. I'm gonna say this,
at.
Logic. I notice almost every time you get on the panel, you say something like y'all trying to go to war, you're trying to do some military shit, some shit like that, bro. And like I'm saying, bro, like I don't know, bro. Like I'm just saying, I be saying I see you, bro.
I hear you. We see him.
So basically, we just read.
Ain't nothing to fall for.
Hold up. So basically,
how else are you going to own the country?
No.
How can you even make a statement
who
like that?
Who is advancing the need to own the country?
Hold on.
He just read something that suggests that if we go through these particular steps, we can own the country.
First of all, as African Americans,
clapping and cheering when he said every right. Hold on. I'm the bad guy.
As African Americans, we have every right to aspire to every single position in this country, the highest position. And if that means take over, that's what it is. But nobody is advancing any kind of conflict with the United States government. That is simply not even a smart thing strategically. And I refuse for you to reduce the conversations that we're having to something like that. And what you said about equality in Egypt, there's different kinds of equality. During the time of Egypt, that was one of the most egalitarian places in terms of gender equality.
Absolutely.
And in terms of people politics as well.
No, see, I was with you with the gender equality. I actually was
go ahead and ask scholars. Go ahead and ask scholars what they say about how things were in Mesopotamia versus how things were in ancient Egypt.
Okay, my bad. I kind of
vertical advancement is very limited in ancient Egypt. Very, very limited.
Relative to what?
To America?
No.
Let me ask you this question,
you're mixing apples and oranges right now.
In America, you could be the janitor and then become the CEO. You can't do that in Kemet.
Yeah, you could.
That's not true. That's not true either.
This, Logic.
Man, see, that's. Go ahead, Queen. I ain't know you was talking. Go ahead, say something.
There are people who weren't of royal lineage who became king. I think more than once. Asar or Smash can correct me on that.
No, you're right. So let me ask you this, because if we're calling ourselves Americans, shouldn't we also have the right to ownership and the right to leadership? And the main thing, if we're going to be over here, shouldn't we be able to empower ourselves economically by providing jobs and the things that we want and like?
I mean, who said we can't?
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Because before, if you listen to the perspective of Brother Flag, if you listen to my perspective, and if you see what's happening to you right now, while these cops keep knocking you upside the head, you keep kissing babies, and oh, it's okay. So if you're always in a predicament, or you get redlined when you're trying to purchase something, or something is gentrified to push you out of a location, or rent is higher for you than it is for other people due to the fact that they don't want you to purchase, they want someone else to purchase, or, oh, we'll control things through credit and your credit will always be bad no matter how you maneuver. Doesn't that seem like it's an advantage pushed against you? And doesn't it seem like you don't have that fair opportunity?
It absolutely is unfair.
Right. So when you see that,
so we're trying to have a conversation about the means on how you're going to fix it. See, the
means to do it are covered. Like I said, you want to start doing business with Africa,
right?
So once you do business with Africa, you do two things. Number one, you're cutting your production costs while feeding home. Two, you're able to present excellent products that America's already over there vying for, and they're being kicked out with France and the rest of Europe as we speak now. So you start to be the controller of the things that they want. And now you can provide it to America and create your own business. In fact, there's a young black brother right now who is a billionaire because he produced clothing, a media production center, and a couple other things. I posted them for Black History Month. So these are the things that make you billionaires and in control of your own future. And when you do that, you can supply jobs to your own culture. Then you don't have to hold your tongue about everything. And I'm no racist. I provided jobs for white, black, Latino, and all that here in Colorado through my fight company and through my comic company.
Yeah, they don't get it. They don't get it, Asar. They don't even understand the whole thing that we just read. And you know, that's Malcolm X. He was just coming out of Islam, where they definitely don't really kind of adhere to Africa they say they're Asiatic black men or whatever. They don't really adhere to African history. And so Dr. Clark was pulling him out of that. And the government seen it so dangerous that they did not allow him to continue with that mission because from my personal perspective, that would have been maybe a possible solution that we could have had. But if you look all the way across the world, you look at Pan-Africanism and what it did with Kwame Nkrumah and his history was the first president of an independent African nation and based on Pan-African thinking. You see what I'm saying? So they killed off all the Pan-African leaders in the 60s, right? People don't even want to, and not all, but a lot. The ones that were the influential, like the Patrice Lumumba.
You're speaking to my point. You're speaking to my point that the
it's
history
a dangerous situation.
I can't speak to. I don't know. I don't fully understand what Logic point is. All I was saying is that as a starting point, the starting point should be African American history, and then work your way back from there. And the reason why, because if you don't have any knowledge of African American history, you wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that. If I'm not mistaken, didn't he go to a HBCU here in America?
Yes, but listen to what I'm saying, Brandon.
But not just that. But not just that. You wouldn't know that. You wouldn't know that this same exact conversation that we're having now, we've been having it since we freed ourselves. And on that matter, you wouldn't even know that you freed yourself. You would just think that Abraham Lincoln passed the 13th.
Okay,
that's
let's
all I
agree.
was saying.
Who is
That's
saying,
all I
who
was
is
saying.
saying learn African history and not African
Let's agree.
American
Hold on,
history?
excuse me. Whoever's let's agree to this, Brendan. We need to know what
Well, a lot of
backwards.
people do that now. A lot of people do that now.
But
Hold on,
we're
we
talking
need to
about
know
as a curriculum.
Hold on. Let me say something, Brendan. Let's agree. We need to know our history backwards and forward.
Yes, sir.
So, how about that?
Yes, sir.
Either which way.
Yeah, I agree
do
with
it.
100%. I agree with you 100% because I'm gonna tell you the way I got to it.
Back, whether we want to do it your way, but we need to take it all the way back to as far as we can take it. And if we want to start from there, we want to take it all the way up to camp.
Real quick question.
There should be no more argument after that.
Do Europeans start their history from just here? European Americans?
Don't do that.
European.
Maybe like I'm Irish. I'm Irish.
See, there you go. But listen, don't do
Who's
that.
Irish?
We can't do that. We can't.
Who's
do
Irish?
That's what they say. I'm Irish on my mother's side, and every St. Patty's Day it pops off, don't it?
Yeah, but you know they'll say they're Irish and St. Patty's Day.
Why they even here?
He said it pops off. Word.
No, okay.
Now they all Vikings. Every time what that TV show Vikings and the damn near Thor come on, everybody's a Viking all of a sudden. Who ain't German? History Channel showed Germany all day. You mad cause Africa's being shown? Are you kidding me? You better enjoy every single moment.
Study African American history. You'll see the connection between yourself and the continent if you start from African American history.
Well, you should start at African American history because you're African, but if you don't know it by now and you've lived here, don't you think you're a bit behind? You should be now delving into Africa to see where you
But
came
the average
from.
layman, that's what I'm saying. The average layman, I'm saying the average layman is behind.
Okay,
the average
so
Irish person will know, yes, I'm Irish American, but they don't know anything about Irish spirituality or it.
How you know that?
Hold on,
They don't
excuse me,
say
both
they
of y'all,
Celtic.
excuse me real quick.
But
What's going on? What
Irish
Brendan is saying is, and what
European
I'll agree
Christianity.
with Brendan on is that we all know that we come out of an indoctrinated state. So we all learned the history that we know now basically recently. Well, for some of us, you know, I know Brother Flag has been in this a lot longer and Asar as well. But for most of us, we learned this after we got out of some type of form of high school, right?
Yeah.
Can we agree on that? The school system didn't teach us the stuff that we know today.
But the foundation of what I learned, I didn't learn it true enough in school, but I learned it at home. I had two different educations going on at the same time. I had my grandparents trying to teach me to be a Hebrew Israelite, but then I had a stepfather telling me, hey, you know, the Rosetta Stone was what they used to be able to interpret the Meta Neter and Black Egyptians. That was my foundation. Learning that is what sparked my interest, and that may be the introduction for somebody else. But what really helped me progress along was seeing that, okay, the things that I'm going through today, my ancestors have been going through the last couple hundred years. Me thinking that, dang, I don't have any identity as an African, and finding out that that's not even true at all, because I still call a sweet potato a yam, even though it's not a yam. Or I might pour libations out to a friend of mine that passed away, and seeing how that connect back to the continent, or seeing that I still call words okra, or use the word jumbo, or use the word mojo, or even if you raised in the Christian church, you will learn that just from searching African American history and trying to figure out why do we do the things we do, it's going to connect you back to the continent, and then you're going to go from there. You're going to learn that there's a reason why you do a call and response. There's a reason why you do a prayer circle, and that connects you back to your African spirituality or your African way of thought. That's all I was saying.
Yeah, and
then
that's
from there, you're going to keep going.
That's why I said that we need to know our history backwards and forwards.
Because there was a point in my life I could tell you
that way we can eliminate any type of disagreement, because nobody is on here is disagreeing that we need to know all of our history as much as possible. I don't think nobody's doing that. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna do shameless plug. I'm gonna do shameless plug. That's why I do the Bird Rabbit thing on my channel for real, because that's something that obviously is something that's African American culture, right? But
you won't know that ties you back to the Igbo people. But you won't know that
it ties you back to the Igbo people. It ties you back to the Hausa people in Niger. It ties you back to the Wolof people in the Senegambia. It even ties you back to the Fulani in certain kind of ways. I'm gonna say it could tie you back to Kemet, but that's my argument. I don't have to force that on everybody.
Yeah, that's a personal
You feel
opinion.
me?
But
That's
so
what you
that's
said
what I'm
to
saying.
Fulani.
So okay, like so we understand. So look, Brandon, so we on the same page. We understand. We need to know our history from forward to back.
But you will realize that the Free
Well,
African Society had these exact same arguments that we having today, and they were coming up with solutions that you could look at that are still applicable to today. They said, "Hey, look, Absalom Jones, you might be," and I might be misquoted. I can't remember which one of them was a Quaker, because one of them was a Quaker. One of them went on. I think Richard Allen went on to establish the AME Church, but they put all of that out the window. We're gonna put that.
African
We're gonna put it on the.
Episcopal. Say African Methodist Episcopal. They knew that they were Africans even back then. They didn't call themselves Americans when they established their church. They said African. Thank you.
Right. I agree with you 100%. But what they did was they said we're gonna leave it at the coat rack at the door, and we're gonna come together for African liberation. We're gonna come together to free ourselves. And if you look into African American history, you'll see that connection. You'll see the solutions to the problems that we have today. Like when Brother James just pulled up what he just pulled up with the UA.
Yep.
You know what I saw when I looked at it? I saw the 10 tenets of the Black Panther program and how similar it was. But you won't get that connection to understand that maybe one might have been influenced by the other. You know, the Black Panthers came after, obviously, but you might not have known that they may have gotten influenced. And maybe they have, maybe they haven't. I don't fully know.
Yeah.
But that's all I was saying.
After Malcolm was murdered, that ideology tried to live on, and it dispersed off into different fragments. You know, you got a lot of different fragments. A brother out of Detroit, he was a lawyer, and he wound up starting an organization that was founded on that as well. So a lot of people kept it trying to be alive, but like Brother Flag said, the indoctrination and the movie industry and the music deterred us and made us go a certain way, as well as policy and the flooding of the heroin in these communities. See what I'm saying? So it's a war on an all-out scale for miseducation that we gotta be able to identify as African warriors. If you want to be an African warrior, you gotta acknowledge it. If not, you just say, I kind of seem like you're trying to play like you scared or something. But you can't sit up and keep acting like this ain't going on. So we can go as recently to the crack era. With the crack era, which most of us lived through, that was the same plan, except in a different era. See what I'm saying? So look, we can see that. They came up with crack, that came out, and then they indoctrinated us with the gang culture from west to east. When the gang culture first started, it was in California. It didn't start out as something that was supposed to be bad. It was supposed to be something to protect their neighborhoods against the European spook hunters. That's what they were fighting against at first.
In Chicago,
that's in my neighborhood.
No. In Los Angeles, they had the spook hunters.
Before we go too far, I want to say to Brandon, I want to give thanks and praise and a salute to your grandparents, man, because that you really got a blessing there. That is not that common, and so I just want to. Could you call out, speak their names? That's something that's African that helps do in some small way to wash away some of those other influences. So would you just speak to them?
Well, I love my grandparents. My grandparents they're the ones that were Hebrew Israelites. So they're still to this day adamant on being Hebrew Israelite, no matter how much evidence or lack of evidence thereof. That's
fake. We don't make.
That's what I say. I'm not here to try to discourage them or dissuade them. We disagree. We agree to disagree.
No. What I'm trying to point out to you, you said you had them on one side, then you had your other grandfather.
No, it
was my stepfather. Stepfather.
And how they came to be. What I'm saying is, they were searching, they were looking, they were seeking ways. They were consciously. Those are people who are conscious that they're in some bullshit and they're trying to find their way out, their way out of it. Mm-hmm. And they were your grandparents, your elders sitting there, and they was trying to put that into you. And I just want to hear their names so that I can continue my quest to emulate them with my tribe over here. So that's what I wanted to say, Brandon. I wanted to acknowledge them and the impact that they had on me, because everybody didn't have it. And that's why we have so much confusion, because somebody just depends on who talks the slickest to you, or you like the tone of their voice, or who's hot at the moment. That's why you have all of these different groups running around here. And people, we can't even unify with this color lady, the lady of color, however y'all want to say it, somebody that looks like somebody in my family, as opposed to a declared certified, now when you want to call somebody an idiot and a racist, and we can't, as a homogeneous community, like when in '64, come together and just say, yeah, we know we got to go with the sister, whatever she is, whatever part. You know, we got to go with it. Just
that's what I'm saying, brother Flag.
Work from there.
There you go with that.
No, you don't go with somebody just on the strength of
you went too far. I'm trying to reel you in again. Because this is how this works. It's based on policy and what we can get. That's what it's about at the end of the day. And if ain't nobody, neither party is talking about what we can get or something that's for us, then we need to go back to what I was looking at, the OAAU, and start to fix something of ourselves.
And said he hate to pay overtime. He said he
so if you implement it yourself,
people to work.
Man, look, if this country falls,
you think that man gonna do something for us?
I'm just saying, if this country falls, there's nothing that we gonna be able to do to save.
How do you enforce?
We gotta start thinking about what we gonna do.
I can make my way back to a crop. I can make my. I don't know.
I'm just saying that if something happens over here, you know what I'm saying. We got to start thinking about what we gonna do. So I mean, I don't understand what's going on. Like, we still worried about what they got going on. Like, this stuff that's going on that this show started on. It's wild. We started off with some rockets taken. I mean, some not rockets, missiles being fired.
So that became political talk.
Yep.
So that's what this started out. This whole show starts from that. But we over here worried about what they got going on. But we ain't even worried about what's going on with ourselves and how we finna fix how we can.
We don't got a plan though. Exactly.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm concerned with.
Because you ready to hop up and be like, oh, they hit so and so, and Israel is. But let me be perfectly honest with you. When Netanyahu came over here, he didn't respect Obama. And this ain't even about being racist, because like I said, I got plenty of friends in every culture. But when I go to their culture and I come with warmth and respect and love, it's not always greeted. And so when they come to the hood, I always make sure everybody's well appropriate. I make it like, yo, that's my people, don't disrespect. And that's to be understood when it's said by me. So when I go in these other locations or these other circles, I expect to be treated the same way. It doesn't happen that way, and it hasn't. And from the elders that I had telling me way back when, hey, there's a difference because they don't like you. It's not the difference in mindset. I've always been smarter than damn near most of the people in my class or whatever it is. The problem is they're either jealous or they don't like you because of your culture and your color. Or they do like you and don't want you to take their girl. Or they do, you understand what I'm saying? So you have to start coming. When you see Hindus come over here, they in their own circle. They moving how they move. They set up their own stores and their own restaurants, and they see if you come do business with them. Set up your own stores, your own restaurants, to see if people come to do business with you. If it ain't working, then you know that you need to start focus on making that black dollar circulate here and over there. No different than a Mexican does it, no different than a European does it, no different than a Hindu, Arab, etc., etc.
So check this out.
They spend money in Arab countries and they're billionaires because they come over here with the gas stations and you run into the 7-Eleven as if Nigeria didn't have oil the same way. Go ahead.
Watch this, Asar. So this is things that we could really be trying to push as far as something progressive for us. Okay, so if we had a relationship with Africans, then we could maybe get the tariffs between Africans and African Americans either zero. We're not even giving any type of reparations or something, but we need to have it, okay, that's our homeland. We need to have some type of consensus because, you know, we got something, a disparity here. We need to We need to do something like that. So let's get the tariffs for between the African and African Americans to be lower than what it is, because that's one of the problems with doing business with Africa. They have the highest tariff. If you ever done business, in Africa, when you try to send something to Africa, that stuff is high. So you got to figure out ways to get around the system. But at the same time, I'm saying if we could get some type of governmental thing where we could do business with our people at home, then we could create that economic connection that we need. But we don't even know nothing about that. You see what I'm saying?
You said try to build a working around the system. How do you enforce it without the system?
What you mean enforce what without the system?
But nobody.
I mean,
I don't think anybody said don't use
said
the
he was
system
going
at
outside
all.
the system. He just said
No,
he
we
just
said go
work around the system. He literally just said
I did not say go outside the system.
Do it. Yeah.
You literally just said work around the system.
No, I did not say. What I'm saying is, let me say it again. So since you didn't hear what I said, what I said is tariffs. If you understand, if you ever had a business, when you start to try to do business with our homeland, they are the tariffs between America and Britain is low. The tariffs between Africa and America is high. So
And
what
it's
I'm saying is
they
because
label African nations terrorists and
more
they
risk,
put high
more
tariffs
risky.
on them. And these
That
are
whole
the
country.
sanctions that they talk about when they want to sanction a country. Go ahead, Jay.
So bam. So if you know that, then you can say, okay, well, we can do some business with our own homeland, based on our family relation. We should get some type of a discount based on the fact that that's our homeland. If that's what we was pushing, right? So we get some type of discount to do. And where's the most resources or whatever, or where can we get the best products and stuff, or get stuff like what brother Asar was saying? You can get cheaper labor, which that's how business works. You can get cheaper labor, which would even help them to get more money, because maybe we can pay them more than what the governments are paying. But it would be a win-win situation for our people back home, because the dollar is economically more valuable than their currency. You see what I'm saying? So this is a win-win situation for both parties, but we need to be the proxy instead of the American government. But see, we ain't need to think like that.
James, have you ever heard of the African? Have you ever heard? Are you guys all
That's
aware
being
of the
proactive
African
and not passive.
I asked you, how do we enforce something like that?
How do we enforce that? Well, if we was together, we could get our homeland to start and see, this is how they work. You could they put sanctions on people, but if you knew the value of your resources, you could do that in reverse. Say, hey, if y'all not gonna let us do this, we'll sanction America. And then you know how that works? You see what I'm saying? But we're not thinking like that.
Okay, wait a minute, James. You said sanction America. Sanctions mean that whatever business you're doing, they're gonna levy a tax on it. So what is it that the United States you're gonna sanction about the United States? The main thing that we produce is weaponry.
Well, so you're talking about some of the minerals they use to make the weapons, right?
And so this is now. See, you're getting close to the point.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know what's going on, Brother Flag. I'm just saying, if we,
I just want
to. This is a dangerous conversation in itself. But what I'm saying is that this is how if we was moving as a unit, then this is how things would work. How you can get people, just like the people from Asia, they got backing from their homeland where they can't get treated any kind of way here in America. We don't have that particular backing because we don't have the relationship. We need to get.
But the fortunate thing though is that we do have people who are Black, right, and who may not all be Afrocentric or African centered. But we do have people like that who work in government spaces. We do have people like that who work in immigration and customs. So, and we do have people who are heads of company of various kinds between here and Africa. So, I think that's a project that's doable. Maybe not exactly how you're saying it, but I'm sure that you're on the right path, though.
Let that tall guy, Hey Rule, he got something he want to bring on.
Hey, family. Yeah, I was speaking earlier. I wasn't sure if y'all could hear me. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you now.
We hear you now.
Cool. Okay. So I wanted to know if any of y'all brothers was aware of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that was supposed to go into effect right around the time of the pandemic, and it's slowly being implemented, slower than it was originally. The stuff that you're talking about is already in motion. We just kind of, a lot of us are a little bit out of the loop on that, but and Africa, of course, all the different leaders in the countries and all of that, the AU is all messed up, but there are other organizations that are moving to this African Free Trade, Continental Free Trade Agreement is already in writing and you know, up and running. They're trying to dissolve these borders right now as we speak and create trade routes with the rest of the diaspora.
Okay, so you're talking about what Africa's doing to try to free up trade on the continent, right?
Yeah, but we're included in that too. So there's you guys should Google, I mean not Google, just type in our ADDI.org, right? It's called the African Diaspora Development Institute, and it's led by an African-born woman, Dr. Ericana.
Yeah, Chimboriqua. I know what you're talking about.
Exactly. She got a whole organization. She's moving it. She was formerly.
Oh, that's the Queen Mother. Yeah. You on point. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. All of these things are already being worked in motion. We just got to kind of get on board. And so
I'm with stuff like that.
Go ahead.
We affecting policy at that point. When you get on black and white, now it's going to be enforced by the same people that we, I guess, so somewhat the enemy.
But it's always a power dynamic in that manner. Even if you look at the African Union right now, I mean, I don't agree with 80% of the African Union, but I'm not going to say that it's not. There are people in there that are fighting for the same things that we're fighting for. You know what I mean? But say right now, the president of the AU for the rest of the interim year is the president of Mauritania, and that's like a slave trading country right now.
So they swap that out. They swap that out every year or something like that. So he won't be around for long.
It's not necessarily your enemy. It's the fact that when it comes to cultural relations, a lot of these people push away from you. They don't do business with you. So you have to minimize the effort that you put into giving love back and give love to yourself. Why are you continuing? The brother just said a second ago, supposedly doing business with the enemy. So if we're talking about doing business with the enemy, we're not talking about necessarily your enemies, because not everybody is your enemy. Like I said, I got friends in all types of cultures, but
friends in quotation marks, right? Friends in quotation marks. Are any of them people, any of those groups of people?
No, I got some actual friends that looked out for me. Some of them saved my life before. So
okay, so individual is cool, but as a group, are there any group of people, the Mexicans?
We're gonna get to that. Let me finish for you.
Okay.
So there's certain peoples that you can look upon and say, hey, this is cool, this is fam. But because as a group, they tend to subjugate you to degradation, different things of that nature. You need to start to focus on us. Us would be Africans. Same way you got groups like Latinos. Same way you got groups like the Euro this. Okay, you need to focus on Africans. And that includes not just Africans, but the term black, because then you can sit down with the untouchables in India and they rock with you real quick too.
I'm fine with that. I just feel like it makes sense to get it in black and white.
You could sit down with some of them cats in Suriname. You could sit down with certain people because they rocking with you and they feel the same way you do, and they treated the same way in their culture. Now, once you do that, you produce an economic powerhouse, and ain't nobody nuking Africa. You know why? Because that's where all the resources are. So
it's like a green shield.
Yeah, you don't want that domino. That'd be the end of the world.
A golden dome of protection.
So it's
that nobody really
wants. I'm all about that. The economic powerhouse makes a lot of sense to me.
Yes, so it's not about you being a this or that or this, but damn, why would you bring that culture over here when it just subjugated you to slavery and racism? Stick to one of your cultures that came up out the continent. Not only that,
that'll free you from for the indoctrination that this got us fighting.
Let that American dollar, let that London euro, let that
part of this proactive
Let that pound of stuff come into Africa and do business and let it come out of Africa even stronger with product that people purchase and start to purchase from your own. We are the strongest economic purchasers in America. You should be spending with yourself. Why wouldn't you? We could all be rich then. It's only 13%.
And doing that in a healthy way comes with knowing yourself. Black China went to Nigeria and made a killing off selling skin
that's where I get off the boat. But you know,
I'm just saying,
at least at this point, we've identified a common ground. We've identified a common ground at that point. We identified a common ground, and we have a lot better conversation with that.
He'd rather be around other cultures, this, that, the other. You already there.
I didn't say I'd rather be around other cultures. See how you just put that on me right there?
Just said you got off the boat there. We just was talking.
No, I say I get off the boat where I feel like I gotta know my history to do that. No, I need to understand. I need to understand law. I need to understand policy to do that. I don't need to understand African history to do that.
Your thought process logic, unfortunately, is very redundant.
No, it's really not. It's really not. You just don't agree with it.
And then you can respond. Let me finish, and then you can respond. It's not just about you knowing your history, bro. You know what I'm saying? So are you saying that just because we see an opportunity somewhere in Africa, like selling skin bleach or something like that, that we should automatically take it? And what are the things that should stop you from making such a decision?
Okay, I'm not. That wasn't a question, but in a quick response, right? I would guess that all of you guys. If I would guess that all of you guys could tell me more about African history than I know, right? But that did not lead you down the path to know that some of the tariffs that you're looking to fight against have already been lifted. Prime example, how one group of information doesn't directly lead to another.
You know that you're skipping across what I said. You're skipping across what I said.
I didn't hear a question. I said that.
No, I said. You said there's no point basically in knowing yourself.
I didn't say there's no point to it. I'm saying that the two paths don't collide.
Yes, they do.
I didn't say that there's no point
that's
to
why
it.
I gave you the example. That's why I gave you the example. Black China just made a killing in Nigeria, millions of dollars after selling skin bleach. Are you saying that is a good thing? And otherwise,
I didn't say it was a good thing. Why would you assume I said that?
Let me finish. Damn, why are you so jumpy though? And if that's the
Because
case,
you misreading everything
how do you stop that? How do you refrain that? What are the things in place that should stop someone from taking an opportunity in Africa? Since we're talking about doing business in Africa, right? What are the things that would stop them from taking an opportunity like that since it's illegal?
Where are you leading with that? I don't understand that question and where it's leading.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that was
all I said was that the two bodies of information do not collide to me. That might be something that you just disagree with, and that's okay.
An example where,
I don't understand how that connects to what I'm trying to say. I really don't.
So
I'm trying to hear you. I heard what you said. So if you're saying how will we protect ourselves against that, and I would say how would you protect yourself against it without the system, right? Without putting it in black and white, without saying no, you can't come over here and sell these products that don't pass these safety regulations or are particularly unhealthy for this group of people, so on and so forth, right? That would be my method of solving it.
Put it in black and white.
You asked me a question, I gave you an answer.
You would think. Recently, there's stuff about it. But I'm saying this is something that you find everywhere in the black world. And it's an opportunity to make money, right?
But why are we focusing on that? Why are we focused on that instead of what productive materials that we could sell over there? Why are we focusing on some damn bleach cream?
Yeah, I'm trying to. I was agreeing.
I don't understand why that's hard to understand.
An example.
I was agreeing with you, and you kind of just took me off the. I'm not sure
I want to get back to his question about why history. He don't see the value of studying.
No, so let me give you clarification. I'm not saying that there's no value in history. I'm pointing out that I don't see where the two conversations collide, right?
Bro,
The other brother came in. The other brother came in and gave an example of how some of the very tariffs and some of the relationships in Africa have been bridged, right? He said that some of those, that there's a free trading agreement that's already been out there, and none of us knew about it. And I'm saying there are some well-informed people on African history in here, far more invested in it than I am, and they didn't even know about it. So that's what I'm giving you, that real world example of showing you how
Who didn't
this
know about it?
body.
Who are you assuming didn't know about the
How this body of information won't necessarily bring you to solutions. It won't even bring you. It won't even bring you to the forefront of the war that you're fighting.
It's going to keep you from repeating the same mistakes.
Right. So I want to ask.
No, it won't even bring you to the forefront of the war you're trying to fight in, because you don't have the information out there.
It's cool to just go somewhere in Africa and sell a whole bunch of skin bleach or maybe
What does that
guns.
have to do with anything?
Nobody said
Because of his premise. I don't understand how that's not hard. If you don't understand that learning your history, learning who you are in the market, learning who you are in the world affects how you do business, should affect what type of consciousness you move in the world with while you're doing business, then what the fuck are you even talking about?
That's just a terrible example of it, is what you're trying to bring.
It's a perfect example of it. I don't understand why.
It's a terrible example because it's irrelevant to what we're trying to do. We can't talk about a system of what we're going to outlaw and regulate if we don't talk about the shit that we're going to trade, basically. Why are we worried about some outlier when the real point is how do we create trade agreements?
You're taking the conversation somewhere else. You're taking the conversation somewhere else.
No, the conversation is trade, trading, trade with Africa.
What I said, listen, what I said was in response to what Logic said.
I get that.
What
but it
I
doesn't
said
have
was in
anything to do
response
with
to what Logic said.
Yes, I understand that, brother. But if we're talking about the importance of understanding your history and why that's important to right now, there's way more simple ways to do that. And I'll just say with this.
How is that not important?
Real quick, right? It's a real simple saying, right? He who does not study their history is doomed to repeat it. So that's the simplest way I could put it, right? You're going to repeat the same mistakes that you made before and get fucked over the same way we got messed over before if we don't understand how it's been done to us before and how we did it to ourselves before. That's why history is important, in my opinion.
So we're saying the same thing, brother. We're saying the same thing.
And that's a fair statement. And again, I never said history is not important. I never said that.
You didn't. But
it's directly related. It's directly related to what we're trying to do.
If I might have said history wasn't important,
as soon as I said it's important to know yourself while you're out here doing this business, that's when Logic went, that's when you lost me, blah, 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 blah. So don't act like I'm just saying that shit out the blue.
Okay. Well, let him get ahead. Let him go ahead and get off the boat then, man.
Let me say something real quick. This is really wild that, like Logic or people, and I'm not trying to be a detractor of you coming over here, right? But you just said that you don't think history is important. But we over here, this is what we do over here, and we deal with history. We deal with, for the most part. Hold up. We deal with ancient history, but you just set up and said that I don't think ancient history is important, right? Didn't you just say that?
It certainly does not collide with current political events. No, it does not.
Well, okay.
Look, that's a clear statement, right?
So okay, but if we don't know what we know, right, we wouldn't be able to maybe discern what's going on.
We just had a real-time, real-life scenario where the guy said that he just gave us an example of something we didn't know, and y'all know ancient history. That's what I'm saying.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
That we didn't know. What are you talking about?
He just came in and told us about the Free Trade Africa Agreement.
Man, we've been talking about this panel while we was talking about the free trade.
And I said that's hold on. And I asked him, I said, you're talking about the inter-Africa trade and the free border, that he said yes. So yeah, we do know about it.
Okay, you knew about it. Okay.
So what are you talking about?
I'll give you credit. I ain't trying to take nothing from you.
Okay, so back to what I'm saying. You over here on the channel that we deal with ancient history, and we're dealing with it from a chronological perspective, not leaving out any current history, because today's show is about some bombing going on in Israel in current time, right? So we use the history from ancient time to gain an understanding of what's going on today. We went through over the Balfour Agreement and all kind of shit to understand this. So what are you talking about? From the Suez Canal information, we went over the whole gambit of why this is happening right current in real time right now, didn't we?
Pan-African. Can I ask the brother a question, please?
Hold on, but let me see if he's gonna answer the question. Is that what's going on today? Logic.
The Suez Canal got something to do with it? I mean, you might know more about it than I do. Yeah,
so that's what I'm saying. So you over here as a detractor seemingly, and that's what irritates a lot of us over here, brother. That's all.
That's because you got a narrative that
you don't have a lot of information, and then you got a big voice in the conversation.
You got a narrative that you need to push to
so you just say you don't know
if your ideas are that intelligent, then they should withstand scrutiny with no problems.
You're talking over me.
You do that to me all the time, but go ahead.
No, you should be listening because you're the one that said that I may know more about this than you. I didn't say that. So what I'm saying is when you don't know something, it would be wise for you to just be quiet and listen. Ain't that how this works?
Okay.
Let the elder brother flag. He wanted to get in. I just want to kind of I'm trying to make sense of this. Okay, go ahead, brother elder.
I just want to, and I'm not trying to beat you over the head or nothing, my dear brother, but I want to ask you this. Would you agree with me that our people, generally speaking, are suffering from the effects of white supremacy, racism in our current situation, right? Would you agree with that? Yes or no?
Absolutely.
I didn't hear you.
Absolutely.
Okay. So we're sick. We're suffering for a greater degree or lesser degree. So when you get sick, you go see a doctor. When you go to the doctor's office, the first thing, before you even see a doctor, they give you a clipboard and a whole bunch listed of a whole bunch of what?
History. Medical history.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we can even look at healing.
Talk about it, bro.
Before physicians look at you and hear your complaint to get healed. Before you do any of that, they want to know what your history is.
Teach.
That's one point, brother.
Now, when they go to treat you, they treat you with ancient?
Oh, please. See, that's why you irritate people.
Exactly.
It sounds like to me. No, because wait a minute. I come from a background where these people are trying to come into our groups and disrupt the conversations so that we could not do our planning for what we're
now you feel disrupted because I asked you if ancient solution work.
Yes, you goddamn right.
That's why I say let him off the boat, man. He said he off the boat. Let him get the hell off the boat.
I ain't tripping.
Forward, man.
Well, we try. I don't feel
he jumped off the boat in the middle of the ocean. How you
let
gonna survive by yourself?
We gotta always try to do
you can't survive by yourself, Logic. I mean,
we try to do the best that we can to bring our brothers up, if not to where we are, at least up higher than they were before they got to us. Some brothers is harder and some brothers not. But once a brother is identified, once he's identified through somebody coming in and say, yeah, I know, or we got agents over there that expose you, or you continually do shit that disrupts the conversation, then we just have to assume that you're working for the alphabets, and you can't be here no more because you take the conversation left, right, in between. And you know these conversations, like he said, we started off talking about the war that's going on, looking at it and connected it to historical events and trying to make sense out of it. And every time somebody make a point to you, you say, what about, how do you defend, and all of this nonsense that takes it off into
I could have sworn that's how the good conversations go. We scrutinize these ideas.
My bad. I apologize.
I thought that's how that worked. I didn't know that all these definitive answers come out on day one. I thought you do scrutinize them and go through them and see which ones stand up to the scrutiny, and that's the ones we keep. That's what I thought.
Free thinking black people. I already know at this point, there's no debate amongst free thinking black people if we need to know our history and get a better knowledge of self in order for us to move forward in a better direction. Like, you the only one stuck on that. So I say, and I'm
the only one stuck on that.
Yes, so I say we move forward and let you off.
Okay, I
Good
got you.
guys, conversations. It was lively. I'm glad for the most part it's very orderly. And my dear brother Logic, I hope that you really try to live up to your name and follow just the fundamentals. You know we sick. We trying to get some medicine to get healed. What are the steps? And the main first primary step after you get to the doctor is to show them your medical history. And I have to say two-time nana to you brothers and till I get back to you guys. Hotel.
Peace.
Yeah, man.
I think the first thing we should push for before doing business with the continent, you already had Ghana who apologized for their role in the transatlantic slave trade, which I appreciate the apology, but it's more nuanced than an apology because Ghana wasn't really a country when we were enslaved. So that I can't really put that on Ghana. But what I do think is that Western Central African nations should allow us to expat to them. And maybe the process can't be easy, but we can start off with something a little more, I guess, streamlined, someone that maybe doesn't have a criminal background or had the same way you would get a visa to any other country. But they should allow us to be able to gain
that's already done.
To gain citizenship. But when I mean citizenship, to have equal representation within their law and protection in their law, as well as the ability to vote and stuff like that.
Brother, you know that's already in progress, right? That's already in process.
You're being didactic now because that's already done. Senegal has done it. Ghana has done it. Nigeria has done it. And
Ghana, the process of getting the citizenship, from my understanding, is a little more tedious at best.
Yeah, I see where you go.
Maybe
But
they still have to go through a process to get to the USA the same way, and it's possible.
But it's a process, though. It's a process, though.
But I think it should be a little different for us because of our history, and it should be a little easier for us to get the citizenship.
But it's not,
because my thing is that if I was a millionaire, my first place that I would want to land and do business would be Nigeria, because it's odd to me that they're one of the largest exporters of tomatoes in the world, but for some reason they import tomato paste. I just don't understand that. If I was a millionaire, the first thing I would do if I was a millionaire is go straight to Nigeria and create a tomato processing plant, and hey, I can give you your tomato paste. The trap booming right here. We ain't even gotta you ain't gotta get it.
So what are the steps we need to take?
Exactly.
Yes, sir. So what are the steps we need to take between the point A and point B to get that? Not necessarily doesn't have to be a tomato paste, but it could be. What are the steps we need to do to get that in place? That's I think the logical next step, right?
Well, that's why I was saying the citizenship, because I would want somebody that I know, like a family member, the same way people do business when they come to the U.S. They send a family member or so, and that's not the process for everybody. Some people are just seeking a better opportunity, but for the ones that are of a higher class coming from their country, they might send a cousin or an aunt or a brother somewhere to America and help them get their business off the ground. I would want to do the same thing. I would want to send a relative of mine over there and so that they can help me set up shop.
Yeah,
there's
but
an organization
let's
that
rewind for a second. Even before that happens, we have to have the expertise to build a factory or a plant here first before we can implement that somewhere else. We haven't done that for ourselves yet. We're not making tomato paste for ourselves here. So how are we gonna make tomato paste and figure out how to run a process?
Okay, so here on this side of the map, tomato isn't necessarily a cash crop that you see in the U.S. so much.
It don't have to be. I'm talking about anything. We don't produce anything here. That's what I'm saying. We don't have any factories. We don't have any processing.
That's not completely true. Okay, so you have black farmers that produce peanuts, that produce watermelons, that produce freaking blueberries of all.
I said factories, brother. I said
manufacturing. We got factories too. we got all of that.
Okay, sorry. How many? What? Okay, talk to me. Teach us, man. Tell me about the factories that we have here and what type of products that we produce.
There's several factories that we have. In fact, when you talk about reefer trucking, the reefer truck is made by Dell Jones.
Black and African people are also into the trucking business, which is the method that you're going to put these products across the country so that you can make your money to get them in stores and factories.
But you didn't answer my question though, right?
No, you asked about factories in particular, but Dell Jones is the key to your factory. That's part one. You need to be able to transport. So
yeah, I understand that. I'm with that. But before we transport, we got to have a factory. So I want you to point out
because you may be transporting to other cultures still making money, which the trucking business does that, and it's how America eats. That's why I say it's
somebody
not
else's
necessarily true.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu giving
And on that matter, you can do this. You can do the same thing over there. Easily.
Exactly.
If you're able to buy trucks, in America.
No, listen to the answer.
If you're able to, hold on, wait. If you're able to buy trucks, a box truck in America, if you're able to buy tractor trailers in America, you can export those over there the same way that other nations like the Japanese are starting to import those little mini trucks that they have to sell to farmers. You can do the same thing in reverse. The blueprint is already there. That's why I'm looking into history. That's why looking into history is important. Because if you look back into history, you'll see that everything that we're saying that we should be doing, someone has already done it within the last 500
but we're not
years.
doing it now. This is the point. We're not doing it now. We can look at the
but the point is, even if we're not doing it, even if we're not doing it now, the
Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and we can see the first Black, fully functional, independent food distribution network, which included a fleet of trucks, right? But he also had a product, which was the farm products. He also had a canning factory. He also had a distribution plant. You understand what I'm saying? So like those are the parts.
But there are
making our point.
The point is there are products that we produce. One of the major products that we used to produce.
I'm talking about now, brother. My whole point.
You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish.
You gotta let somebody else
me about is producing. That was what we got on. We were talking about, just started out with tomato plants and how to create a tomato factory to make good on the raw materials that we get from Africa, right? And so that's where the conversation started. That's where the conversation.
But if you have the money, you can pay somebody to build a factory. That's not.
Y'all gotta let each other finish, though. Y'all gotta let each other finish.
You gonna pay the white man to do it? What you mean you gonna pay somebody?
No, we do it. You can pay black people to do it.
You can pay someone black on the other side to get it done. Like
Nigeria already has the largest out of them all. We're telling you that we can do business with them, and we can also go over there and produce, because we can buy land and produce tomatoes. But you talk about factories. Africa is not factoryless. Africa is not some
Africa. No. I didn't say
America is also not factoryless. It has 165,000 Black-owned factories. If you didn't know.
Lead us to one, so I can see it. I just wanted you might be teaching me something right now, so I want to know. Can you lead me to some Black-owned factories?
But a product that we used to produce, right, was a grain of rice.
I'm trying to get some information. The brother said
I never finished my point. You interrupted me initially.
No, you interrupted.
While the brother's pulling that up, let the brother just say his little piece. He just wanted to
the man made a claim. The man made a claim, so we have to. I need to see, because I'll be excited if it's 165 like really full-fledged factories in the United States of America that's owned by Black people.
I don't know why you would be surprised by that.
Yeah,
well, that would be... How about we just look at it and don't say what we'd be surprised at? We just
let me say one so that we can actually get one out. Kalamazoo is one of those companies that owns several of these factories. Look up Kalamazoo.
That's just, okay. If I look up Kalamazoo, it's going to take me to Michigan. So what is the name of a company? What is
so
that?
You already know that. You asking a question you already have the answer to. What about Beauchamp? That's a distributor company, isn't it?
Let's just stick with one at a time.
I thought you wanted several.
Wait. That basketball player, he became the mayor of Detroit. Didn't he own a factory as well?
He owned one too. And Kevin, what's his name that used to play for the Suns? He just opened up a restaurant right here downtown Colorado. We was all over there serenading.
Why do we keep talking about everything but the factories that we want to see?
We just named the factories, brother. We talked about those factories. Hold on. I don't understand why you keep popping around. Miller Brewing Company distributor is a Black.
Brother Sar, you mentioned the name Kalamazoo. You did not tell me the name of a company, a factory, a owner. You didn't give me
They
anything
own
with the name.
several companies. I just told you that. So here, let me go to another one so that and we'll go through the whole thing. They were founded in 1971. They're in Compton, California. They do distribution. Beaucamp Distribution Company was the first Black-owned Miller Brewing Company distributor in the country. They have 300 accounts and over 100 employees and over 3,000 accounts according to its website.
What do they produce,
brother?
What do they produce, brother?
They produce alcohol. Miller Brewing.
No.
Alcohol brewing company. You know
Okay.
how to brew alcohol, right? Now I can walk you through that process too, right?
Okay, hold on, sir. Let's walk slowly with me.
Okay.
You're saying
Being
you said
still.
that they were. Hold on. Can I please? I just want to get. I want to get to the factory that's producing something, and I want to be wrong about this. Trust me. So you told me about a distributor that distributes other people's products that they produce, but you still haven't told me a product that we produce yet.
We could talk about my partner, my man Robert. He's the richest Black person in America. Robert works for, what is it, Vista, whatever it is, and he produces computer software. He produces it, and he also comes up with software analysis and different things for Adobe. They use his products.
I'm talking
Adobe
about
uses a Black man's products in order to make their things proficient. He owns several companies, several accounts, and several distribution centers, which are warehouses, which was your original question.
No, that wasn't my question. I didn't say warehouse.
And he is the owner of Vista.
Okay, I think that's again a software plan is cool, but I'm really talking about hard goods like tomatoes, whatever you said.
Because what makes billionaires in China?
I got you.
Computer networking.
Let me tag in right quick.
Go ahead.
Dave Bing played for the Detroit Pistons, went on to become the mayor of Detroit. 1980, he opened Bing Steel. Once he sold off the assets to Bing Steel in 2009, he transformed it into Bing Group, a conglomerate with headquarters located in Detroit's North End. The company, among other things, supplies metal stampings to the automobile industry. There you go.
Right. So we still stuck at the same problem, right? What do we produce right now? So he sold his company, and now
the question is, what would be good enough for you to be satisfied with?
He still he sold his company, and he still supplies.
Tech is pretty big right now. I see
supplies metal stampings for cars. What are you talking about?
Everybody's talking at once.
Right now online from a quick search.
Everybody's talking online. All I want to ask is, my only question still remains is, again, and if he did that, props to him. But right now, Robert Johnson used to produce some things too, and Johnson Products used to produce some things, and Proline used to produce some things. We had factories in the past. I'm not saying we didn't have factories in the past. I'm asking what
now. We're talking about now.
Look up Partake, an allergy.
Wait. I'm sorry. He still has.
By Denise
He still produces. Hold on. He still produces stamping presses for the automotive company. That's something that he produces.
Boom.
He just sold out part of his company, Charles.
Talking about now.
Yeah, he just sold out part of his company, and then he transitioned to the stamping. That's what they're telling. Go ahead.
He produces stamping.
He like a door print or something, like they can stamp out and make the whole door for the car. That's what he does now. He no longer does the steel thing that he was doing at first.
Right. So they stamp products that other people produce, but we still haven't got to a product that we produce yet. That's all I'm saying.
No, his product is the stamping.
The stamping of the doors, he's producing that, right?
He's producing an actual machine that presses that's a product.
Yeah.
Okay.
This
so
is producing software,
but if you want,
and other companies are buying software and putting their brand on their software. But it's Vista.
I agree with you, Asar. I agree with you, Asar. We definitely have some software companies that produce software. I know one myself, right? That's something that doesn't, you don't have to have a brick and mortar or actually, necessarily. Again, it's not a production of a hard good. If there's somebody that produces, a stamp is a bit of a reach, but my point is not to bicker with y'all. You know what I'm saying? My point is to illustrate that we don't really produce much of anything, right? And if there is a couple exceptions to the rule, that's great. And I hope there are. But we haven't named a single tangible product that somebody really produces. And even if there are one or two, we don't produce nearly enough. So if we're going to get to this point where we're trading or we're going to use Africa's raw materials and create an agreement with them to turn them into finished products, we have to learn how to produce them. We have to have factories and produce material goods. That's my only point. I'm not saying there's not none in the world. I'm saying the point I'm trying to make is we got to this point, and I'm sure there's one or two, but we haven't named the actual tangible product that we produce.
I named two, by the way. Both were
We definitely naming products, but what you said is true, and that's why we're having this conversation, because we're going to
no, but if the blueprint is there, the blueprint is there. You just have to go read it and learn how to do it. The problem isn't the fact that we don't have the blue. The problem is not that we don't know how to do it or that the information is inaccessible to us. The problem is capital to do so. If you have the capital, there's the information available for you.
Doesn't that make sense? Now the next step, logical step seems to me to be, let's find this blueprint and let's find it. Let's locate it and identify the blueprint. Can we do that?
Well, there's going to be
anybody can do that
for each one.
What are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about I'm talking about us right here. That's on the chat right now. Whatever you want to call it, the group.
Well, for me, I have my own aspirations. So Monumental Comics is what I'm pushing. You know, I'm about to make the brand is going. We sell the books. I sold like the first copy of One of the Heroes sold 600 out the gate. It does fine for me. You know, there's things that we're producing out of there shortly, movies, animes, and different things of that nature, where we can sell advertising as well. Yeah.
Again,
action
I'm trying
figures are being worked, all of that. But
comic books is a tangible product. I guess if you're not selling them online, but like if you got the actual physical
they're
book,
online as well. They're both.
Yeah, I'm not knocking that at all. I don't think that's a great shit. If I had a way to make money selling comic books, I would absolutely do it. I think it's a great thing. I'm trying to get to the realization of this agreement that we talked about, or just the tomato example. It don't have to be tomatoes. It could be anything. I'm just talking about a finished product that we can take from Africa. Like cocoa is another good one that Dr. Eric Kana always talks about. We produce more cocoa in Africa than anywhere.
There's cocoa. There's all kinds of trees. There's all kinds of things that you can apply to the body. And there's a lot of things that we can bring from here over there, as far as tech and agriculture and all these kinds of different things.
I'm just trying to isolate something and work on it, and something so that we can actually and we don't have to go with the first idea, but it's just like we can brainstorm our way to like the one that makes the most sense, right? And then try to find that blueprint, and then try to see after we decide what makes the most sense.
Well, there's a lot, right? So let's look at some, right? You got the Georgetown Metal Processing Company, and their revenue is about $235 million. They produce metal and different things of that nature. You got Devon Industrial Group. They produce about $234 million. CEO David A. Burnley Sr., right? We can point to the hotel industry. You got Salamander Hotels and Resorts.
Now we're not talking about manufacturing anymore. Let's stick with the one you said, the metal production company. I'm just saying, let's slow it down and take one at a time, just so we can find a process. You understand what I'm saying?
Let's put two on the table there. Let's put two on the table. Let's go Baldwin Richardson Foods. Their revenue is $252 million. They got about 350 employees, and they're out of Chicago. They do ice cream and a few other things. Let's go with them, and let's go with the one I meant, Georgetown, with Kirk Lewis. So Georgetown Metal Processing is a steel processing service center specialized in blanking and warehousing located in Georgetown, Kentucky. So they're out of Kentucky. They produce a range, includes aluminum, flat rolled steel, cold rolled steel, coated and exposed steel products. Georgetown Metal Processing boasts an 80,000 square foot facility, that's the warehouse you were talking about, which is climate controlled due to the nature of their work. And you know you need a certain temperature when you're dealing with metal because it can explode and a couple other things when you produce.
Now we on to something. Yes, sir. So let's I'm looking, I Googled the same thing. I see Georgetown Metal Processing. Okay, so I'm on that website.
You on the website, okay.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Kirk.
So that's one thing. Not to mention Burke Electric, which obviously you want electricity to go inside the metal piping or into the walls or the different things, but that's another thing.
So the same way Smash Red.
I mean, I'm thinking right now, right? I wonder, do we have something like these lists of what these places that you guys found, right? Do we have like an almanac of stuff like this?
No. But we tried to do it out
when you're
here in
trying to
Colorado.
organize shit, I mean, stuff that we looking for. We need to
We
start.
got a Black-owned business. We call it the Black Book out here.
Yeah.
We send it around at like Juneteenth and Black Arts Festival times. And this is how we know to shop with each other out here. I don't know if other cities and states do that, but you should. And then producing one would be awesome. Vista, I just know.
And you know, someone that owns a company like that, some of these African nations that are still building infrastructure, they could export the materials to those nations or cut out a deal with.
See,
yes,
the way
more
stuff
cost
work,
effective while providing food and money for the continent.
But hold on though, let me just say, from what I understand of how economics work, the stuff that's here is going to be more expensive if you send it to Africa than it coming the other way, right?
Unless we get but the point to get
not all the time.
From Africa. You
Okay,
get the raw
what resources do you think is going to be cheaper
for instance,
to produce
if I wanted to import that Ghana truck over here, and I'm probably going to get it because I like that 5-star truck, it's only going to cost me $5,000.
Yeah, and if they're American, yeah, go ahead.
You talk about the shipping?
No, the cost of the car and to ship it over here is going to cost me about $5,000. If I wanted extra process, it'd be like $6 to $7K. Now,
so you talking about Ghana? Hold on, slow down. I'm trying to catch up what you talking about. You saying Ghana's producing a car. This is what you're saying. Ghana's producing a car, right?
They produce a truck.
Oh, like just a regular truck, not a diesel, because we know you drive diesel, so I'm trying to make sure.
It's a fly truck with the star in front of it.
Okay, so they got a regular truck that they produce, and it's a truck, and it's only $5,000. Now, how is this
Kentucky joint?
I'm talking about. You talking about brand new?
Brand new, but you know why? Because the cost of your dollar is more than the Ghanaian. So this is the thing that you forget.
To get it over here, how much is that?
I just told you how much.
It can't be under $5,000.
Listen to what's being said, yo. That's all I'm saying.
See, this is what I'm doing. What we're not gonna do. I'm not.
It might be like
you got to show me.
I don't know how much it is to get it over here.
Show me the receipt.
Let me tell you
because
I wanted the truck, and I'm probably still gonna get one. But
you talking about shipping a whole car for $5,000 plus the car?
Yeah, and here I'll give you another example. When you do the police auctions, if you find like I found the GTR in Puerto Rico for $27,000. You know, a GTR go for $80K, but they was gonna give it to me through that auction for $27,000. And I happened to have $70,000 at the time. I was going to get it.
Mad people do that.
Okay, now how much was it going to cost you to get it from here to Puerto Rico?
It was going to cost me about $3K because Puerto Rico's still in the U.S. Okay. Now, to get it from Ghana, you're looking at the $2,000 raise on the money. But if I'm only paying $5,000 for the whip, and then an extra $2 possibly to get it over here, even though they said the whole thing would be $5K when I was looking at it.
You know, they was scamming. You might not even
ain't no scammer. This is how we do it.
Yo, I'm telling you, I'm just trying to help you. So
this is what happenens when you don't really do business out of the country.
My money over there, bro.
See, when you don't do business out of the country, you don't really know how things work.
Can I ask y'all a question?
This is through the reputable site that you would import a car from. But because you've never done something like that, you've never seen the cost of it. So you're like, oh my God, that's cheap. Yeah, because not everything is expensive.
I feel like we're getting off topic. Can I ask a question? What is the goal here right now what is the goal here?
To start doing business with your own so that you can employ yourself in the United States if you don't plan on repatriating back to Africa, and to connect Black Africans globally so that we can start to become an economic force, a movement, and provide for ourselves. And you don't have to rely on other people to do that for you. So you're not subjugated. You don't got to hold your tongue. You don't got to do this. You do it in your manner.
Beautiful. So that's where we at, right? So we understand the goal now. I think the next step, and this, correct me if I'm wrong, is probably to find the lowest hanging fruit that and I know Smash comes on here with business ideas and real estate stuff. I'm in real estate also, but for the purpose of this discussion and moving forward and just surrounding this whole topic is, what can we do? What can we put our minds around? Something that we know other people that would be easy to get behind, right? What is the lowest hanging fruit as far as an idea of, and it don't even have to be starting out with manufacturing necessarily. I'm just saying when it comes to Africa trade, and you know, that's a component that comes in. But my point is, before we can even ready to trade with Africa, again, and this I said this on, I don't know if y'all heard me on Sunday, like we don't have one neighborhood where we control the businesses, where we can actually do business with each other, or it don't even have to be a neighborhood because we got the internet, right? One group, right? A group of 500 to 1,000 people that trade with each other, that do business with each other, even online. But I think the neighborhood thing will be easier. But you know, you could do it either way. But
yeah,
how do we get there, right? And what is the easiest, lowest hanging fruit to create a product that we know could sell, that everybody needs, that everybody uses, that all our people need and use every day to generate cash flow?
Well, basically, I mean, if I was going to start something like that out,
or some hair. And if you do toilet paper or hair, especially the hair, because there's what I think it's 5 Black women became millionaires off of doing the hair recently.
Those are both great.
Hair gonna go regardless.
Yeah, because you need that wig, you need that guys.
Hold on, I'm talking about. I think maybe something more. That's kind of like I don't know, but this is what I think. I think when you're trying to, because you got to understand.
Say rice.
What I'm dealing with is from a war kind of perspective without the war, because the war, we're actually fighting a war right now, but we don't seemingly know it. And things are being done to us that we know is happening, but that's the type of war that we need to try to combat, not just something physical. So you don't start to look at your surroundings. You don't think
toilet paper and hair is a good
James, I'm gonna stop.
No, hold on. Let's look at your areas of. We're just talking about from a territorial perspective,
right? But you're talking war.
But I'm talking about not in that perspective. That's why I clarify what I mean, because it is a war. The things that they do when you know, you can go right here on the internet and type of the economic disparity in America, and you will see we on the bottom of the totem pole. So that's recognized.
You know why, right? Because you don't provide the jobs.
I know. Hold on. So I got all that. I'm just what I'm saying. So we already know. That's, to me, that's just letting me know that it's a war going on. I mean, that's the type of war that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about going and picking up a gun and starting. I'm saying that it's an economic war against our people, to where we're not able to sustain ourselves as a community. You know, economically, if somebody's making 70 to 100,000 and we making 40,000, that's not good. You know what I'm saying?
But why do we get off the toilet paper and the hair that Asar was talking about?
Because hold on. If we want to start to identify certain things that we could do, because that's what you asked, we need to start to identify things that we can do that we can see. That's kind of what you said about where's the factory at type of thing.
Toilet paper and hair.
But you talking about getting a toilet paper factory and a hair factory or something?
I'm talking about exploring the possibility. Yes.
Okay, well that's cool too. But what I want to interject right here is to have something that we can see right now. So now in our communities, we have certain things where we seem like we're being exploited. That's what it seems like to us. Like we made songs in hip hop about the Koreans at the corner store, the Arabs at the corner. So we seemingly, that would be a target for me, that we could identify, that we could do it in our community, where we could see a tangible thing right now, quick. You know what I'm saying?
Agreed.
So opening up maybe a corner store that's identifiably owned by us in our communities, and start to get our people to patriate there instead of the one directly across the street, putting that business out of business, and then acquiring that business and then doing the same model across the street. Well, we just start if it ain't owned by us, we're not shopping there. We're not getting gas there in our community. And we do that until we get everybody else out of our communities, or either the government see that we're not playing and they start to give us those deals that they give it to them. We have to start thinking like that. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
It's all on the same line. That's a great point. I agree with you. And we could sell the toilet paper in the store. Or maybe we could open up the store first and then sell the toilet paper in the store.
That's what I'm saying. Here's one storefronts and stuff like that.
Let me just throw in one thing.
I have questions about the
real quick. It'll have to be more than probably, in order to be any in any way competitive with anybody else, meaning be able to sell your products for, even if it's a little bit higher, it ain't gonna, you know, not 3 times more, is to have more than one store probably open at the same time, so you buy more product and you get a lower price on your wholesale goods, right? Would you agree with that?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, but you know, like we said, we're starting from nothing. So we have to figure out a particular model to have a storefront in our community where we identify where we're the majority population and start to implement those type of tactics in our communities. Like, so we know we got, and no offense to these people, but we have to get something established for our people that we can say.
No, offense to those people. Offense to them people. They coming in our neighborhood.
No. I'm really just saying it in a respectful manner, but you know what it is, because it is what it is. But what I'm saying, it is what it is. That is how you do it. But until we start to think like that, because like I say in Atlanta, it's a bunch of corner stores that we can implement this plan. We got a bunch of rappers that's rich that seems like the feds is targeting them. So what better way to transition back off of the legitimate business if they is going to try to take down the rap industry and start to buy up properties and start to buy up the businesses in your community? I start to see T.I. and people like that. T.I. and Killer Mike, they just opened the restaurant about 2 weeks ago that looked nice. It was
James, you got a great idea right now.
So that's what we got to do, man. We got to do stuff like that.
Let me just slow you down for a minute, because I'm trying to make this real in the realest way possible, right? Like, even if everybody in this conversation doesn't necessarily play best right now, right? But that's a great idea about the store. But so the next progressions to that would be, how many stores do we need to be able to make this shit economically feasible? Meaning the prices of the product.
You know, we're gonna have to start out small, but one store. We need to get an identifiable. Hold up. See, this is what I'm saying, tall guy. I've already thought about this. We need to get an identifiable color with like 7-Eleven. No, there's like red, orange, and green. So what would we do? See what I'm saying? But either which way.
Right, but hold on now.
And just carry that shit. And see, that way, when they see that red, black, and green going all across our community, they know. And they got to be on the same standard or higher than these quick trips and so forth. We got to be able to compete.
Can I jump in real quick?
So that's what I'm on, man. But
I think you would need two pronged type of thing, though. You would need somewhere you're strictly you're buying from other people because you need the best deals, but you're selling to your own people, right? But you also need another front where you're buying from your own, but you're selling to everybody.
No, you got to buy Snickers from Snickers. That's just the way this works. But what I'm saying is, when you start to do this and get the money coming in to your own people that's getting this money, it has to be an understanding that once we start to get this money, we finna transition to that hair to where we finna take over that because our people were. Right.
But there's still
but we got to start small with something like the corner stores, then transition out to the hair care products, and then we got to identify something for the men to do to where we can take over an industry for ourselves. That's like the trucking.
I'm just saying you can't pigeonhole yourself. You can't pigeonhole yourself too badly.
No. I'm just saying, but I'm just talking about a start, because we have already identified that we really don't have a start. That's what that tall guy's talking about.
Let's not start talking about selling shit to other people outside our community before we start with ourselves. Damn, like, let's just start with the basics. Of course, we'll sell to other people if they want to buy our products, and they might come.
Somebody else outside of the if a Hispanic person walked in the corner store and wanted to buy something, you think I'm telling them no?
Exactly, right. So
that ain't what we're talking about. We're talking about using something to start something, and then use the proceeds from that to start to take over other things that we can identify that we need to take over.
Yes, James, but there's still a math problem. There's still a math equation.
You mentioned the red, black, and green flag.
No, I didn't say a flag. I just said those colors, that color scheme to identify what we're doing
on everything.
Right. I'm just saying.
Why not? Why don't we want to put that on everything? Why?
Because listen.
If you listen to what I said it's a two-pronged situation where you need one where you have that front where it's strictly red, black, and green. No, you know what I'm saying? Wow. But you also need to keep up business to where you're doing everything else with everybody else, like everybody else does. Every other
you start with yourself first before you do that.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about.
All that start, and then you do that's not real. That's not in reality.
Ourselves to be self-sufficient.
You ain't getting what I'm saying.
Listen.
That's not in reality. On the ground right now, that is what's happening.
Listen, when you brand something, you need to make the brand universal. So the name doesn't have. Listen, yes, you do.
No,
it doesn't
have
to
start
say
out,
it
you don't
doesn't.
need to do that.
No,
we
you
got
just
enough
need
money
to
within the black community. There's enough dollars floating around in the black community. That's why everybody's in our neighborhood.
Do
So
you buy freedom
black and
toilet
green?
tissue?
Hold up.
Watch this.
You saying red, black, and green ain't universal?
Do you buy? No, stop.
Hold on. I live in Atlanta, right?
Listen.
I live in Atlanta. When you look around Atlanta, you will see a Jamaican restaurant with a Jamaican flag on it. Having that Jamaican flag does not stop someone white, black, Hispanic, monkey, or pig from shopping there.
Exactly.
You have soul food restaurants on every corner in Atlanta. And I've
now,
seen
do the soul food restaurants have a bunch of flags on them, or do it just say soul food?
I think they should have red, black, and
some of them say soul food, but there was one of them, one of the most popular ones.
Only one of them got exactly.
You're missing
So we
the
have
point.
an
This is my
African
point.
flag that we could use.
You put Jamaican. Listen,
you're missing the point. The point is that there has to be
Listen.
there's enough dollars flowing around in the black community that
Yeah,
we don't
but
have to
we
worry
don't
about
just want to
anybody
suspend
else to start
ourselves to
out
just
with.
black dollars.
The black businesses aren't
We don't
really
just want to suspend ourselves to black dollars.
Wait. I don't think the black. I don't think the black businesses are necessarily the problem. The bigger problem is building the community back up. So
James,
what the problem is that
can you assign who you want to talk? Smash
yeah,
ain't
we need to do one at a time. That's what I've been saying. But it seems like
so.
But I don't understand what's the argument about anything that we all are talking about. We just. I mean, I just laid out a plan that something small. Like, what is the hell is the argument? That's what we need.
So
I wasn't even opposing that, James. I'm just saying. I was just saying that.
Finished.
Wait. Hold up. Stop.
Call on somebody, James.
So I was talking about branding.
Let a saw speak first, then tall guy, then Kim White.
When I was talking about branding, you want to keep your brand universal. This way, it's not, we know it's black owned. When you go in there, it's going to have black employees. We know that's in the hood. We know it's over here. When it becomes a brand and it starts to branch out to become a franchise, it can go anywhere. It doesn't need that flag. If we put the flag on it, like when you put a Jamaican flag on a Jamaican restaurant or an Italian flag on an Italian food restaurant, it's because they want you to know the type of food that they're serving and the country is from, because some people have a particular taste. But when it comes to clothes, we don't need to brand that. You go to Nordstrom's, you're buying from Africans, Italians. It just depends on the brand that you like. Now, when it comes to what we were talking about earlier, just with the imports, and you can check this out, my brother James. When it comes to importing a vehicle, it's about 300,000 to 30,000 rand if I got it from South Africa, right?
Now you're on 2-3 subjects now, sir. Come on,
hold up. So I could finish up. That's about $1,721.40. That's how simple it is to do business back home. So when you connect with back home, if you're having these products produced over there, bringing them over here to sell them at higher prices, no different than China does it to you when you buy Gucci, no different than the Italians do it when you buy from Agano or Fittipaldi rims, et cetera, et cetera. This is how you make things churn. And when they start to churn, and I'm going to land my plane, then you don't have to worry about the label saying this. What you do with that money is produce other things in the neighborhood, including, okay, I made this much. Let's also invest into this particular building so that we can have family homes. Let's invest in about 30,000 homes as a group. This is what I was trying to get Chauncey Billups, Carmelo Anthony, and a couple other superstars that live here to do. I said, put your money together and build a neighborhood and redline and let black families buy, since it's happening to us. These are the things you need to do in order to produce a better neighborhood and get it churning. So it's not gentrified by other people, but made whole by you. Go ahead.
All right. So is it my turn?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So back to the branding thing. And I'll just say, this is a rhetorical question, right? Does Procter & Gamble own one brand? No, they own a bunch of brands under their title, right? Under the conglomerate. So just because we have a red, black, and green brand that we start out with to instill pride and change the culture in our community we should not hesitate to do that. That doesn't mean there's not other brands that can spin off from our corporation, from our holding company, but we should not be hesitant. There's enough Black dollars in the Black community, which is why all these outsiders are all in our community selling their goods. We can do the same thing without worrying about who's getting money from anybody else, right? We don't need to worry about that in the first stage of our business planning. The first stage is to change the culture to us doing business with each other. So I absolutely think we should have a red, black, and green type brand to start out with. Doesn't mean it doesn't have to remain our brand throughout the growth of the company, but we absolutely need that to change the culture, in my opinion, and I'll leave it right there.
Yeah, that's something that's already established. I don't know why people would keep seemingly shy away from that. I think that we need to incorporate that even more, seemingly, like what just happened with within these last couple of years with the recognition of the Juneteenth holiday. You start to see them start to use that economically without us probably even getting any money off of it. You see red, black, and green all up in Walmart now. You see what I'm saying? So we're not understanding economically how this stuff's how we supposed to be capitalizing on that particular holiday, even seemingly right now.
Well, I'm not shying away. I'm not scared of nothing, because I bought a flag from you and a hat with the red, black, and green, and I rock them joints.
Word.
But you know what I'm saying? I do know that if we want to do business out in the world, we probably have more success doing business like everybody else. Then
hold on,
let me just finish, bro. Let me just finish. You said let's all speak one at a time. So let me just finish real quick. So the thing is this. Do you think a business like that would be able to fund a red, black, and green business better? Or do you think a red, black, and green business would be able to fund a non-red, black, and green business more so?
Well, it's done for pride purpose and cultural continuity purposes for us to have something that we could use and see as a model of something that we have done in our communities that's positive. Just think about that. And
I agree with that.
Hold on, just think about it. We use those. I ain't saying they gotta have a red, black, and green. I'm just saying appropriate those colors in your color scheme of whatever we're gonna do. It ain't got to be a red, black, and green flag. I'm saying appropriate those colors so we could be associated with what we're doing, so people can know that, hey, man, now we got something of our own. That's something that we could do to use for pride.
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? You use your cultural continuity to get shit cracking. We do it all the time with the Crip and Blood shit, but we can't do it with the red, black, and green.
I agree totally, though. I agree totally.
That's how we got.
I guess my only disagreement with the brother is that it's not a first and second.
We are a tribal people. That's something that we can't get away from. What Europeans use our tribalism against us, but we can turn around and use that tribalism for positive.
Absolutely.
We can do that.
Grow out of that tribalism, brother. In my opinion, we got to grow out of that tribalism.
I know, but see,
you can't get rid of tribalism, bro.
That's like they're just telling like the zebra to start dispersing and not be with each other.
No, we're not that zebra.
We're humans. Listen, but we can identify that it's a difference between humans because we're being subjugated based on who we are.
And we gotta understand what is tribalism.
It ain't hard, bro. We understand that we are all on this show based on a cultural continuity and basic phenotypical features that we are all have.
Was Tau Mary a tribe? Even now, I'm not saying did it start out as a tribe, but when it was at its peak, was it a tribe?
No, it was something that had cultural continuity, though.
You're not answering my question.
That doesn't mean that they didn't have tribes, though.
You have tribes within a whole thing that has a cultural continuity. They all had shared that cultural continuity. What was it?
Exactly.
Amun was the central thing that held that culture together. No matter what tribe it was,
that's not a tribe. That's a state, brother. That's a state. And that's when we were at our best. But
that doesn't mean that there's a danger. There's a danger in thinking that you can get rid of.
You just talk over me, brother. I'm trying to keep it civil, right?
I'm joining the conversation.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So we're talking about what we did when we were at our peak, when we had international trade, when we had land of our own and we were sovereign, right? When we were at our peak economically, scientifically, mathematically, all that shit, we were not tribes. We were a nation, right? When we were at our worst and under the footstool, we were the footstool of the motherfucking white men and the Arab, we was tribes. So we got to learn from history. That's the whole importance of history. Just tribe shit does not work.
That's not really true.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. I'm gonna be 15 seconds and I'm done, right? If we need to slowly evolve our tribes into a nation, then we need to remain different tribes and for a time until we can grow out of that. That's fine, but there has to be a coming together of the tribes to form a state, and then we can slowly over 1,500 whatever years grow out of it.
But that's how it works, right, tall God? That's how it works.
Yes, but the goal can't be the tribe. We can't be attaching ourselves to the tribe like that's our nature. That's not our nature, bro. That's some shit that landed us up.
I think it's not just African nature; it's human nature, right?
Yeah, but
I'm not just singling out Africans as that, but I'm just talking about we have to be able to understand that they use certain words to demonize the tribalism in Africa, like gang.
It is.
So they'll call it a gang, and then you'll be classified and getting put in prison. But then they'll have something. They'll have the same thing called a club, and there won't nothing happen to them.
Now you're talking about other people.
You have to understand about how this works in this country.
You're talking about other people. I'm talking about us building together towards a common goal. A tribe has failed us. The only people that are
that's
still,
not true, brother. That's not true.
All over Africa
right now. The only people that are subjugated now are people that didn't evolve out of that tribal system. The South American tribes, of course, the African tribes. Those are the people that are at the behest. Those are the people that are at the behest of states and nations.
Well,
so we have to evolve out of that. That shit was made for a time period. We got to leave that shit in the past and outgrow it, or we're gonna keep being footstools, man. We're gonna keep being.
What I'm saying is,
I don't think that's smart at all. If I could join the conversation, I don't think that's smart at all. I think certain things.
You don't think what's smart?
I don't think that thinking that you can end tribalism and making that a goal.
Did the Europeans do it? Did the Chinese do it?
No, they have not.
The Chinese didn't outgrow the tribe. They didn't evolve out of the tribe.
No, they have not. They have not. The Europeans haven't either.
You call them countries and stuff like that.
Clans,
still have
clans, right?
Going on
and those clans make up a nation. They make up a bigger nation. They've let go of that. They don't.
But they have different.
Here goes the point that I'm trying to make. Here goes the point that I'm trying to make. Instead of trying to end tribalism, what you're trying to come to is find how different groups can best coexist.
Yeah,
because you can't stop people from creating subgroups and subdivisions, and it's a natural thing.
Yeah, it's best to understand nature.
Yes, it is, brother. Yes, it is.
It's better to swim with the current than to swim against it.
You're never gonna get to a point.
James, where did the current take us to? It took us to motherfucking slavery and colonialism, bro.
Well, hold on. You gotta understand.
That's not necessarily true either.
That's a damn fact. What are you talking about? That's a fact. The only people that's still under colonialism is people that won't get out of their tribe. Most of them, just people that couldn't grow out of tribalism and see themselves.
Correlation is not causation.
Okay, well, hold on. This is where I think we might need to deal with. Okay, now you're saying that tribalism is what messed up Africa, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, explain to me what is the percentage of Africa that is Christian?
Huh? See? What does it have to do with a state? What does a religion have to do with a
state? Because what I'm trying to explain to you is it wasn't the tribalism that messed them up. It was the indoctrination of Christianity and the indoctrination of Islam that they're fighting on.
They didn't get that until they got a foot up their ass. We didn't get that until we got a foot up our ass. That's when we got the indoctrination.
Do you know how Europeans got rid of what you think is tribalism? Like France, like how they got rid of all them other languages. They massacred them niggas, bro.
Okay, like that means we got to do the same thing France does, or we can look at history and grow from it and realize the mistake from history and not repeat it.
I mean, if it was a Make-A-Wish Foundation, then yeah, but that's not what it is. Nobody's gonna volunteer for their shit to disappear, bro. That's just
It
not
doesn't
gonna
happen in
happen.
one generation. Did you listen to what I said? I said over a period of hundreds, if not 1,000 years. It's not gonna be the people in power now ain't gonna let go of their little tribal status, right? That's
You're
not
talking about
realistic.
a 1,000-year plan. I
It's a
didn't catch that
process.
part.
It's an evolution process and a change in the thinking. That doesn't happen in one generation, right? But it
But
happens
even
over
then,
a long
how can
period
you
of time.
guarantee that people won't subdivide into different groups saying,
Ain't
I
shit
come from
guaranteed.
here, I come from there?
Ain't nothing guaranteed in life, brother. But what we do have is a blueprint that has been written by China, by Japan, by Europe, and all the other, by India. These people were all tribes that at some point saw themselves as something bigger than a tribe and united to control some territory.
So hold on. You started this, right? Remember you brought up the free trade agreement a minute ago, Tall Guy?
Absolutely.
Okay, so bam.
And that,
So
and let me-
hold on. Do you know what Kwame Nkrumah's initial plan for Africa was?
What his initial plan, I know what his last plan was before he lost power, was Pan-Africanism.
Okay, so bam. So that meant that he wanted to erase the borders and make Africa one big nation. Like, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
So I don't understand why we over here. I hate that we
that
over
doesn't
here
mean to erase
bickering
tribalism
and arguing about. Hold on. I hate that we're bickering and arguing about something that we already know, that we already didn't figure it out. We don't. The borders are arbitrary at best, and were given to us by other people, and we should not acknowledge these borders. We should come together like what we see other strong nations have done, which is what they did, like China and these other people that you're talking about. They just got one thing. But
exactly.
We're divided into 50-something nations, which
that's not tribes, though. Those borders are not.
Hold on. Even
tribes are literally ethnic nations.
When you erase the borders, those tribes are still going to be within those borders. But we understand
the tribes go across borders. But yes, there's still going to be tribes.
So that's what I'm saying. So there's no need to
tribes
argue
are basically
about
ethnic nations. That's what they
so
are.
there's no need to argue about that because you got something called the Dravidians and all type of different things in India. You got this same phenomenon going on in Europe with the Germans, the inside of those nations, they got a little fragmentation. So we got to understand that we ain't no different from nobody else, bro. The only thing
we are.
Hold on. I just was getting ready to say the only thing that's different about us is that we're the newest nation to come out of some type of subjugation, and we're not there yet.
We haven't done what our ancestors did, realize 5,000 years ago, that they couldn't just survive and be powerful as a bunch of different little tribes. They brought the shit together. They came together as a state.
So hold on. That whole process is. Hold up. Are you saying that the Magi tribe and the tribe of Wawet, all that was in the same little City or Tiberi area, they were the same?
You said Ta and Tameri. Which one were you talking about?
Well, inside of Kemet, there were different tribes even inside of encompassing those nations. Was it or was it not?
Yes, but when it was time to go to economic policy, when it was time to go to war, when it was time to create diplomatic relations with people, they acted as a single nation.
Okay. So
but they didn't forget that
was 5,000 years ago.
No, okay, hold on, wait. They had a state head. They were still it's not. We gotta stop using the word tribe because that's not correct.
Yeah, like
it's ethnic.
Africans call themselves tribes. They refer to their
but
groups.
It's not. The
they
term
refer to themselves as tribes
use.
because a lot of them speak a Western language and that's what they're relating it to you as. But it's not really a tribe. It's an ethnic group. Each ethnic group usually have a different. These ethnic groups usually have different cultures, and these different cultures can still come together to make a state. But you still need some sort of head of state.
But we haven't done it. That's the only point. I agree with you. That's the point, right? We can't relinquish their power. The tribal leaders don't want to relinquish their little status and power in order to do something.
No, it's not
bigger
about
than
the tribe. Wait. It's not about the tribal leaders. The tribal leaders aren't the problem.
How do you know?
They're not factored. The tribal leaders belong to ethnic groups. You can't erase the ethnic groups. When you erase the ethnic groups, you get what we are as African Americans.
You did say earlier, brother, that you had to get
us
rid
having
of
our
tribes,
ethnic,
brother.
us getting rid of our ethnic groups It brought us together because we didn't have a choice in the matter of the situation. We
what are you
understood
talking about
that
right
we
now, bro?
have. You're saying to get rid of the tribes or the ethnic group. That
No, I
doesn't
didn't.
make
I
sense
said
because that
no.
You
I said
did
grow
you
say
said
out
get
that,
the
rid of
bro.
tribe.
tribalism. What you're saying to do, no one on this planet has actually done.
The
Right now
Chinese
in the
have done it.
UK,
The Europeans have done it. The Japanese have done it,
No, they have
and the
not,
Indians have
bro.
done
no,
it.
they have not.
Yes,
They
they
have
have.
different ethnic groups that still exist within their
Yeah. Did we
nations,
say
and
tribe?
they
Now
don't
you
see
moved from
eye to
tribe to
eye, and
ethnic
they all
group.
have their own.
So now you got to
They
start
don't.
making some definitions. You got to start creating some definitions, right? What's the
I
difference
said
between
that
a
at the
tribe and
beginning.
an
I
ethnic
said
group?
that at the beginning. What are you
A
calling
tribe is
tribalism?
what he's calling tribalism is ethnic groups. It's a
How are you
common
telling
mistake
me
that
what
we
I'm?
all
How are
do.
you telling me what I'm calling something?
I'm inferring this off of the way in which you're using the term. That's all I'm doing. I mean no disrespect to you whatsoever, brother.
No, none taken. None
I'm
taken.
just saying.
I'm just trying to figure out how you
All I'm
saying what I'm
saying is,
trying to say.
okay, so when you say a tribe or Africans referring to themselves as a tribe, I think of Hausa, Fulani, Igbo, and Yoruba.
Okay.
Is that a
And
fair assumption?
yes. And you're saying
Why
that's
we
an
may call
ethnicity and not a tribe? Like, why are we having this
yes, because they
word
the
salad stuff?
reason
Like,
why is because when you say a tribe, you erase the fact that they have cultures that make them different that won't necessarily mesh together. They can still come together and disagree. No one in the rest of the world is having these conversations except for us when it comes to the continent. When you look
because
at
they
the
already
UK,
outgrew
they
it.
don't.
They've
No,
already
they
had
did
these
not
conversations 1,000 years ago, and they've
They
outgrown
did
those
not
things. And
outgrow.
even if they've held on to their little familial or personal tribal allegiances, the state always takes precedence in China. I can keep going down the countries, right? All the
The
most
reason why
powerful
the
countries
state
in the
takes
world.
precedence because someone has a military and they subjugate the other, but it still does not erase the ethnic group or the culture.
Yeah,
That's what
I'll
and it
give
happened in
you
still
a good
Cuba.
plays a
example.
part. It
I will
still
give you
plays
an
a part in their
example. Let me
politics.
give you an example. The biggest example I can give you right now is the United Kingdom. United Kingdom consists of Great Britain, Wales, Northern Ireland, and Southern Ireland. They all hate each other. And you know what the common thing that they hate? Everybody in that group hate together. They hate Great Britain, but they don't have the power to separate themselves from Great Britain. So they have no choice but to come together for the power of the UK because they don't. And they've been fighting wars too. You
So you
have the
saying
IRA or
Ireland is
whatever
not
they
its own
called over
country?
there bombing. Huh?
Ireland is not its own country?
It's its own country, but
What?
they're part of the United Kingdom, and they don't want to be part of the
Okay.
United Kingdom.
So what is the United
They've been
Kingdom
going back and
as
forth
a
for.
political body? What is the United Kingdom
They've
as
been
a
having
political body?
guerrilla warfare and terrorist acts
Yeah,
against Great Britain
Yeah,
since
there's
they've been
wars.
brought into the
I
fold.
didn't say there was no wars going on in
Since
the world.
William Wallace, for Christ's sake, and he's from Wales.
What does it have to do with what I'm saying? The point is, in
The
order to
point
be
is
a
they didn't
world
erase
power,
the ethnic
in order to
groups.
be a
They
world
didn't
you
get
power,
rid of
can't
their
you
get
have
ethnic
to
rid of.
form a
groups.
large group.
You can't
Hold
get
on,
rid of
You have
the
to form a
ethnic
larger
one at a
group
groups.
than
time.
yourself. In order to
The
become a
po-
world power, in order to become and be able to have the territory and defend it, you have to form something larger than a tribe. You can't exist
and
as a
you do
tribe and
that,
not get
And
but
that
you
has
dominated.
do that
happened.
through
That has
military.
happened before, my
But you
brother.
do
That has
that through
happened before.
conquest. It happens through conquest. It doesn't happen because everybody kumbaya and get together. The UK is the UK because Great Britain whooped everybody else's ass. They beat Wales, they beat Ireland, they beat them
Bruh,
all, and they made
Ireland is
them
a
join
separate
into the
country,
UK.
bro. Ireland is not part
But
of
they're part of
Ireland
the
and England.
United
Oh my
Kingdom.
God.
No.
Are they not part of the United Kingdom?
You haven't told me what the United. Maybe I just don't know. This might just be my ignorance, right? What is the United Kingdom as a political body? Is it a country? What is it? Because Ireland, I always knew. If you go to watch the Olympics, Ireland is not the same country as England. There's two different countries. So what is the United Kingdom? You ever seen anybody represent the UK in the Olympics or on the United Nations? No,
They're
you're just making
separate
up some
countries.
abstract
And
shit that doesn't
that
have. That's
hasn't
not
Nobody's
always
making
been
up
the
something
case.
Interject.
abstract.
Hold up.
That's what
Slow
the
And
down.
United
that speaks to
Kingdom
your
is.
Slow
They've
point.
been
down.
trying
Hold
to
on. Slow
separate
down,
from
y'all.
Britain.
Stop for a second. It says here, it says Ireland. Is Ireland a part of the United Kingdom? It says no, the Republic of Ireland is not a part of the United Kingdom.
Thank you.
Continue on.
So
Northern
stop with the
Ireland.
United
The
Kingdom
United
stuff, man.
Kingdom is made up. The United
Stop
Kingdom
it.
is
He
made up
just
of
said that's not. He
England.
just read the shit to you, bro. Like, what are you
I'm reading the same.
arguing?
It's made up of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland split because of their cultural differences and they couldn't get along. Southern Ireland did not want to be part of the United Kingdom at all.
Yeah, so
Is
okay, so
Ireland
yeah,
a
to be
country?
clear,
So
the
that's
Republic of,
European
hold up, to be
tribalism.
clear, hold up, he's absolutely correct. To be clear, the Republic of Ireland is not a part of it. It's another part of Ireland that they split, just like what is that? The Dominican Republic in Haiti. It's a split island, and part of the island does belong to them.
Well, of course, part of it belongs to everybody. Part of it belongs to England.
I think the northern Ireland belongs to the Great Britain or whatever, United Kingdom. So that's how
the point is, they're still separate countries. So if there's fighting, those are fighting between two nations. There's not one country called the United Kingdom. That's not a country. That's all I'm saying.
Made an allusion. You made an allusion to you spoke as if there was no tribalism in Europe, like they got past that.
No, they evolved out of tribalism. Those aren't tribes
They
anymore.
evolve out of tribalism. Hey, you want me to show you what that island look like? They got about a 20-foot wall to separate them two, right on that island.
It doesn't matter. Ireland, there's still two separate countries.
It's still based off lineage and ethnicity, though.
It doesn't matter. They still have their own sovereign. They're sovereign countries. Do you understand that a sovereign country? What a sovereign country is? That's a sovereign.
They are now. They are now. That's a reality now.
Are we talking about? Well, and like talking about now, right?
And like I said, Africans have done that as well. And like the brother was telling you, a large part of that is because of military might.
Whatever reason it happened, this is the model that works. This is the model.
But they didn't abandon.
It's not a model. It's not a model that's exclusive to Europeans.
I never said it was. I named China. I named India.
They have not. Well, you're positioning it historically as if they are the only ones who have gotten over
crazy. I've been saying India. I've been saying China. I've been saying Japan. What are you talking about, bro?
India got a whole bunch of different groups and shit.
But the state takes precedence. All that shit gets put to the side when India.
So why was your earlier argument that we have to get rid of tribalism? When you say that, that's why I asked you, what are you calling tribalism?
Good. Okay, so I'm glad you asked. We have to evolve out of tribalism again, where the tribe does not take precedence over the state. The tribe is a minion of the goddamn state. The state is what makes the decisions and has final decisions. They might ask different tribal leaders and they come to a vote, and whatever the majority is, that's what they go with. But you do what's in the best interest of the state.
If we're talking specifically, and we're being precise, Africa is not formed up of nation tribes. It's formed up of states. Those states do have issues, but they are not just tribes running around.
Let's get away from Africa, because Africa was a bunch of countries created by white people. So let's stop with that's not a good example. That's the problem, not the solution. We want to get a solution, right? Let's take India. There's different ethnic groups. Let's take India. There's different ethnicities. You want to call them tribes, ethnicities, whatever you want to call them. There's different.
That's what they are. They're ethnic nations.
Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter what the words you put attached to it. Only thing that matters is the state takes precedence in all matters in world affairs. That's the important part. That's what we don't have in Africa. That's what we have to get in America.
Okay, so this is what I was trying to say earlier. The focus perhaps should not hold on. The focus perhaps should not be to get rid of tribes.
All right.
Because that is never going to happen. In my opinion, in a lot of people's opinion. It's just never gonna happen. But hold on, let me finish. When you reference Kemet, for instance, they had a concept called Sema Tawi, which is what? Uniting the land. You find that concept in a lot of African society. Even in West Africa, they had a system for uniting the tribes. People talk about there was just disunity, but that's not the case. Was there failure in some cases? Yes. But did they have a good model?
I was with you on Kemet, but where are you at right now? What are you talking about right now? You just said Kemet, and that was on point, and then you started going to some other places.
Well, Kemet fell as well. Kemet fell as well, didn't it?
Well, every nation falls after a certain amount of years. No, that's the longest lasting civilization ever.
So I'm saying West Africa had a system as well where they integrated from as far as we can look back. They had systems known as Kala, known as Sarankuya, that people call, unfortunately, anthropologists call it joking relationships, but they're more like ethnic alliances. And these are
that system.
No,
failed.
That's not fucking true. That's not fucking true though.
It failed.
You just said every nation falls.
No, but I'm talking about not after 100 years.
Did you just say every nation falls?
Bro, 100 years, bro. Like how long did these civilizations last for?
Did you just? I just said as far back as we can.
I got a
as
better
far back
example.
as we
You
can
live.
look.
How long did the civilization of Ghana last? The great civilization of Ghana. How many?
That was
years?
the state. That was the state, right? That was an
800
empire.
years?
No, that was.
You see the difference? That's a state.
No, that was an empire.
They still had tribes.
I'm just trying to do this.
And if you want to be technical about it,
think that once they formed that whatever you want to call it, because this is all now we finna argue over naming conventions, and I hate them.
It's a state. It's an empire.
We're gonna stay away from the naming conventions. If it's an empire, if it's a state, whatever that was. There was a large amount of people over there in West Africa.
Right. It wasn't no tribe. Can we agree that it wasn't a tribe?
Oh, hold on.
But
what
it was
what I'm
tribes.
trying to explain
No,
to you, Carl God, is
No,
there was
it was
probably
not a
many
tribe.
tribes that made up that thing, whatever it was.
It was just one that's more dominant than the other, and they're the ones
You're
that's
not getting rid of
controlling.
tribes.
Hold on, it was probably
You're not
different
getting rid
ethnic
of
groups. It was
tribes,
probably
bro.
different ethnic groups, tribes, whatever naming convention you want to use.
That's
It was off inside of the whatever made Ghana great.
But
whatever.
the state
It
took
wasn't just one
precedence.
kind of people there that made it what it was.
You're proving my point, James. You're proving my point.
No.
Can
'cause
you
you're making it seem
identify?
like
Can you identify a nation right now in Africa where the tribe takes precedence over the state?
Well, what I can say
Nigeria,
is that
the
hold on, let
Hausa
me
tribe
answer that.
takes
Okay,
precedence
we'll
over the
use
state, but they are also the state.
All over Africa.
But wait. I got one even better for you. You live in a country called America, where one of the tribes that actually run the country are comprised of Anglo-Saxons, and they've been running the country since they got here.
Right.
That's an ethnic group or a tribe. Everyone in America is made up of an ethnic group or tribe. You can't erase somebody's cultural ethnicity.
Yeah, man,
that's all a tribe is.
Brandon.
So how many people you
All
know
the tribes
go
are
around
cultural
identifying as
ethnicity. You can't
Anglo-Saxon?
erase that.
I like
You
that.
just proved
None
my
of us put
point.
any of this to the side for the betterment of America. It's just that the Anglo-Saxons have the power, and they're saying this is what we're gonna do, and we got to roll with it. Any empire or kingdom that you name, or even nation, modern nation, they don't put the ethnic group aside. You just have one group in power that's saying this is how we're gonna roll, and everybody go, okay, that's what we're gonna do, because they don't have a choice.
Bruh, you understand that Anglos and the Saxons are two separate tribes that came together. And then the Anglo-Saxons came to the States, the Italians came to the States, the Irish came to the States, the Germans came to the States and created. And then after that point, when they formed the States and the Revolutionary War took place, the state took precedence. United States took precedence over all other shit when it came to foreign affairs and national affairs. The state took precedence. Ain't no fucking Anglo-Saxons collecting
The way
taxes.
you're saying it is making it sound like it's you're
Ain't
making
no
it sound like
Germans
that it was.
taxes. It's the United
Whoa.
States government that's collecting taxes. The state
But who
takes
was in control
precedence.
of the United States? Who was
Why
in
is that
control
hard
of
to
the United States?
Ukraine
Because
and
the
Russia,
Italians
bro.
and the
Man, I'm
Irish
telling
weren't
you,
in control.
this man
When you were
got
talking about the
Palestine and
Revolutionary War,
Israel, my nigga.
when you were talking about the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, the Irish and Italians weren't even really here like that. The Irish were here, but the Irish weren't in control of anything. They were living in the same conditions that we were. Well, not quite, because they were indentured service, and there's a difference.
Come on, bro.
But they did not have the rights. They didn't have the rights, so to say. So they had to roll with whatever the Anglo-Saxons and the Puritans was telling them. This is what we're gonna do. They didn't really get those rights until the 1900s. What are you talking about?
What does that have to do with the point? The state still took precedence. The Anglo-Saxons did not.
The only
take
reason why the
precedence
state took precedence is because one ethnic group took control of the state and said, this is what we're going to do, and this is what the state is, and if you don't like it, we're going to steamroll you. Get down or lay down. That's how it always works.
Man,
so where does it say that Anglo-Saxons have a greater power than anybody else? Like, where does it say that?
Man, they ain't got to write it in there.
Where do Anglo-Saxon affairs?
He out of control. He think they got to write it in.
Anglo and
They don't
Saxons
got to
are-
write that in the.
First of all, you're talking about two different tribes. Like, how did that supersede the state? How did they work? What interest did they do? What did they do that
They
worked in the
are the
interest of
state.
Anglo-Saxons?
They're the state. They're the ethnicity that controls the state. When you
No,
look at
they're the ethnicity
Nigeria,
that founded
when you look
the
at
state.
Nigeria, the ethnicity that controls the state is the Hausa. When you look at India, India is becoming a tech powerhouse right now, and
So
they've
do
been
the-
only
so do
out
the
of
Anglo-Saxons-
colonization. They haven't
Do the
been out of
Anglo-Saxons
colonization
control the
100
states right
years.
now? Do the Anglo-Saxons control the states right now?
I would say mostly, yeah.
Hell
Yeah. So who prints our money?
Who you think run the
Wait a
state?
minute, wait a minute. No,
The
you about this
Spanish
is over.
Americans?
It's over. It's over, bro. You don't.
The Italians, the
The
Irish,
point
and
is
the
not
Jews
to win. The point is not to win the
Italians, the
argument,
Irish,
right?
and Jews did not get the ability to have an equal say-so until the 1900s.
It
What are you
doesn't matter
talking
when it happened. It only matters that when it comes
But
to
they didn't
foreign
put it
policy
aside.
and all world
But you
affairs,
still had one group still saying say.
they founded
The
those were the founders of the country, man. What don't you understand about that? Of course they in control in the first beginning because they founded
But
the
they don't
damn
always
country.
have to be the founders of the country that take
But
control
it
of the
is.
country. It
You're
doesn't always
using
have to be.
this example.
It's just.
You're using the
But
United
it's
States
still
as
an
an
ethnic.
example.
It's still an ethnic group that took control and said, "This is what we finna do."
Yeah, they
The Irish were
founded the
here and we
country.
were here. We were
They
here. The
founded the
Irish were
country.
here.
They
But they
founded
took
the country. Don't you
control and they
understand
said,
that?
"This is
The
what we're gonna
Anglo-Saxons
do."
founded the United
I'm
States.
trying
So
to
when it
figure
was
out what y'all
13
Because they
arguing
did.
states,
about.
So when you
when it
look
was
at India,
13
when you
states,
look at
when you
India,
got
you have a
13
caste
Hold
system.
on,
states,
one
At
at
the
a
bottom of
time.
the caste system, you have the untouchables, right?
are we on
India
now?
is a
Wait, you just went
technological.
from the United States to India. Don't do that, bro. Like, let's stay at one
I'm
thing.
giving
You
you
skipped
another
right.
example of a country that's a powerhouse that you would probably say put it aside. No, there's one ethnic group at the top that's saying this is how we finna do it, and y'all gonna get down and lay down. Y'all
What
are
ethnic group is
untouchables.
that? You
Y'all at
don't
the
know what
bottom
you're
of the
talking
caste
about. You
system.
don't know what
No
you're talking
country,
about.
no
You know
country
not what you're
operates
talking
like
about at
that.
all.
Every country has some form of caste system. It's not all kumbaya. We putting it to the side because for the betterment of
You're
our
making
country.
side
That's
arguments,
not how
bro.
that works.
You're making side arguments. You're making side
That's not a
arguments.
side argument.
What you're making side
That's
arguments, bro.
relevant to
What
my
Hold on.
point.
Let y'all guys see what's the side argument. Let's hear this.
he jump into India. He talk about the Dravidians. That's one marginalized group. There's other ethnic groups that rule India that are not at war or look down on each other. There's the motherfucking Punjabi. There's different groups besides the Dravidians. You can name 10 different. If I Google it right now, it'll be 10 different ethnic groups. The
They got
state
one of the
comes
worst
first.
groups
The
in
state,
the world,
the state
bro.
takes
And you know what
precedence
happened to the other
over.
groups?
Hold
The
on,
other
hold
groups
on,
could not
y'all.
get
Hold
down,
on,
so
slow
they
down,
got
everybody. Hold
they got
on.
laid down.
Everybody slow down. Hold on. Tall guy, right? You do know that the North subjugates the South in India. Let's just be real. Don't do that.
Don't do what?
Act like
The North
that you don't
subjugated the
know
South.
that the
I'm talking about
North
tribes.
in
I'm talking about
India.
regions.
Hold on, India just got their freedom in the 40s, 1940s, right? From Great Britain, and also that they once they left it in their hands, they left it in the lighter skin population, and they have a caste system where they subjugate the people in the South, which are the Dravidians that you just spoke of. That is a fact. That's how the caste system in India works.
Hey, if you want to take it a
No,
step
you're
further,
talking about a
if you
caste
take it a
system that's
step
based on
further,
religion. Hold on.
Don't
Hold on.
matter how.
look up what Pakistanis cannot get down.
James asked me a question.
Pakistanis cannot get down, so they started laying them down and they left.
Like it don't make sense for you to be talking over me when James just asked me. He's asking me a question. He's addressing me. So can I answer the question after he gets a chance to finish his question?
So what I'm saying, Tall guy, what I'm saying is I know you know this because you know about the Dravidian. So just not trying to parse out and use all these naming conventions so we can all sound smart here. Just on a micro or on a macro level or the largest level possible, just like we know we get subjugated here in America. You know that's going on in India, right or wrong.
White supremacy and light skin supremacy goes on all over the world.
Okay, that's all I want to do because I mean you kind of seem like you was kind of dancing around the fact that that's what's going on in India.
Never.
Okay.
That happens in all over Latin America. It's the same thing.
Yes. Okay. So that's what I'm saying, man. Some of this stuff we arguing about, man. We on the same page with. Some of the shit we don't need to be arguing about.
It's a simple.
But I know we all on the same page.
Simple, right?
Well, now what I do like is us trying to figure out how we gonna get out this situation.
Right. It's a simple concept, James. Everybody else has evolved into that's successful and powerful has evolved into a state from being attached to their tribal little allegiances, right? Even if they hold on. Let me finish. God damn. Even if they still attach themselves in a minor way to their ethnic or tribal affinities, the state always takes precedence. Is there any powerful nation? Just think of the UN Security Council. Those are the 5 most powerful nations in the world, right? Russia, China, India, England, and France, and the United States. So maybe
say Ukraine.
Right? So no, not Ukraine. They not on the Security Council.
Ukraine is at war with Russia right now.
Yeah, the security. We're
talking about the Security Council of the United States. Listen, all of those, what do they all have in common? They all have nuclear weapons.
They've all evolved out of tribalism. Even if they
have
still
nuclear weapons.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. Even if they still have some identification factors that they have with smaller groups. They all know that the larger state takes precedence. When it's time to go on the world stage, if you get an attack, if you need the clarity on the law of the land, the state always takes precedence. We don't do that in Africa because the tribes, the tribal leaders and their egos and their little power, that the perceived power that they get while they're out there with an Arab and white foot up their ass, they still take pride in that little power they got. They don't want to give it up and unite and defer to the greater state. And that's the problem in my opinion.
I would tie that less to tribalism and more to classism, bro, and to people being alienated from their own culture. And like you just said, the Arab and the
I wouldn't
Christian
agree. I wouldn't agree with that, because basically you have to. What you have to understand is.
So you saying tribalism is the reason that
I'm not talking to you. Hold up, Kim. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking about what Tall Guy just said. I wouldn't agree with that. His assessment of it's just about tribalism, because you have tribes within these particular countries right now, and they're still split up, but it's just in a smaller way of doing it. So like you use maybe Kenya, for example. They have a bunch of tribes. They have a bunch of tribes off inside of there, and based on which one of those tribes are the biggest, when they go to vote, that tribe normally gets to be the one who run the country.
And that's why Kenya's so fucked up.
Okay, but no, that's not why Kenya's fucked up.
Absolutely is.
No, Kenya's fucked up because of outside entities.
That's how do they allow the outsiders to enter? Because the
outside, because you asked, because the outside entities have.
So you saying if they wasn't tribes, the outside forces wouldn't go be able to enter?
Listen, he asked me a question. The outside entities have what you call the euro and what you call the dollar. These currencies are the highest when you go to look at the currency market on however you look at the value of currency. These currencies are like 1, 2, or 3, right? The yen maybe be up there as well.
Well, we still on Kenya, right?
They can use that currency as a weapon to incentivize and get people to do what they want to do. So I'm saying this war that we seemingly don't understand is multifaceted. Money,
but do you understand how nothing?
But you can be bought like some person that don't got the right integrity, they can get bought to do something that they don't want to do for the benefit of themselves. No, I'm talking about the whole reason why Kenya is messed up, because Ruto just sent some troops to Haiti. How did he send those troops to Haiti, Tall Guy? What would incentivize somebody way on the east side of Africa to send some troops to Haiti? Why would he do that?
You don't have any disagreement on me on that. There's still control.
No, that wasn't because he was Luo or any other ethnic group.
Every time, who is this brother that keep talking over every time?
One at a time, man.
Bro, we all talking over each other, bro. Don't get in your face.
All right.
One at a time. Just one at a time. Go ahead.
I just felt every time I start my first sentence, this dude just started talking over me. But anyway, okay, so you saying that colonial forces
like my voice or something.
Exercise on Kenya, and that's why they forced to send these troops or do the bidding of colonialists. Yeah, and that's because again,
okay, I kind of guess what you said.
Going back to these problems, so we're talking about two different things. I was talking about in the beginning how tribalism messes up Kenya, and when you go look at those elections in Kenya, they're always voting along tribal lines, and they can't get any solidarity amongst what they should do. Now, the larger problem to that is Kenya is a little small country that was carved out in the Berlin Conference. It's not large enough to contend on the world stage against superpowers, right? And that's the whole problem with Africa. It has to get bigger. It has to unite at least into 4 parts to begin with, at least east, west, and South Africa. That's 3 parts.
Okay, so bam, hold on, watch this, Tall Guy. Now we got an example of a breakaway right now as we speak in the Western Sahel, right?
Yes.
With Mali, what are the other ones? Mali,
Burkina Faso,
and it was another one, Niger, I believe.
I didn't remember. Is Mali one of those countries?
Yes. All of those 3 have broken away finally from France, and we need that to continue on and them to consolidate. And
absolutely.
But this is what, man, this shit ain't no overnight thing, right? Because you gotta understand what we're dealing with. So
great, James. You on point, James. You on point.
I understand everything that we dealing with. So it ain't like I'm not versed in what's going on in the continent. I try to stay versed on what's going on over there as just as much as what's going on here politically.
Yes, and this is my last shit. I promise I'm gonna be quiet after this. That's a perfect example of what needs to be done. These countries need to start, first of all, getting rid of the leaders that's bowing down to the colonialists, to the Europeans, and then start consolidating amongst themselves. Yes, that's what needs to happen, in my opinion, and I love that they're doing it.
Yeah, but see, but at the same time, the euro and the dollar is a weapon that Africa has realized it's been weaponized. That's why we're right now, they formed the global south. You start to hear this term pop up because they've recognized that the dollar is being weaponized to keep them subjugated, and they're trying to figure out a way to break away. What do they form? BRICS. You need allies, somebody else that's in the same subjugation that you are, or that's fighting against a bigger thing that you are, and you get an ally like that. So that's what's going on. We're living in a real unique time, and these wars ain't just happening by coincidence at this time. And Dr. Clark already told us that all of the wars of the world have been fought over the resources of Africa. So it's just awful funny to me that we have this breakaway. France got to be struggling because those are three major countries that they've lost resources from. So just imagine that Burkina Faso and the rest of them follow suit here soon. It's going to be a war, and everybody got to be ready for it. That's why I pulled up the OAU. There was something in unison with the OAU that we need to be trying to implement and still continue on that mission. Dr. Clark said, if we write down the mission, and if the leader dies on page 12, you got to be able to pick up the mission on page 13 if we got to page 12 and continue on the mission. They wrote down the mission, and we can look on that list, and we ain't got nothing to accomplish. We don't even know about it. So that's where I be at with it, man. Like just like you talking about, man, what can we see that we can take over? I gave you a small example because I understand we don't have nothing, just like you said. But we got to start small, and we got to have an agenda, and we got to use our culture to be able to do it. Everybody else do it, but we scared. We scared to use our culture. We scared to put that red, black, and green in their face and say that's what it is.
Yes.
We want to still be on red, white, and blue. But red, white, and blue don't seem like they for us. They won't even listen. Okay, but see, I think some of this is our problem. We ain't came together to try to see what our 13 or 14 or 15% can get us. We not unified. But all of that's through indoctrination of misinformation. And that's why we saying, man, we need to go back to Kemet as a source to start our history with, because that gets us out of all the other confusion that they indoctrinated us with.
Let me ask you a question.
Dr. Clark already figured that out. We just got to get the rest of our people to understand that that's what we're doing. We got to have something that predates it, even though it is in East Africa. It's the African civilization that we can use that predates us, that gets us out of this indoctrination that we've been dealing with. If we can get out of all that Abrahamic stuff and have something, imagine if we can start using the money that we tied and giving to these Muslims on whatever holidays they got. We start doing that for ourselves every Sunday and putting the pot together to get something done that way. What if all the black churches just turned into something like a Kemetic type of thing, and we start putting that money into a pot for us, what we want to do, grocery stores, whatever we want to do. But see, we don't understand that because we tied in to somebody else's system. It's just that simple. Historically, well, I can guarantee you this stuff is tax-free for these people. They giving some money to the Roman Catholic Church or whatever this is that's keeping us in fucking subjugation. I already figured all this out. I just don't say nothing. But this stuff is all tied to history, and history is important. You got to know why they shut your history down and gave you their history. They start you at 1 AD. This is 2024 according to Europeans, not according to Africans. Because when we started keeping time, it might be 5, 6, 7,000 years AD. See? But they take your history off of it and start you with their history. It ain't just no 2,024,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's wrong with us? That's what Brother Flag was talking about, orientation, understanding that shit. This ain't no 2024 for the African. We was counting 2,000 years before they even knew what a calendar was.
You killing it.
That's a fact. We so-called, we figured out what a second was. And then we can't use that to go back and make ourselves proud and strong. They want
So
to say them. They want to give us Elizabeth Taylor. You know what I'm saying? This shit is crazy.
Yes, sir. I want to let that brother that I kept kind of getting off for talking over me. I want to hear from him. I want to hear what he wanted to say.
Yeah, Kimway.
Kimway, yes, sir.
Shoot. I think that's the right track. That's the right track. I think we just have to think about how to best market, best brand that, and make that the most efficient that it needs to be.
Yeah, we all
And
in
also-
agreement over here, man. That ain't no, I hate when we be bicker about the naming conventions because this shit can change. Like we've been Negroes, we've been niggas, we've been all kind of names. And then we settled on African Americans, and now we still arguing over. You know what I'm saying? Like it might change. We might just say we Africans one day. You know what I'm saying? No telling what we gonna do.
I hope so. That's what it really comes down to, is that unity. It's all about the unity and putting the smaller groups. If you don't want to put them aside, you want to hold on, the larger group has to take precedence. That's how everybody else came to power. And that's what we have to do. That's how Egypt and Kemet came to power. That's how Tom Mary came to power. They put their personal, tribal, small group differences aside when it came to defending that territory. And that's what I believe we have to do.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that none of us are in disagreement that we need to do something. But I just look at, our condition and where we at, and I've really thought long and hard about ways of starting something. Because I used to be in it. I know you can start from a peanut and have something if you really have the right attitude about doing stuff. We just don't seem like we want to leave something of pride for that next generation. Like, man, we ain't left nothing of pride for the next generation to say, okay, they started something. Like, don't you want to do that?
Absolutely.
Like, damn. Like
that store idea you came up with is the best one. The only thing I didn't see the
just small.
But it's small. But the only problem I seen I was trying to get in was that there has to be a math problem that has to be solved, right? I think it has to start with how many stores do we need to open in order for the prices to make sense, right? So we can buy enough product that we can sell it at it ain't gonna be the same price as the other guy, but it can be at least competitive, right? Not 2-3 times the price, right? So we got to find a way to get our goods for a decent price. And I don't know if it can happen with just one store, but if we do 10 or 20 stores and start out in 20 different neighborhoods.
It ain't something that we're going to figure out today. But if we just start out with that type of plan and figure out how we going to do what type, how we going to do that, I think that's something that we should do, because that would at least show the next generation that somebody's trying to do something.
Yes, sir.
Damn. We've been talking forever. Like, I don't like talking about Hebrew history and all of this stuff really at this point, because we already know we need to start being able to implement it and show the people that, hey, man, we got done bickering. We already know what the chronology of our history is. Now we're going to use this to try to get ourselves back in a better situation instead of crying. Ain't no warriors don't sit up and bicker and cry forever. Like yes, I said, we already showed the OAAU. That's the plan. How many of those things on that 5 have we gotten on the list?
And that's what I like about how you're thinking right now, because it's proactive. A lot of people, they just complain, you know what I mean? But
the man,
like even when people complain about the migrant situation, the immigrants coming in, how can African Americans make that situation work for our own benefit? And actually, it's an organization that started doing this. I don't know if they was listening to some of the panels we was on or whatever, but they started doing something where they're making themselves the first people that African descent people meet when they come to the country. You know what I'm saying? And they direct them towards opportunities. You know what I mean? They direct them towards stuff like that. So we should be supporting stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we definitely need to be the first people they meet off the boat. Because that stigma of us not being together, that's not good. That's something that that's been propagated. I remember when I was young, I would always see the pictures when the Ethiopian war was going on and they were starving the Ethiopians. We would see the flies, and I was like, man, I ain't never going to Africa. You know what I'm saying? Looking at that like that's horrific. You know what I'm saying? But that's just like a psychological programming that they was doing in the 70s, like how you thinking that shit is just like somewhere you never want to be. But thanks to the internet, man, when you start looking around, when you look on the internet now, man, you be like, man, it's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? So that, you know, just having that access to be able to look at that, man. I mean, that hopefully
that changed a lot.
It changed a lot for me.
And that was another good show. I gotta get ready to break out.
Right on,
no doubt.
Yeah, but I heard a lot of good information, a lot of good conversations. I don't even think we need 20 stores or 100 stores. I think everybody grabbing that ideology individually and then spawning up whatever people can produce by their means. Because some of us will be farmers, some of us will be distributors, and a lot of us will be consumers. But I heard a lot of good information. Thank y'all. I'm going to get ready to get up out of here.
All right,
peace.
Peace.
So.
All right, y'all. Another good show. Thanks for all the contributions. Thanks to those who hooked it up. All right, I'm out of here. Peace. Watching the WNBA finals. It's going down right now.